Chapter 51 Red-haired girl, my name is Qiangwei. A touch of rose red came into view, followed by a fair complexion and a figure that would fascinate countless otakus. A curvy body, a slender waist, and cool yet delicate facial features. Every part of her body was full of temptation. With her long red hair draped behind her, the girl walked out of the thick mist step by step. Her eyes were extremely cold, but she seemed to pity the people in front of her. It seemed that in her eyes, these people were already like corpses. Everyone in the Kaibao glazed sect was shocked. Chen Xin and Gurong rushed to the front and protected Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong behind them. It's only been less than 5 minutes since I entered the mist, and I suddenly met a strange person. It's really incredible. And the most incredible thing is that even Chen Xin can't sense the strength of the girl in front of him. Imagine a person who can't be seen through by a peak Douluo at level 96. How can her strength be low? Who are you? Chen Xin shouted and asked with a serious face. His sharp eyes always looked at the red-haired girl in front of him, and he noticed that the aura she exuded was somewhat similar to Ye Chen when he participated in the Soul Master competition. Is she also from the Spirit Hall? Don't make a fuss. If the Spirit Hall really has so many masters, shouldn't they have unified the Douluo continent long ago? Why have they been forbearing all these years? Chen Xin was very puzzled. But the only thing he was sure of was that there must be some connection between the red-haired girl and Ye Chen. My name is Qiangwei, and I am one of the guardians of this huge meteorite realm. For tens of thousands of years, my mission has been to protect the meteorite realm and prevent anyone from entering this territory. Today, you actually entered without permission and awakened me, so I will give you a great gift. After the red-haired girl said this, she couldn't help but sneer at the corner of her mouth, and 2 red mists appeared in her eyes, covering her pupils. Send you to the west. The red-haired girl directly provoked the people of the 7 Treasures glazed sect. She was obviously alone, but she dared to say such a rebellious word. Don't even think about it. Hearing this, Chen Xin knew that things couldn't be so peaceful. His face became ferocious, and he released his martial soul in just a moment. The 7 killing swords. On this continent, anyone can die, but Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong, whom he protected, must not be harmed. At the same time, Gurong, the Bone Douluo, also released his own martial soul. He fought side by side with Chen Xin, staring at the red-haired girl named Rose with vigilance. Haha, in that case, let me see your strength. It just so happens that I haven't fought for tens of millions of years. The red-haired girl sneered, and a crimson long sword suddenly appeared in her right hand. This was her martial soul, the Rose Edge. The red-haired girl, who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, was now eager to fight. Especially when she saw that there were 2 little kids who looked quite powerful among humans, her mood suddenly became a little excited. She hadn't fought for a long time. Humph! Holding the Rose Edge, the red-haired girl did not release her soul skills, but rushed up with her body alone, confronting Chen Xin's 7 killing swords. Zi. Both of them were weapon martial souls, and the 2 swords rubbed violently, colliding with a lot of sparks. Under Chen Xin's warning, everyone in the 7 Treasures glazed sect retreated several meters. It was obvious that the strength of the red-haired girl in front of them was they are not allowed to intervene. At this time, Bone Douluo Gurong couldn't bear to see Chen Xin face the red-haired girl alone, so he suddenly launched a sneak attack on the red-haired girl from the flank. Gurong's martial soul is the Bone Dragon, which belongs to the agile attack and defense system, just suitable for surprise attack or defense. Seeing such a good opportunity to get close to the red-haired girl, Gurong would not miss it. Bang! But just as Gurong released the soul skill condensed from bones, the red-haired girl smiled slightly. She didn't even turn her head towards Gurong. She just raised her right leg high and kicked Gurong's soul skill. A large area of snow-white skin was exposed. Looking at the white thighs, many young people in the 7 Treasures glazed sect who had never had sex were stunned. Oh! Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. I have lived in Douluo continent for 20 years, and I have never seen such a jade leg. Come on, Elder Gu, attack again, we believe in you. Elder Gu, can you launch another attack from the left? I think that side should be more beautiful. No, it should be easier to attack. Everyone waited and watched. But jokes are just jokes after all. Everyone also witnessed the tip of the iceberg of the red-haired girl's strength. With just one kick, she blocked the soul skill released by Gurong. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Although that was only Gurong's first soul skill, the power was not very strong. Hehe, old Gu, you are old, and your strength has decreased a lot. Chen Xian, who was confronting the red-haired girl head-on, did not forget to tease Gurong at this time. But Gurong was not angry. For so many years, he and Chen Xian often teased each other. As the saying goes, beating is love, scolding is love. Gurong can understand the love in it. You should be careful too, don't let the 7 killing sword be broken by someone's sword. Gurong was extremely moved and reminded Chen Xian. Two titled Douluos faced a red-haired girl. Although they tried their best, they still couldn't do anything to the red-haired girl. Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, knew the horror of his opponent and immediately ordered the disciples in the sect to enhance the 2 elders. And he did the same. 7 dazzling soul rings lit up from under his feet, and at the same time, 7 enhancements were added to the sword Douluo Chen Xian and the bone Douluo Gurong. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, don't take it lightly when it comes to life and death. Ning Fengzi reminded. So, under the enhancement of the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Chen Xian and Gurong were once again full of chicken blood and forced to work. In a flash, the two of them pulled away from the red-haired girl and glared at each other. She is not as strong as imagined. The soul power level should be similar to mine and Gurong. After some trials, Chen Xian came to a conclusion. She is not as good as me in attack, and not as good as Gurong in speed and defense. As long as we can find her weakness, we can defeat her with one move. Jian Douluo made a very clear analysis. But he forgot that he and Gurong were able to surpass the red-haired girl in their own advantages with the support of the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. If there was no increase in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he might not be able to fight against the red-haired girl. Hearing Chen Xian's words, the red-haired girl's face sank, and she looked at the people of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect fiercely. You are just a group of ants. What will happen if I deal with you first? Swoosh! The rose's tip soared into the sky, and a lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly flashed in the sky. In the mist, the red-haired girl raised her right hand and whispered, Immortal Thunder. Chapter 52 A mere pariah, her identity revealed. As for the strength of this rose, everyone present, except for Rose herself, may not be able to see it. This also means that Rose's strength is higher than anyone present. Conservatively speaking, Rose has at least level 97 soul power. But if it is only level 97 soul power, how can Sword Douluo Chen Xian and Bone Douluo Gurong join forces to fight evenly? Moreover, they both have the boost of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. This indirectly shows that Rose's strength will only be higher. It's so terrifying. Old Gu, use your soul skills to stop her quickly. That woman's target is the sect master and them. Rose's soul skill, the indestructible thunder, descended, and Sword Douluo Chen Xian immediately discovered her purpose and hurriedly reminded Gurong. Fortunately, Gurong's reaction speed was also very fast. Without saying a word, he used his martial soul body to resist the indestructible thunder. The bucket-thick lightning struck the martial soul body condensed by bones, but it did not break it, and even completely dissolved the huge energy of the indestructible thunder. It is enough to see that the defense ability of Bone Douluo is indeed unique in Douluo continent. But this could only ease Rose's first attack. Next, Rose's attack did not stop. Red lightning struck one after another. As if she had endless soul power. Just like someone everyone had seen before. As for who that person was, DDDD. It's useless. In this meteorite realm, I am a godlike existence. Rose sneered, and under the cover of the immortal thunder, she raised the rose edge and rushed up. Clang! The first attack hit Bone Douluo. But Bone Douluo had no skills, just high defense. Nothing happened. The second attack hit Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo's defense was almost good. The 7 killing sword and the rose edge were in a stalemate for a moment. Sword Douluo Chenexin was shocked and took a few steps back. But it doesn't matter if you don't retreat. Sword Douluo just retreated to the next attack position of the immortal thunder. Oh no! Sword Douluo secretly cried out. He hasn't even started to release his soul skills yet, so he can't be killed instantly by his opponent so easily, right? Who would dare to believe this? There is actually someone on the continent who can kill Jian Douluo Chen Xian in an instant. Bang! Seeing that the immortal thunder was about to hit, Jian Douluo only had time to use the 7 killing sword to resist. But when the immortal thunder was about to meet the 7 killing sword, Douluo suddenly appeared right above Douluo. Good brother, good brother. Douluo was slightly moved. At this critical moment, Douluo used his martial soul to make a contribution. Douluo is the strongest shield of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and Douluo is the sharpest sword of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. As long as the two of them join forces, basically no one can solve them in the first time. After Douluo rescued Douluo, the battle between the two and the red-haired girl Qiangui was deadlocked again. But the result of the stalemate will only be more and more favorable to the red-haired girl. After all, in the short few minutes of fighting, everyone found a huge problem. That is, the red-haired girl's soul power is very abundant. Although she didn't have a soul skill that could kill people in seconds, she was able to release soul skills continuously. If it dragged on like this, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect would only wear itself down. Isn't this more and more advantageous for the red-haired girl? We must find a way to win with one move. Douluo understood deeply. At this moment, 2 exclamation voices came from not far away. Hey! There are still living people here? Xiao Chen Chen. Is it 100,000-year soul beast? A man and a woman. It was Ye Chen and Hulina who heard the noise and rushed over curiously. But when they rushed over, they found that they actually met old acquaintances. A group of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. And a red-haired girl. It seems that the two groups are fighting. Hey! Why is Ye Chen in our 7 treasures glazed tile sect? 2 shocked voices sounded. The red-haired girl didn't expect that there were so many people entering the meteorite realm today. In addition to the group in front of her, there were actually 2 more. Ning Fengzi didn't expect why Ye Chen was here. He didn't know that the destination of the star meteoric array was the meteoric realm. He mistakenly thought that Ye Chen was also like himself, coming from the 7 treasures glazed sect. Did those people in the sect grow up eating shit? They actually let Ye Chen in like this. Ning Fengzi was speechless and couldn't help complaining. It seems that when I go back, it's time to teach the people in the sect a lesson again. Ye Chen, this is the territory of our 7 treasures glazed sect. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Ning Fengzi said to Ye Chen again. But it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Once it was said, Ye Chen and Hulina felt that Ning Fengzi was ignorant, and even the red-haired girl couldn't help laughing. That was a mockery. It's really fearless for the ignorant. He actually said that this is the territory of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Who gave you the courage? Who made you think this is your territory? Ha ha ha. In this realm, you are all just low-class people. The red-haired girl laughed in anger, and without saying a word, she separated Douluo and Douluo and kicked Ning Fengzi. Bang! While Ning Fengzi was kicked away, the biggest increase of the 7 treasures glazed sect also came to an abrupt end, and the overall attributes of Douluo and Douluo dropped significantly. Soon they fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Wait until I get rid of you low-class people, and then go meet these 2 newcomers. The red-haired girl was confident and seemed very confident in her own strength. During the battle, she did not forget to spy on Ye Chen and Hulina who had just arrived at the scene. But she was surprised to find out the next moment. Hulina's strength was mediocre, even among this crowd, Hulina was not among the top few. And that boy, the boy called Ye Chen, his strength, she could not see through. I am a peak Douluo with a soul power of level 98. Even though I have been sealed for tens of thousands of years, I shouldn't have fallen to such a state, right? Or... wait. The red-haired girl suddenly realized something. She looked at Ye Chen in shock, and stopped fighting with Douluo and Douluo. Are you the successor of that old thing, the immortal god? The red-haired girl asked Ye Chen. Everyone was shocked when they heard the red-haired girl's question. Even Douluo and Douluo, who were about to attack the red-haired girl, stopped their attack. Both sides had a tacit understanding and looked at Ye Chen, who suddenly appeared in shock. At this time, Ye Chen was ready to move his small stool to eat melons, and he was also shocked by the red-haired girl's question. He didn't expect that his identity would be discovered. And it was discovered in an instant. His identity as the successor of the immortal god was originally known to no one except himself. Why did the red-haired girl know? After being shocked, Ye Chen was a little defensive, and whispered to Hulina beside him, Nana, if a fight breaks out later, you must find a safe place to hide. Chapter 53, Quickly clear the field, inherit the rules. Well. Hulina nodded obediently. She knew that once Ye Chen said such a thing, it meant that the other party's strength was terrifying. If she insisted on staying here, it would only bring trouble to Ye Chen. So after Ye Chen finished speaking, Hulina took a few steps back and retreated to a safe position. Ye Chen was relieved at this time. As for the red-haired girl's question, he was not afraid to move forward, and directly skipped the people of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect and walked in front of the red-haired girl. Facing the sudden arrival of the strong man, Ye Chen's momentum was not inferior to her at all, and it would even make the people around him feel more terrified. But he was just a genius boy who had just entered the Soul Douluo realm. In terms of soul power level, he was not even as good as the Sword and Bone Douluo. You are Meteorite, the natives of the realm. Ye Chen did not answer the red-haired girl's question, but asked in return. He knew the names of most of the soul masters on the Douluo continent, especially those with the strength of peak Douluo. He remembered them clearly. The original book did not say that there was a red-haired girl with the strength of titled Douluo. And this is the meteoric realm. It is the inheritance place of the immortal God King rewarded by the system. The people who can appear here are very few. Based on the above 2 points, the red-haired girl is very likely to be someone who originally existed in the meteoric realm. Ye Chen judged so. The two looked at each other, neither of them answered each other's questions, but they both looked interested. Maybe, there is a kind of fate called why do we have to know each other when we meet. Not long after, the people of the Seven Treasures glazed sect next to them couldn't stand it anymore. Ning Fengzi asked with some dissatisfaction, "Don't you two take my Seven Treasures glazed sect seriously at all? You get lost." Ning Fengzi's words were coldly stopped by the red-haired girl. And the next moment, an invisible energy suddenly burst out from her body. Everyone around, except Ye Chen, was pushed back several meters by this energy and had no power to resist. This strength. If she used this strength to fight with the people of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect at the first time, I'm afraid the battle would be over within a minute, right? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo couldn't help swallowing their saliva and hurriedly pulled Ning Fengzi aside. It means you must not talk anymore. Within a radius of 100 meters, only Ye Chen and the red-haired girl were left. Different from her attitude towards the people of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, the red-haired girl always had a smile on her face when facing Ye Chen. As if they were good friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Your name is Ye Chen. Yet. Good name, the night of the night, the sinking of the water? My name is Qiangwei, and I am one of the guardians of this meteorite realm. When you activated the meteorite realm, I woke up. What? Ning Fengzi, who heard the red-haired girl talking about the reason for awakening so calmly from a distance, almost vomited blood. He still remembered that when he first met the red-haired girl thought that it was the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect that awakened her. She was very angry at that time. She wanted to beat and kill him. How come when it came to Ye Chen, not only was he not angry at all, but he even had an admiring look? How could the heavens be so unfair? But what he didn't know was that the meaning of the existence of the meteoric realm was to prepare for the successor of the undead God King. In other words, this meteoric realm was currently created for Ye Chen, and Ye Chen was the master here. Everyone else was an invader. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Ye Chen and the red-haired girl continued their conversation. And the red-haired girl did not deliberately hide her intentions from others, and began to slowly explain to Ye Chen. The meteoric realm is the inheritance place of the undead God King. I believe you already know this. And the meaning of our existence as guardians is to maintain the balance of this meteorite realm. I am responsible for assessing anyone who enters the meteorite realm from the outside world. Only those who pass the assessment are qualified to enter the real meteorite realm. As you can see, there is no one else in this mist except me. In the real meteorite realm, there are my companions, various soul beasts and evil soul masters. Those soul beasts and evil soul masters are creatures that once coveted the throne of the undead God King, but they only passed my level and could not pass the assessment of my companions, so they completely fell into it. If you also want to inherit the throne of the undead God King, you must first defeat me at this level, and secondly, you must pass the assessment of my companions, otherwise, you will be like those creatures inside and completely fall into it. Of course, there is another point you must pay attention to. That is, after you defeat me, the entire meteorite realm will be open to all creatures on your continent. At that time, you will not only face the dangers in the meteoric realm, but also the dangers brought to you by those people with ulterior motives on your own continent. Speaking of this, the red-haired girl paused and looked at the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and Hulina. I advise you to get rid of those who try to benefit from the meteoric realm before defeating me. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect did want to benefit from the meteoric realm. When they heard what the red-haired girl said, they looked embarrassed and did not dare to act rashly, for fear that the red-haired girl would suddenly rush over. But Hulina came in with Ye Chen. The relationship between the two is very good. It's just that the last layer of window paper has not been broken. How could Ye Chen attack Hulina? Hearing what the red-haired girl said, Ye Chen shook his head decisively and said, "Thank you for your reminder, but I have my own decision on this matter." He didn't really want to kill. If possible, he just wanted to protect the people he cared about. In the 9 years since he came to Douluo continent, he had never really wanted to kill anyone. If he had to name one person, perhaps it was Tang Hao, who raided the Pope's palace and almost hurt Hulina. But Tang Hao is not here now. Ye Chen had no interest in these people from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Haha, I've said this. As for what to do, it's up to you. The red-haired girl smiled slightly, then raised her right hand slightly, and a very ancient book appeared in her palm. She continued, "This is the final chapter of the divine scripture, written by us, the heir of the immortal God King. You are different from others. If you want to truly pass my assessment, you must use the final chapter of the divine code to obtain the soul power source near each starfall array on the continent. This soul power source can also allow you have your second martial soul, the starfall blade, right? You cannot directly obtain the soul ring of the starfall blade martial soul, but the final chapter of the divine code can allow your second martial soul to obtain a soul ring. Only when your second martial soul has a soul ring can you officially accept my assessment and have the ability to call the Starfall Array." Chapter 54, Final Chapter of the Divine Code, Seven Treasures Trial. Ye Chen took the final chapter of the Divine Code. It was a very ordinary ancient book. But after opening it, the content inside was very detailed. And at this time, the system actually gave a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the hidden task, the final chapter of the Divine Code. Ding! The first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Code, the Seven Treasures Trial. Absorb and extract the Starfall Array in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The reward for the first chapter is, unlock the first soul ring of the host's second martial soul, the Starfall Blade. Unlocking requirements are, draw the sword 10 billion times near the Starfall Array of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and conquer the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with strength. Ding! There are two ways to conquer. One is to destroy the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and the other is to intimidate the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and convince everyone. Ding! The number of sword draws required for the final chapter of the Divine Codex will not be consumed after the host completes the task, and it does not conflict with the system task. At that time, the host can use the number of sword draws to exchange for any required items. Draw the sword 1 billion times. And also to intimidate the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Ye Chen couldn't help but think about it. First of all, to draw the sword 1 billion times, as long as he has enough time to stay in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It will take a few months at most to complete. And the number of times the sword is drawn in the final chapter of the Divine Code can be saved, and it does not conflict with other tasks of the system. This is just right for the tasks issued by the system. Remembering that the current task of the system requires drawing the sword hundreds of millions of times, it is just right to complete it together. It is a relatively cost-effective thing. But the second requirement for unlocking the Seven Treasures Trial is a bit of a stretch, right? Either destroy the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, or intimidate the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Destroy the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is for the Li sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect has two titled Douluo, and most of the others have the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda Martial Spirit. With their huge increase, Ye Chen asked himself that it would be very difficult to kill any titled Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, not to mention destroying the sect. What if it is to intimidate the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? It must be much simpler than destroying the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. But in fact, it is also somewhat difficult. What is deterrence? Deterrence is to make the entire Seven Treasures Glazed sect fear your strength. How can you be afraid? Don't you still have to see the truth with your hands? Especially the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has a grudge against me. Alas, when will this hard life end? I really don't want to pretend. Ye Chen sighed helplessly. At this time, the red-haired girl seemed to have noticed Ye Chen's abnormality. She smiled, looked at the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect again, and said, "So I told you to kill those people now. If you are here, I can help you." As long as they are in the meteoric realm, the red-haired girl Qiang Gui is confident that she will be invincible. After all, she is the guardian of the immortal God King's inheritance land. Even if she and Ye Chen cannot kill the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, she has the ability to make Ye Chen famous in one battle, and thus indirectly let Ye Chen intimidate the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. By then, won't the Seven Treasures trial in the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Code be halfway completed? Faced with this huge temptation, the red-haired girl continued to seduce Ye Chen, and seemed very eager to fight. If you want to become a god, the easiest way is to step on the shoulders of those who once looked down on you and jump up. Why not? On the other side, the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were shocked when they heard this. Compared to Ye Chen, who was now in a dilemma, they truly felt the threat from the red-haired girl. If they were placed in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, or in the entire Douluo continent, they might be able to defeat the red-haired girl, and this might be infinitely close to certain. But here, in this meteorite realm, they would be dragged half to death by the red-haired girl. If Ye Chen really obeyed the red-haired girl, the two of them would join forces to attack them. Maybe they would really die here. Ye Chen, do you really want to listen to an outsider and fight against the sects on our own continent? Ye Chen, I admit that I once had some prejudice against you, but this prejudice is not impossible to eliminate, if you... Ye Chen, can't your mission only be completed in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? How about this? When we leave here, the gate of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect will always be open to you, and you will also become a guest of honor of my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. I, Ning Fengzi, will keep my word. Everyone in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was panicked. Especially the sect master Ning Fengzi. If he had known that Ye Chen's growth rate was so terrifying, he would never have joined forces with other forces to embarrass Ye Chen. But where is the regret medicine in the world? The lives of everyone in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect now depend entirely on Ye Chen's thoughts. As long as Ye Chen has the intention to kill, even if everyone can escape, few can escape. The most important thing is that Ning Fengzi is not afraid of death. But what he is worried about is that his daughter Ning Rongrong is only a teenager now, not even as old as Ye Chen. If he died here, he would not rest in peace even in the underworld. When things developed to this point, Ning Fengzi almost had a pleading look on his face and spoke very urgently. As if Ye Chen had already promised the red-haired girl. If I promised you, what benefits can you get? Ye Chen ignored the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but instead showed a questioning look and looked at the red-haired girl cautiously. He didn't think that the red-haired girl would help him for no reason. There is no free lunch in the world. He and the red-haired girl had just met, and the red-haired girl threw out an olive branch. If the red-haired girl had no other ideas, how could it be like this? And the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect? Is it really a crime worthy of death? They just stood on the wrong side in the long river of history and blindly chose Tang San. At present, Tang San was taken away by Tang Hao, and it is very likely that he followed Tang Hao to practice. The next stop for Tang San is at most to go to the Slaughter City. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect has not yet joined forces with Tang San. Perhaps it is not a bad idea to spare their lives? Of course, if the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were to attack directly now, Ye Chen would not mind agreeing to the red-haired girl and destroying them. Benefits? What benefits can I get? It's just that I can see someone break into the depths of the meteoric realm again after 10,000 years. For me, this is also a more interesting thing in my long life. The red-haired girl smiled meaningfully, and then suddenly looked into Ye Chen's eyes and continued, I really envy you. There is always a woman silently accompanying you by your side, and she seems to believe in you very much. I hope you will never let her down. Chapter 55 Agreed, Treasures Given. The woman who has been silently accompanying me. Is it Hulina? Since coming to Douluo continent, only Hulina has been with me the longest. It is also Hulina who makes me care the most. Ye Chen naturally thought of Hulina at the first time. But the red-haired girl didn't know Hulina, and she didn't know her relationship with Hulina, so why was she envious? Could it be that there was a soul skill to eavesdrop on people's thoughts? Please, as the protagonist, she didn't have the soul skill to eavesdrop on people's thoughts. Why did the red-haired girl have it? As Ye Chen started thinking again, the entire periphery of the meteoric realm became extremely quiet. Even the breathing of everyone present seemed so redundant. They were all waiting for Ye Chen's final choice. But at this moment, the voice of the system sounded again and again. Ding! Please make a decision within 30 seconds and leave the meteoric realm within an hour until you meet the trial conditions before you can enter the meteoric realm again. Good guy. Tell a joke. The system started to urge me. Moreover, this meteoric realm is my inheritance after all, and I must meet the trial conditions next time I enter. System, what are you doing? Ye Chen sighed helplessly. His life was clearly arranged by the system. Although he didn't know what would happen if he insisted on staying, it was better not to disobey the system's words. I said, I have my own decision on this matter. Ye Chen finally replied to the red-haired girl, although killing them may make it easier for me to succeed, I don't want to be covered in blood on the road to becoming a god. But thank you for telling me so much. If there is nothing else, we will see each other next time. The next time we meet, it will be when we defeat the red-haired girl. Ye Chen bowed slightly and turned away. The red-haired girl was left alone, stunned for a long time. Returning to Hulina and the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ye Chen first looked at Hulina lovingly, and then said to Ning Fengzi, Master Ning, what you said just now, are you serious? From then on, the door of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will always be open to him. As long as he has this sentence, Ye Chen can complete the Seven Treasures trial in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect without killing. Unless Ning Fengzi suddenly regrets it. But even if he regretted it, it would be useless. Ye Chen did not mind forcing his way into the Seven Treasures Glazed sect by force. On the road to becoming a god, no one could stop him. Of course I take it seriously. Fortunately, Ning Fengzi knew the general situation and gave an answer in a moment. Ning Fengzi did this for other purposes besides saving everyone. Since Ye Chen indirectly saved his life, he naturally could not openly attack Ye Chen again. It would be better to give Ye Chen a chance and also give the Seven Treasures Glazed sect a chance. Maybe the Seven Treasures Glazed sect can gain a place on the continent under the big tree of Ye Chen? Okay, then from today, I will go with you to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and start a few months of training. I hope we can be honest with each other. Ye Chen smiled coldly and stated his purpose. He saw clearly what Ning Fengzi was thinking after the Soul Master competition. If it weren't for his extraordinary talent and the system, who knows what Ning Fengzi would have secretly planned. But it was precisely because he had the system that he could practice so smoothly and was targeted by Ning Fengzi. In order to take the overall situation into consideration, Ning Fengzi would inevitably have many suspicions. This is a process of mutual influence. However, with his current strength, if the Seven Treasures Glazed sect still wants to kill him, Ye Chen will definitely not sit and wait for death. He will definitely make the Seven Treasures Glazed sect pay the price of blood, or even destroy the entire Seven Treasures Glazed sect. So, when Ning Fengzi gave Ye Chen a chance, wasn't Ye Chen also giving the Seven Treasures Glazed sect a chance? Both sides have their own plans, but they are also all kept silent. In Douluo continent, although strength is respected, people's hearts are extremely difficult to see through. On the contrary, sometimes, people's hearts determine the final outcome. Nana, in the next period of time, I will go to Kaibao Liulai sect to practice. When I finish my practice, I will come back to find you. After dealing with Ning Fengzi, Ye Chen smiled slightly, and showed his previous silly look again, as if harmless. But this is his truest appearance. He is not a very smart person, and he doesn't want to consider any long-term goals. Speaking of which, he is even stupid, so stupid that after crossing Douluo continent, he didn't even recognize Ju Douluo Yueguan at first sight. So stupid that he actually gave a girl he didn't know the fairy grass during the Soul Master competition. So stupid that some people cursed him for being too kind, obviously with such high strength, but never killed anyone. Such a protagonist, he is not even worthy of being the protagonist. But he did what he wanted to do anyway. That is to protect the people he wants to protect. That's enough. The next moment, Ye Chen took out the soul furnace and some fairy grass from the Space Soul Guide, handed them to Hulina, and briefly introduced, this furnace is a soul furnace, which contains two 100,000-year soul rings and two 100,000-year soul bones. I believe that with the help of your teacher, you can absorb the things inside. And these fairy grass, you absorb one every 6 months, so that you can speed up your cultivation. After all, I don't know when I can see Hulina again when I go to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect this time. And there is only one Jun Nixia bracelet, and it is broken. What should I do if Hulina encounters danger again during the period of my cultivation? After careful consideration, Ye Chen decided that instead of worrying about Hulina all day, it would be better to use his own abilities to help Hulina grow faster. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. As long as Hulina becomes stronger, there will be few people in this world who can threaten her. Moreover, with these treasures given by herself, Hulina doesn't need to leave the spirit hall to practice alone. With Bibi Dong by her side, she will hardly be in danger. I don't want it. After hearing Ye Chen's introduction, Hulina shook her head decisively and said, such a valuable thing, you should keep it for yourself, why give it to me? I can't take it. Just listening to the effects of those treasures, Hulina was actually moved. But she cared more about Ye Chen. If Ye Chen could use these treasures, he could also improve his strength quickly. Compared to letting herself with mediocre talent, it is better to give them to Ye Chen who is more suitable for using these treasures. At this time, when hearing Ye Chen introduce these things, Hulina refused, but the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect on the side were so jealous that they almost knelt down to Ye Chen. Warning everyone. Brothers, don't give rewards. I know my own level. If you can read it, just read it slowly. If you can't read it, change the book. Don't give me any tips. You can use the tips to read paid books. Isn't it good? Chapter 56 Farewell for now, a new journey. What kind of genius is this? It's okay that he is strong. He can easily take out 100,000-year soul bone and 100,000-year soul ring. The most important thing is that he doesn't need it himself, but he wants to give it to others. Please, give me one, okay? I would like to call you Big Brother. Almost all the people in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect looked at the soul furnace and fairy grass in Ye Chen's hand. As long as they have these things, they don't have to work hard for their whole lives. But Ye Chen didn't give them to them. Even if they wanted them, they didn't dare to rob them. Who is confident that they can snatch them from Ye Chen? Saintess, you should accept it. Ning Fengzi opened his eyes wide with envy. After all, it is Ye Chen's intention. If you don't accept it, he will go to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and worry about you every day. Ning Fengzi began to speak for Ye Chen. But his inner thoughts were not like this. After all, Ye Chen was already very strong. If Ye Chen had the soul attachment furnace, what would the people of the entire Douluo continent play? They would be cleared by Ye Chen in seconds. Ning Fengzi was not sure what Ye Chen thought of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, so he had to try his best not to let Ye Chen grow too fast. This was the most guaranteed way, and he had to give it a try. But how stubborn Hulina was! As for the fairy grass, she knew that Ye Chen could not use it. If Ye Chen insisted on doing so, she should be able to accept it. As for the soul attachment furnace, Hulina was unwilling to accept it at all. If two people like each other, they must consider each other. Ye Chen was so considerate of her, so she had to consider Ye Chen as well. Besides, wouldn't it be a waste of talent to let a person with average talent use the soul furnace? Xiao Chen, I really can't take the soul furnace, you know. Hulina hesitated. Although she was very touched, she felt even more guilty. If she really took the soul furnace, she would probably spend the rest of her life in guilt. The two of them pushed and shoved each other for a long time. In the end, it was the red-haired girl not far away who came over and said coldly to everyone, "You are so ignorant. Ye Chen is already the heir of the undead god king. These things will be useless to him in the future. And you, a woman, what are you doing with your mother-in-law?" Ye Chen glanced at the red-haired girl angrily, but didn't say anything. Because fortunately Hulina, after thinking for a long time, Hulina finally accepted the soul furnace. The red-haired girl's words were somewhat useful. The next step was to say goodbye. Because there were many entrances to the meteoric realm, but only one exit, which was the Death Valley. Ye Chen would send Hulina out of the Death Valley, and then return to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with everyone from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Along the way, Ye Chen and Hulina walked in the front, as if everyone behind them were their younger brothers, and they did not look like the leader and elite of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect at all. Even Ning Rongrong did not look like the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, but more like a maid. After everyone left the meteoric realm, the red-haired girl who watched everyone leave suddenly flashed a trace of coldness in her eyes, and she said to herself at the same time, "Xiao Chen? Ha, what do you want?" It seems that he already has someone he likes. No one knew who the red-haired girl was talking to. However, in the outer periphery of this huge meteorite realm, there is no one else except her, and no one can give her an answer. After clearing away the layers of fog, Ye Chen and his party soon arrived at the Death Canyon. And in the depths of the Death Canyon, there was actually a group of people. That was Xia Yu and his party. Xia Yu would not abandon his own sister and return to the spirit hall alone. Others did not dare to do so. After all, Hulina is the saint of the spirit hall. If they return to the spirit hall and Pope Bibi Dong finds that only Hulina is missing, they will all be punished. When the two groups met, Ye Chen did not react much, but Xia Yu was a little shocked and happy. At this moment, Ye Chen was not wearing a mask. He naturally judged from Ye Chen's clothes that the mysterious senior they had seen not long ago was Ye Chen. The ghost Douluo who had led the soul beast away with Hulina had also met up with Xia Yu at this time. He was going to go deeper into the Death Canyon to look for Hulina. Now that he saw Hulina coming out with Ye Chen, his urgency was relieved. Ye Chen briefly explained to everyone why he was here, and everyone realized that Ye Chen had been paying attention to Hulina. "Thank you, Ye Chen." The people in the spirit hall were full of gratitude and relieved. But from Ghost Douluo, everyone also learned that he did not kill the soul beast that he had led away. If he stayed here any longer, it would be inevitable that he would be besieged by soul beasts again. The depths of the Death Canyon are not as peaceful as before. Everyone unanimously decided to leave the Death Canyon temporarily and report the changes in the Death Canyon to Pope Bibi Dong before making a decision. So, after leaving the Death Canyon, Ye Chen handed Hulina over to the Spirit Hall for care, and he followed the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to embark on his new journey. Although Hulina was so reluctant. As one of the top 3 sects in Douluo continent, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has a very noble status. However, its overall strength is relatively weaker. Because the direct martial souls of their Seven Treasures Glazed sect are all auxiliary martial souls, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, and only the 2 elders, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, have supported them over the years. The most important thing is that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul is flawed. Except for Ning Rongrong, who took Kiluo Tulip and awakened her martial soul into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, the martial souls of others also determined the end point of their life practice. No one soul power level can break through level 80. Ning Fengzi is like this. His soul power level has been stuck at level 79 for more than 10 years, but he has never been able to improve it. So Ye Chen chose to follow the Seven Treasures Glazed sect alone. It was also considered. If the Seven Treasures Glazed sect dared to go back on its word, whether he could beat Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo would not be discussed for the time being, but he could definitely kill Ning Fengzi in the first time. As long as Ning Fengzi dares to try. After 3 days of unhurried travel time, Ye Chen finally arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. And Ning Fengzi seemed very enthusiastic. Ye Chen didn't even say anything. Ning Fengzi sent someone to build a small wooden house for him near the sect's starfall array. And every day, he would send someone to deliver food to him. There was simply too much fish and meat. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was not poor, and it could be regarded as the richest sect in Douluo continent. Even if it could support 100 Ye Chens, it would only be a matter of sprinkling water. Ye Chen himself was not shy. Just treat it as training outside the Star Do Great Forest. Get up on time every day, and draw the sword on time. In the new place of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he vowed to obtain the first soul ring of his Starfall Blade martial spirit and complete the tasks issued by the system. Chapter 57 600,000 Years, Destiny Sword Soul. 1 month later. On the mountain of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. 400,099,099,099,099,097. 400,099,099,099,099. 500 million. Leaping into the sky with a beam of dazzling golden light. Ye Chen finally completed the task issued by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and drawing the sword 500 million times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. The host can choose 2 of the following 5 rewards. Reward 1, the host can get 200,000 year soul bones. Reward 2, the age of any soul ring of the host can be increased by another 500,000 years. Reward 3, the host can get the martial soul skill Molten Hell Burst Slash. Reward 4, the host can get a random domain ability. Reward 5, the age of all the host's soul rings can be increased by another 100,000 years. Ding! A new task is being generated. Ding! The task was generated successfully. Host draws the sword 500 million times, and can obtain any 3 of the rewards of the previous task. A series of system prompts sounded. Well, the number of new tasks is the same as the last task, except that you can choose one more reward, which is not bad. It happens that if you draw the sword 500 million times, you can complete it together with the sword drawing task of the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Code. Let's take a look at the rewards this time. Ye Chen thought secretly in his heart. This time there are 5 rewards, and you can choose any 2. I don't have a soul furnace now. If you want to increase the age of the soul ring, it's best to start from now. Ye Chen thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Since the Falling Star Blade Martial Spirit cannot directly obtain spirit rings, then you only need to care about the spirit rings on the Amaterasu Spirit. Now that I have level 80 spirit power and 800,000 year spirit rings, it is obvious that the 100,000 year spirit rings are no longer enough. So reward 2 must be selected. Next, I still lack spirit bones, especially 100,000 year spirit bones, so choose reward 1 and reward 2. After careful consideration, Ye Chen said to the system. Ding! The rewards have been issued, please check the host actively. Ye Chen opened the system module, which was reward 1 and reward 2. I will first improve my 8th spirit ring. After improving it for 500,000 years, it will be 600,000 years. If the next reward still has a spirit ring age reward, it should be able to directly improve it to 1 million years. Automatically absorb spirit bones at the same time, system. Ye Chen said to the system again. Ding! The host's 8th spirit ring is being improved. Ding! The host's spirit bones are being automatically absorbed. Buzz! With the system's prompt, the next moment, Ye Chen's eyes were covered with thick red, and so was his hair. He held a long sword full of red light in his hand, and at the same time, 8 red soul rings appeared under his feet. ZZ! Then the 8th soul ring of Amaterasu's soul began to merge, and the dark red soul ring was constantly rotating. The soul power of the soul ring of 500,000 years is being integrated into Ye Chen's 8th soul ring. In less than 10 minutes, it was completely completed. Amaterasu's 8th soul ring, 600,000 years. Soul Skill 1, Slashing with a sword in mid-air. This soul skill is greatly enhanced. You can gain the ability to fly without actively releasing it. During the flight, you will automatically gain the wind domain, and the speed in the domain will increase, and it can affect the target's movement speed. During the release of the passive block of slashing with a sword in mid-air, it is strengthened from a volley strike to a volley shadow attack, and you can summon a sword clone for a short time to release a volley strike on the target's flank, and the damage is 100% of the original body. Soul Skill 2, Octagonal Kyung Megatama. This soul skill is greatly enhanced. During the release of Octagonal Kyung Megatama, the mark of Jade can be automatically added to the target without active addition. The damage of Octagonal Kyung Megatama is no longer linked to the number of Kyung Megatama. No matter how many Kyung Megatama are present, the damage will not be reduced at all. Each Kyung Megatama has its own soul power, which can be actively detonated to transfer the soul power to any target, including yourself. If the previous Octagonal Kyung Megatama was not good enough, the current Octagonal Kyung Megatama can be said to have improved a lot. The most important thing is that Kyung Megatama also has its own soul power, which is equivalent to a small soul power source. Ye Chen still nodded with satisfaction. The system has never let him down. Soon after, the absorption of soul bones was also completed. They are the external soul bones and left arm soul bones that Ye Chen has never had. External soul bone. Soul bone quality is 120,000 years. Sword soul external soul bone. Soul skill, Destiny Sword Soul. This soul skill is unique. In the external soul bone state, the sword soul of the martial soul is automatically released. The sword soul is with the main body. When the main body is attacked, the sword soul can resist all attacks 100%. After the resistance reaches the limit, it dissipates and cools down for 30 days. Left arm soul bone. Soul bone quality is 120,000 years. Ancient sword soul left arm soul bone. Soul skill, Destiny Choice 1. When the fire sword is unsheathed, the attack damage in the next half hour will be doubled, and there is a chance to reduce all the target's abilities for 10 seconds until the fire sword state disappears. Destiny Choice 2. When the ice sword is unsheathed, an ice field will be generated in the next half hour, forcibly limiting the target's speed, and continuously releasing cold poison, with a chance to freeze the target until the ice sword state ends. This left arm soul bone is quite normal. Why does the external soul bone only have one soul skill? After seeing the introduction of the external soul bone, Ye Chen was a little puzzled. A normal 100,000 year soul bone has 2 soul skills, but the system is abnormal this time. And what surprised him even more was that the sword soul could automatically release the martial soul in the external soul bone state. Does his own martial soul, the Amaterasu soul, have a sword soul? Why don't I know? There was a lot of doubt on his face. Every time the system gave rewards, Ye Chen was looking forward to it but couldn't understand it. But since the rewards were already in hand, he would know everything after using it in the next actual combat. Ye Chen has now drawn his sword 500 million times. He still needs to complete the tasks of the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Canon and the next task 500 million times. The training is not over yet, comrades still need to work hard. Swish swish. Ye Chen drew out the soul of Amaterasu again and started to practice. Now his sword drawing speed is much faster than before. He can draw the sword 200 times in 1 second. Who can compare with him? Even when he draws the sword, there will be flames burning near the soul of Amaterasu. That was caused by the burning of air due to the high speed. A rough estimate. If he spent 10 hours a day to draw the sword, Ye Chen could have completed the task of drawing the sword within 3 months. As for why he only spent 10 hours a day to draw the sword? That was naturally to think about how to deter the group of people from the 7 treasures glazed sect in the rest of the time, so that the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Code could end as soon as possible. Chapter 58 How to Deter? What a nightmare! All the people in the 7 treasures glazed sect were terrified during the month when Ye Chen practiced. Because when Ye Chen first arrived at the 7 treasures glazed sect, Ning Fengzi had already ordered that no one could approach Ye Chen without his permission. Ye Chen, he is very dangerous. But having said that, some people don't remember going up the mountain secretly, and then being beaten up by Ye Chen and chased down the mountain. Actually, it can't be said to be chased. Ye Chen just wanted to spar with him. After all, the content of the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Codex is not only to draw the sword 10 billion times, but also to intimidate the 7 treasures glazed sect. In this month, he also thought a lot. How to intimidate the 7 treasures glazed sect? Since he can't defeat the entire sect, why not defeat them one by one? As long as he defeats a little of the 7 treasures glazed sect's disciples every day in the past few months in the 7 treasures glazed sect. In the next 3 months, defeat everyone once. By then, won't it be easy to intimidate everyone? This can also be regarded as an indirect deterrence of the 7 treasures glazed sect. So, the picture became like this. A dozen days ago, a disciple of the 7 treasures glazed sect went up the mountain. When he reached the middle of the mountain, he suddenly heard a sentence: "This mountain is opened by me, this tree is planted by me, if you want to live here." The disciple was very confused. Think about it, he grew up in the 7 treasures glazed sect since he was a child, and the back mountain is a place he often comes to. How come there are bandits all of a sudden? Besides, who would dare to sneak into the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and become a bandit? Wait. Could it be the one called Ye Chen that the sect master mentioned? But he was at the top of the mountain, and the disciple just wanted to pick some herbs on the mountainside. It can't be such a coincidence, right? In a flash, the disciple seemed to have thought of something. But when the disciple wanted to go down the mountain, it was too late. A young man with a smirk suddenly jumped out of the woods and rushed up without saying a word. Before the disciple could react, he just said "fuck," and was kicked several meters away. "Hehe, that's enough, you can leave now." The young man smiled slyly. Then the disciple showed fear on his face, covered his painful stomach, and fled down the mountain frantically. But what he didn't know was that this nightmare had just begun. In fact, during the past 10 days, Ye Chen not only attacked the 7 treasures glazed tile sect disciples who went up the mountain, but he also often went down the mountain to find targets. After all, not everyone will go up the mountain, not to mention that Ning Fengzi specifically asked him to do so. He couldn't just sit there and wait. From the day he decided to do so, at least 20 or 30 poor people would be tortured by him every day. At this time, the meeting hall of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Many disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect stood outside the hall, shouting, "Give me justice! Inside the hall were the 7 treasures glazed sect's leader Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, Bone Douluo, and Ning Rongrong. Most of these people had been tortured by Ye Chen. Ning Fengzi looked at the disciples outside the hall and couldn't help but have a headache. Although he had ordered his disciples not to go up the mountain, he didn't expect Ye Chen to go down the mountain himself. In just over 10 days, hundreds of disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect had been killed by Ye Chen. If this continued, the people in the 7 treasures glazed sect would inevitably be in a panic. But it was easy to order the disciples in one's own sect, but it was difficult to order Ye Chen. Could it be that he told Ye Chen that he regretted it and asked him to leave quickly? Master, nearly 400 disciples in the sect have been beaten by Ye Chen. If this continues, within half a year, everyone in the sect will be bullied by Ye Chen. This matter cannot be underestimated. Sword Douluo Chenexin stood on the left side of Ning Fengzi and frowned. The hundreds of disciples outside the hall have all been beaten by Ye Chen. As an elder, he certainly can't sit idly by. Now think about it, Ye Chen will definitely not come to the 7 treasures glazed sect for no reason. Isn't he going to beat everyone in the 7 treasures glazed sect? Sword Douluo was secretly afraid. He was not afraid of Ye Chen, but he was afraid that the situation of the 7 treasures glazed sect would become embarrassing, and then it would be looked down upon by other forces in the entire continent. Where should the face of one of the top 3 sects be placed? Yes, Master, we must find a way to punish him. I almost. Bone Douluo stood on the right side of Ning Fengzi, also with a worried look on his face. But when he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. What's going on? Sword Douluo exclaimed, has Ye Chen started looking for you? Bone Douluo is a titled Douluo. Ye Chen is just a sole Douluo now, how dare he be so rampant? Then how did you avoid him? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but want to laugh when he heard it. I don't know why, every time he saw Bone Douluo's sad face, he always felt very funny. Between the lines, he didn't say anything bad about Ye Chen, but asked about Bone Douluo. This Bone Douluo looked embarrassed, and explained for a long time, I said that I was not in good condition yesterday. Even if he defeated me, it was not fair. Good God! The noble titled Douluo actually used this method to show weakness. Old Gu, you really lost the face of the titled Douluo. Sword Douluo sighed with regret. But Bone Douluo angrily hit back, saying, when we were in the meteoric realm, you also saw that even the red-haired girl listened to Ye Chen. Even if we joined forces, we couldn't do anything to the red-haired girl. How bad can Ye Chen be? The red-haired girl is the red-haired girl, and Ye Chen is Ye Chen. How can they be confused? Sword Douluo continued to tease Bone Douluo. But when he heard the 4 words red-haired girl, his heart suddenly tightened. Yes, even with the combination of himself and Bone Douluo, and the increase of the sect master Ning Fengzi, he couldn't do anything to the red-haired girl under such a powerful lineup. How terrifying is she? Moreover, from the words of the red-haired girl, Sword Douluo can even know that she and Ye Chen are in the same camp. At least, the red-haired girl will not help the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to hurt Ye Chen. Alas! There is a red-haired girl outside the sect, and Ye Chen inside the sect. Who did the 7 treasures glazed tile sect provoke to get into so many troubles? But in the final analysis, where did Ye Chen come from? He can actually get so many resources that all the people in the entire Douluo continent cannot get together. Jian Douluo was puzzled. But no one could tell him the answer. Bringing Ye Chen back is really a nightmare. The next moment, Jian Douluo sighed and spoke out his inner thoughts. Everyone listened to this and sighed in agreement, it is indeed a nightmare. As the saying goes, it is easier to invite a god than to send him away. Now no one knows how to send Ye Chen, the plague god, away. What should we do? At this moment, Ning Rongrong, who had not spoken all this time, suddenly volunteered and said, Dad, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, how about letting me go up the mountain and try? You? Rongrong, your soul power level is not yet level 50, right? The 3 people who always doted on Ning Rongrong were stunned when they heard the words. Although the words were unpleasant to hear, they were also true. Rongrong, let the adults solve the adults' affairs. Besides, Oscar will come to the sect in the next 2 days, right? Don't let him see you being bullied as soon as he comes back. Chapter 59 Blind Confidence, Rongrong goes up the mountain. Oscar he. Ning Rongrong hesitated to speak. But when she saw her father and the 2 elders of the sect looking bitter, she nodded resolutely and said, let me try. I don't believe Ye Chen would do anything to a girl. After all, during the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, he still showed mercy to the subordinate named Huo Wu, didn't he? At the Soul Master competition, everyone knew that Ye Chen and Huo Wu were wrapped in a black fog. Although no one knew what happened inside. But most people could see that Huo Wu was in danger before she entered the black fog. But when she appeared in front of everyone again, she was full of energy. There must be something fishy. According to Ning Rongrong's own inference, it was Ye Chen who saved Huo Wu. Ye Chen was willing to help a girl he didn't know. Now that Ye Chen came to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he should at least give her, the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, some face, right? What's more, Ning Rongrong still had many questions in her mind and wanted to ask Ye Chen in person. For example, is he from the Spirit Hall? For example, why did he kill Xiao Wu in the first place? Or why did he let Xiao Wu hit his sword so easily? As a genius who has been unique in Douluo continent for tens of thousands of years, can't he even react to such a thing? After so many causes and consequences, Ning Rongrong asked herself that she was no worse than Huo Wu, and believed that Ye Chen would definitely not do anything to her. Then she patted her chest and vowed, "Let me go, Dad, I will definitely convince Ye Chen." "This okay then? But you must not be wronged, otherwise too will not forgive that kid." Ning Fengzi could only agree after hearing this. Although he didn't know why his daughter was so determined this time, he, who always loved his daughter, finally compromised. So, accompanied by the two elders, Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, Ning Rongrong came to the mountain where Ye Chen had been practicing. This mountain was actually a place Ning Rongrong often came to when she was a child, but in the years since she went to Shrek Academy, she had very little time to return to the sect, let alone set foot on this mountain again. Coming here again, she suddenly felt mixed emotions. First, she recalled her childhood, and second, she remembered her former companions, including her people she liked. Whether it was here or those companions, it's been a long time since we last met. Fortunately, he came to see me these 2 days. However, when Ning Rongrong thought that Oscar would come to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect these 2 days, she suddenly felt much better. Then Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo reminded Ning Rongrong to be careful again, and then went down the mountain. She was left alone to go to the place where Ye Chen often practiced. It was next to a small forest on the top of the mountain. There was a small wooden house that had just been built. There was a swing on the 2 big trees next to the small wooden house. It was made by Ning Fengzi when she cried and made a fuss when she was a child. Not long after, Ning Rongrong came here, but she didn't see Ye Chen at the first time. I guess he is still practicing there? Ning Rongrong thought. The door of the cabin was wide open. She walked in with curiosity. The cabin was not very big. Strictly speaking, it was a bit small. It could only accommodate a bed, a table, and a dressing table for toiletries. There was not even a chair. But the room was exceptionally clean. It didn't look like a boy's room at all. Ning Rongrong saw this. It was rare for her to have a new respect for Ye Chen. But only a little. After all, she and he were not friends. In the end, they were enemies. If she hadn't seen Xiao Wu choose to run into the sword in Ye Chen's hand, she would have wanted to avenge Xiao Wu herself. The bedding on the bed was folded very squarely, like a block of tofu. Ning Rongrong had never seen such smooth bedding. Thinking back, even the bedding in her own boudoir was not so smooth. Could it be he is a bedding lover? Ning Rongrong became more and more curious. After leaving the cabin, she walked towards the woods. Because Ye Chen's practice was too dependent on the sword in his hand, and he drew the sword quickly every day, the trees in the woods were all crooked. There was almost no intact tree. Only the 2 trees near the swing were relatively intact. Less than 2 minutes after entering the woods, Ning Rongrong heard a swish-swish sound. There was no doubt that Ye Chen was practicing not far away. After pushing aside the layers of grass, she finally found Ye Chen when she felt that the grass was almost higher than her. He was 1.8 meters tall, handsome, in a luxurious robe that fit his body, and with a focused look on his sword. Every bit of him fits the image of a male god in the minds of the young girls in Douluo continent. Ning Rongrong couldn't understand why a man who looked so righteous could have a hard time with the entire Seven Treasures Glazed sect. But what she didn't know was that it was her father who had caused the rift between the 2 parties earlier. Of course, as the apple of Ning Fengzi's eye, Ning Fengzi would definitely not let her know too many dangerous things. It was understandable. Ye Chen didn't seem to pay attention to this side, because he was too serious about drawing the sword. In the grass, Ning Rongrong had no airs of a big lady. Even, in order not to affect Ye Chen. In the slanted pit, she gritted her teeth, leaned forward slightly, held the weeds tightly in front of her with both hands, bent her legs slightly, and raised her round buttocks slightly, trying not to make any sound. Because she knew Ye Chen's terrifying strength. In front of such an opponent, she might say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, and her life would be gone. What's more, she is the daughter of Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. She came here today on behalf of the entire Seven Treasures Glazed sect. If Ye Chen is angered, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will never be able to send this plague god away. Swish swish swish. 10 minutes passed. Ye Chen was still drawing his sword. But Ning Rongrong in the bushes had maintained that strange posture for a full 10 minutes. Her legs began to tremble slightly, and a lot of hot sweat oozed from her forehead. It seemed that she could not hold on at any time. This was too tiring. But she was unwilling to give up. She must let Ye Chen take the initiative to come and talk to her. This was her last face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 20 minutes passed. Ye Chen drew his sword faster and faster, but he never looked over here. However, Ning Rongrong's forehead was covered with more and more sweat, and even the sweat dripped into her lining. At the same time, the frequency of her legs shaking also increased a lot. This made her feel uncomfortable all over. If this continues. Will it? Chapter 60 Fantasy, Oscar arrives. Half an hour later. Ah! Finally! With a cry, Ning Rongrong's whole body trembled violently, and she could no longer hold on. She maintained the posture for half an hour. Standing motionlessly like this. The most important thing is that she was still standing on the slanted ground. This made her, who was originally weak in physical strength, consume the last bit of physical strength. The whole body suddenly lost control. Ning Rongrong fell out of the bushes, her hands struggling to support the ground, her chest surging, and she gasped heavily. It seems I should strengthen my physical strength, otherwise I can't even hold on for half an hour. What will happen in the future? Ning Rongrong said to herself while standing up carefully from the ground. But the moment she raised her head, she met a pair of extremely terrifying eyes. The red pupils, like blood, seemed to be able to burst out at any time. And in those crystal clear pupils, she could see her own shadow. After only a few seconds of staring at each other, Ning Rongrong felt as if she was in purgatory. Her heart and body were constantly being tortured by the man in front of her. It's so painful. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but moan, and at the same time she moved her eyes to the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, not daring to look at him again. Ye Chen had no expression on his face at this time. Unlike usual, he only revealed his breath in the state of the weapon soul true body. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong was a little overwhelmed. Soul masters with auxiliary martial spirits are still weak after all. Especially auxiliary soul masters whose soul power level has not reached level 50. With her qualifications, if she does not have Tang San's help, she may not be able to become a god in the end, right? And after seeing Ning Rongrong deliberately avoiding his eyes, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. What? You peeked at me for a long time, and now I'm standing in front of you, but you don't dare to look me in the eye. Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong didn't have much interaction. If you have to say, they may have only met a few times when participating in the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition. There were even fewer interactions. Only in the finals of the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition did he knock her out of the field with a sword. Also, Ning Rongrong is the daughter of Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi, she is an old fox, and she once tried to frame Ye Chen. So Ye Chen did not give Ning Rongrong any face. Even in that smile, there was a bit of coldness. Because he saw Ning Rongrong jumping out in such a posture just now. It can't be a coincidence, right? It looks like Mu Zhao. Waiting for her master to lead her. Of course, Ye Chen did not express his inner thoughts in front of Ning Rongrong. After all, even if it looks like it, it may not be. Right? What if it is Muniu? Oh, forget it. You shouldn't vent all your resentment towards Ning Fengzi on his daughter. At worst, it's Muyang. On the other side, Ning Rongrong didn't know what Ye Chen was thinking, but she always felt as if she had exchanged positions with Ye Chen. This is the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, her home, but now she is here, being mocked by an outsider, even being stared at by an outsider covetously, just like falling into purgatory and being burned by fire. Who dares to believe this? No wonder people in the sect are saying things like Ye Chen is terrible. Also, Ye Chen obviously knew that he was in the dark. Why didn't he say it earlier? Is he willing to stop acting only after he makes a fool of himself? Building his own happiness on the pain of others? Thinking of this, suddenly, she felt a little angry and ashamed in her heart, and she couldn't help asking back, as a guest of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, do you think this will make you happy? Humph. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect does not welcome such guests, there is no courtesy at all. Poor strength, but strong momentum. Ning Rongrong knew that Ye Chen's strength was very strong, and she was definitely not his opponent. However, some tempers are really cultivated over the years, and they can't be changed for a moment. She couldn't help yelling at Ye Chen as soon as she saw him. The temper of a young lady instantly filled her whole body. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a little regretful. But then she thought about it again. Ye Chen should be quite gentle when dealing with girls, such as Hu Lina beside him, and Huo Wu. Even if she has a bad temper, it won't be. Wait. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong was only halfway through thinking when Ye Chen suddenly rushed forward with a wicked smile on his lips. Isn't he going to do something despicable? But this is the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, which is within her own sect. It's still daytime. If she is seen by others, her life will be ruined. How can she be worthy of Oscar? Ning Rongrong looked at Ye Chen rushing towards her with a red face. Things are developing too fast, right? She hasn't made any mental preparations. If he is serious, then she really can't get away. But Ye Chen didn't do that. His right hand moved upward along Ning Rongrong's waist, to her navel, to her full chest, and finally to her fair neck. With a little force, Ye Chen pinched Ning Rongrong's neck with one hand. And that so-called evil smile was just someone's fantasy. He just sneered and said, is it your father who has the final say over the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Or is it you who has the final say? Even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like this, how dare you? Both of them are in their teens. Ning Rongrong is small and cute, only about 1.6 meters tall, while Ye Chen is about 1.8 meters tall. It's really a bit of a waste of talent to lean over and pinch Ning Rongrong's neck. Then he lifted Ning Rongrong up with one hand, and leaned against the big tree next to him, his cheek gradually approaching, and replied viciously, either go back to where you came from, or don't blame me for being rude. The purpose of doing this is not that Ye Chen is not used to Ning Rongrong's words. It's not to warn Ning Fengzi. But one of the contents of the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Code is to intimidate the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. As a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Rongrong naturally cannot be ignored. Moreover, under the protection of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, Ye Chen basically had difficulty seeing Ning Rongrong in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong took the initiative to deliver herself to the door today. If it is not completed now, when will it be completed? At the same time, in the side hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, a very familiar guest suddenly came. It was Oscar, who had always liked Ning Rongrong. It was originally agreed that he would return to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in these 2 days, but because Oscar missed Ning Rongrong too much, he hurried back in advance. However, Ning Fengzi learned that Ning Rongrong was on the mountain at this time, and she was not alone on the mountain. She was actually accompanied by Ye Chen. Oscar was immediately shocked. It was not that he did not believe Ning Rongrong, but that he did not believe himself. What if Ning Rongrong suddenly fell in love with Ye Chen? In an emergency, in order to find out the situation, Oscar rushed to the mountain before he even listened to Ning Fengzi's words. Brothers, do you want multiple heroines or a single heroine? Chapter 61 Deterrence is on, Rongrong you. Ning Rongrong stared at Ye Chen in horror. No, compared to fear, she was more puzzled and unwilling. According to her understanding, Ye Chen should not have done anything to a girl, but why did he do it to her today? Cough cough. Ning Rongrong's thin neck was pinched, affecting her breathing, and she couldn't help coughing twice. At the same time, she angrily responded to Ye Chen with her eyes. She is the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and her appearance and talent are relatively outstanding. Compared with Hu Lina, she is no less inferior. Compared with Huo Wu, she is much better. She didn't understand in which aspect she lost to the above two. She actually let Ye Chen treat her like this. Was it because of what she said just now that angered Ye Chen? Ning Rongrong's feet left the ground, and she could only rely on the big tree behind her to adjust her breathing. She tried to take Ye Chen's hand away from her neck, but unexpectedly Ye Chen increased his strength. The two looked at each other, very close to each other. It should be a distance that creates a love relationship. The two were like fire and water. Can you let me go first? Ning Rongrong stabilized her emotions and her attitude became much better. She suddenly remembered the purpose of her coming today, which was to help the Seven Treasures Glazed sect get out of trouble, and she must not mess up the plan because of trivial matters. But Ye Chen had no intention of letting go. In order to complete the task of the final chapter of the Divine Code as soon as possible, he had to intimidate Ning Rongrong today. Even if she was a girl. Leaning forward half a step again, Ye Chen's face was almost touching Ning Rongrong's face. At such a close distance, both of them could feel each other's breathing. Especially Ye Chen, but this was not his intention. I warn you for the last time, get out or die, choose one. Ye Chen said coldly. He didn't mind releasing his soul skills to really threaten Ning Rongrong. The same thing. He was not familiar with her, and even had no relationship with her. If I had to say one thing, it would be that she had a calculating father, and it was her father who had framed her. There was no need to pity such a daughter who was so frivolous. Anyway, there was no killing of innocent people. The next moment, Ye Chen released the soul of Amaterasu, and the blood-red longsword appeared in his left hand. As long as he wanted, he could kill Ning Rongrong at any time. Sure enough, when Ning Rongrong saw the soul of Amaterasu appear, her heart suddenly jumped, and there was finally a little more fear in her eyes. She thought Ye Chen was serious this time. Although the look of fear was short-lived. But when they sense that they will die, no matter what the result is, everyone will be intimidated in an instant. Because everyone is afraid of death. The same is true for desperate people. At the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the deterrence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect plus 300. This is the voice of the system. When the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Codex was opened, Ye Chen had an attribute panel called Deterrence. As the name suggests, it is to calculate his deterrence in every place. However, from the beginning, the deterrence has always been 0. It was not until more than 10 days ago that Ye Chen decided to find some disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to try how to increase the deterrence. His deterrence attribute panel began to change. What he didn't expect was that an ordinary disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would only increase the deterrence by 1 point when intimidated, but Ning Rongrong was directly intimidated and added 300 points of deterrence. People are different after all. It will never be the same. After getting the deterrence, Ye Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he continued to pretend like this, he really didn't know how to scare Ning Rongrong. It was finally over. After getting 300 points of deterrence, Ye Chen immediately released his right hand that was pinching Ning Rongrong's neck without saying a word. Ning Rongrong fell down. But before falling, she pulled Ye Chen's left arm, pulled her body up, and finally leaned against the tree in an extremely beautiful posture. She was face to face with Ye Chen, almost touching him. The two proud sections on her chest were the most pitiful. At such a close distance, they were suppressed and almost deformed. You. The two of them almost had question marks on their faces at the same time. Ning Rongrong was thinking, you were going to kill me just now, but why do you suddenly regret it? You can't be a pure fan, right? Tisk, you are really a straight man who only thinks with your lower body, just like Oscar. Oscar. Ye Chen was thinking, what the hell is wrong with you? Wouldn't it be over if you fell down? You are so young, when did you learn to scam people? Believe it or not, I will destroy the body. Wanting to take the initiative to get away, Ye Chen was also not interested in Ning Rongrong. But when he was about to retreat, he suddenly sensed an extremely weak soul power approaching quickly. That soul power was a little familiar. As if he had come into contact with it somewhere before. Spiritual perception. Instead of retreating immediately, Ye Chen decided to see who was approaching quickly. The destination was surprisingly clear, it was here. Perception result. Character, Oscar. Soul power level, level 46. What a fucking Oscar, he won't become a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, right? Ye Chen sneered again, not caring about Ning Rongrong who was struggling in front of him. He let the two sponge-like prides deform and rub against his abdomen. It seems that today he can increase the deterrence of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. After all, Oscar did join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the original book. For a goal that will become a god in the future, as long as he can deter Oscar, then his overall deterrence in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect will definitely increase a lot. During the thinking period, Oscar had quickly climbed the mountain and came in front of the two. He tracked Ning Rongrong by sensing her soul power. Because he was very worried about Ning Rongrong's safety, and even more worried that Ning Rongrong would be bullied by Ye Chen. But when he arrived at the first time, he saw the scene in front of him that made him jealous. Once upon a time, Ning Rongrong, who had decided to try to accept herself, was now hiding in the arms of another man. Oscar almost fainted on the spot. Recalling the little things he had experienced with Ning Rongrong in Shrek Academy, Oscar was even more overwhelmed by anger. His eyes were full of bloodshot. He didn't even ask what happened, and angrily shouted at Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, you! Do you remember what you promised me? I've only been away from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for less than half a year, and you can't stand it. Brothers, if you think this book is okay, I hope you can vote and comment more, and the author can rest in peace." Chapter 62 Oscar is anxious. Then abuse him. Oscar roared helplessly. Just seeing this scene, he felt his heart was broken. What he has paid for these years. Is it just going to be burned like this? Is Oscar honest? Why would someone come out to interfere when he was about to win Ning Rongrong's heart? Oscar was puzzled. But when he saw Ye Chen again, his heart suddenly chilled. Looking closely, Ye Chen was more handsome and taller than him, as if he was better than him in every way. The most important thing is that Ye Chen is also strong and can give his beloved a greater sense of security. It is indeed easy to attract girls of the same age. Even Rongrong was moved. What are you talking about? Oscar. Ning Rongrong finally broke free. But when she was about to rush to Oscar's side and wanted to seek comfort, she suddenly heard Oscar say so many words that made her feel sad. It has been nearly half a year since they last met, and Ning Rongrong had decided to try to accept Oscar half a year ago. But at the most critical moment, Oscar not only did not help her, but was suspicious of her. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and more aggrieved. Can't you just listen to my explanation? I'm really disappointed in you. Ning Rongrong said to Oscar again, her expression became a little anxious. It seems that she is afraid that Oscar really misunderstood. But Oscar really misunderstood. He saw everything, and he believed that the most real thing is what the eyes see. Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong were so close that they almost kissed each other. If Ning Rongrong was really forced, why is she blaming herself now? She is definitely angry out of shame. Oscar looked at the two people in front of him coldly. In his heart, there was no difference between them and the bitch. But he really loved Ning Rongrong after all. He had pursued her for so many years in Shrek Academy. If he let the bitch have fun, how could he feel good? Then I'll give you a chance. Come on, tell me about the affair between you and him, so that I can report it to your father and the people in your section. Oscar laughed in anger, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, and he did not forget to insult in his words. Commonly known as, Cowherhay. I guess many people can't control their mouths when they are angry, right? Oscar is like this. Especially Oscar is the kind of person who rarely loses his temper. When he gets angry, he is more fierce than ordinary people. But when Ning Rongrong heard these words from Oscar, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. She did not reply to Oscar immediately, but her eyes were full of tears. Ning Rongrong used to be the dominant one in their relationship. As long as she said east, Oscar would never dare to go west. Unexpectedly, Oscar not only doubted himself, but also began to verbally attack himself. Every word was full of ridicule and contempt for himself. As if he had really done something to let him down. Has he changed? Or was he like this before, but he hid it very deeply? Why did he? Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in pain, letting the tears slide down her cheeks. In the end, she decided not to explain. Let Oscar think whatever he wants. If two people don't even have the most basic trust when they are together, what's the point of being together? It's better to end early and live in peace. Hey? What? Dare to cheat on me, don't you dare to say it. Didn't get the desired result. Oscar saw Ning Rongrong crying, and he was no longer full of heartache as before, but felt a little disgusted in his heart. Stop pretending here. Who knows who these tears are for? Maybe you are crying for your new lover. No, 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 no. Oscar said halfway, and quickly shook his head and continued, he is your lover, I have always been just a spare tire, right? Otherwise you wouldn't often mention his name after the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition. We obviously only met in the competition, but you seem to be very familiar with him. You have been disgusting since then, disgusting me, right? Hey? Ye Chen, who had been eating melons on the side, was shocked when he heard Oscar's words. After the Soul Master competition, did Ning Rongrong often mention him? Good guy. That's really a terrible thing. No wonder he kept sneezing during that time. But he was quite curious, if someone talked about him behind his back, what would they say? Ye Chen is the most handsome? Ye Chen Douluo number 1? At that time, Ye Chen asked himself that he only paid attention to Tang San and Xiao Wu, but didn't pay much attention to other people. So he naturally didn't think about other people's thoughts. Like Oscar, Ye Chen also looked at Ning Rongrong who was crying. He didn't say anything. But he admitted that he was as curious as Oscar. But he was soon glared at by Ning Rongrong. If Ning Rongrong couldn't beat Ye Chen, he must be taught a lesson now. Nothing to say. Ning Rongrong turned her head aside, since you don't believe me, let's just say goodbye. Ha! Say goodbye. Oscar's eyes were also slightly red after hearing this, and a few tears fell. Ridiculous, really ridiculous, this is what you really think in your heart, right? Okay, then I will fulfill your 2 dogs today. Bang! Oscar didn't finish his words, and suddenly a huge soul power attacked him, forcing him to step back a few steps. At the same time, invisible majesty rose around. Oscar felt a chill all over his body. When he raised his head again, he saw Ye Chen's cold red eyes at the first time. Why what? Are you going to protect her? Oscar asked Ye Chen in shock, but soon he seemed to understand something. Yes, you are together, isn't it right for a boyfriend to protect his girlfriend? It's me, the FW, who is in your eyes. Oscar chattered to himself. Until Ye Chen flew forward and kicked him in the chest again. With a murderous look on Oscar's body, Ye Chen whispered angrily, have you said enough? I have tolerated you for a long time. He didn't care about the quarrels between the two lovers, nor did he care whether the misunderstanding could be resolved. But some people can't control their mouths after getting angry. If I hadn't suddenly taken action, I'm afraid Oscar would scold me next. This world is not yours, nor mine. Only by being careful in what you say and do can you live a long life. And everyone must pay the price for the mistakes they have made. This book is free forever, please vote and comment more. Chapter 63 Light Feather Flowing Veil, Broken Relationship. Bang! 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 Just a moment. Ye Chen kicked 3 times in a row. Oscar was kicked and sat on the ground and couldn't stand up. But this is still the result of Ye Chen's mercy. If he used all his strength, 1 kick could end Oscar's life. After the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition, Oscar went to the far north to practice for half a year, and his soul power reached level 46, which was a very fast progress. But in front of Ye Chen, any genius and any progress are not worth mentioning. No effort and talent can be higher than the system. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Ye Chen quickly moved forward and suddenly released the Amaterasu soul, which was inserted into the ground not far from Oscar's head, but did not hurt Oscar's life. But Oscar was scared. You are such a pitiful person. You obviously have a girl who likes you, but you don't cherish her well, and now you keep insulting her. Oscar, how inferior are you? Do you feel from the bottom of your heart that Ning Rongrong likes me, not you? Ye Chen smiled faintly, revealing a bit of pity. As if looking at a beggar. Although he has never had a real relationship, he thinks he still understands the relationship between men and women. Oscar's anger this time was entirely due to his inferiority and lack of confidence. He felt inferior because he had no strength and no background, and he was not sure whether Ning Rongrong would always like him. But it could be explained clearly with just 1 sentence, but because of his stubbornness and twisted mentality, he maximized the matter. How could Ye Chen not think he was pathetic? At the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing the deterrence level in the Kaibao Liulai sect by plus 250. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and exposing Oscar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of Light Feather Flowing Yarn. Light Feather Flowing Yarn, it can increase the sword drawing speed by a percentage within the range. It is permanently equipped by the host. The cultivation speed of other creatures within the range of light feather flowing yarn can also be greatly increased. The host can freely choose the target that can get the light feather flowing yarn bonus. Selection range, within an area of 200 yards times 200 yards near the host. And, within this range, the sword drawing space will be reinforced, and the space will not collapse due to the excessive speed of sword drawing. The current bonus percentage of light feather flowing yarn is 10%. The host can increase the bonus percentage of light feather flowing yarn by inviting the target to practice more. The system's voice suddenly sounded. When Ye Chen gained something, the soul of Amaterasu was suddenly covered by a layer of faint green light. And those green lights looked like clouds and mist, surrounding the soul of Amaterasu. It should be the light feather flowing gauze. Can it speed up my sword drawing speed? If so, within 3 months, I will be able to complete the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Codex. Ye Chen thought. He never thought that he could complete a hidden task by simply teaching Oscar a lesson. And the reward for this task happened to be one of the things he needed most now. As long as he could speed up the sword drawing speed, his cultivation would not take so long, and he would not stay in the 7 Treasures glazed sect for another 3 months. The next moment, the translucent red sword body and the blue light dust intertwined and began to merge slowly. That is, the light feather flowing gauze wanted to completely integrate into the soul of Amaterasu. Soon, Oscar and Ningrongrong's eyes also gathered. Obviously, these two people are still in a sad mood, but they didn't expect that some people could actually practice on the spot. Ningrongrong and Oscar mistakenly thought that Ye Chen suddenly practiced. They just stared at the soul of Amaterasu silently, and occasionally used the remaining just looking at each other. But after this incident, it is hard to say whether the two can get together again. Ye Chen focused on the fusion of the soul of Amaterasu and was in no mood to care about Oscar. Oscar was able to get away and quickly got up from the ground, like a licker, and ran to Ningrongrong's side. His expression was a little surprised, and even a little regretful. Rongrong, what did Ye Chen mean by that? Did I really misunderstand? What do you think? Ningrongrong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes at this time, but her eyes were the same as Ye Chen's, all on the soul of Amaterasu. After Oscar ran towards her, she basically never looked at Oscar again. In fact, this is still good. She had already decided in her heart that she would never care about Oscar again. Unexpectedly, she softened her heart in the end. Oscar's eyes suddenly glowed when he heard this, and he turned from sadness to joy and said, "I'm sorry, my dear Rongrong, it's my fault. How could I be so stupid? I apologize to you. I shouldn't doubt you, I shouldn't be mean to you, I swear I won't do this again. I tell a joke. When you are angry, you say all kinds of dirty words. Knowing that there is a misunderstanding, you start to treat everything as if nothing happened. Even if you apologize, it's all those old-fashioned words." Ningrongrong knew that Oscar was thick-skinned, but she didn't know that he was so thick-skinned in love. Moreover, she told Oscar from the beginning that it was a misunderstanding. But why didn't Oscar believe it at the beginning, and kept being sarcastic? Why did he believe it when Ye Chen said it? In the final analysis, it was really like what Ye Chen said. Oscar's inferiority and lack of confidence in his heart made him have a twisted mentality. It was this mentality that made Oscar's heart never open to others. He would rather believe his eyes and Ye Chen than believe himself. Enough, stop talking. Thinking of this, Ningrongrong stopped Oscar and replied sternly, "Oscar, have you ever thought about a question?" "What question?" Oscar panicked. He quickly moved between Ningrongrong and the soul of Amaterasu. He hoped that Ningrongrong would look at him and say, "Are we really suitable?" Ningrongrong continued to shift her gaze. Wherever Oscar was, she would not look there. After this incident, she may have understood a little. If two people cannot trust each other, even if there is a misunderstanding, the two people will quarrel and be sarcastic about it, and will not hesitate to hurt each other to win the verbal battle. Then these two people are not suitable to be together. "Oscar, please go down the mountain." Ningrongrong turned her back to Oscar, enduring the pain in her heart and said, "Give us some time, okay? Let's all calm down." "Rongrong, what do you mean?" Oscar seemed to not understand, and continued to smile stupidly and asked, "How long will it take?" "I mean, let's break up." Chapter 64. Wait until you figure it out, the rainstorm is coming. Just because of him? Just because of Ye Chen, you broke up with me? Rongrong, Don't forget, it was Ye Chen who killed Xiao Wu. If Xiao San comes back, we will definitely become enemies with Ye Chen. Don't go further and further, wrong. Oscar was stunned. He realized that what Ning Rongrong meant by giving each other some space was actually breaking up. But was the relationship between the two fake? Even if it was not good, what about Ning Rongrong's relationship with other people in Shrek Academy? Didn't she like to be with Xiao Wu the most on weekdays? Now, in front of the murderer who killed Xiao Wu, Oscar couldn't figure it out. He might never figure it out. Stubborn as he was, wasn't he going further and further on the road of stubbornness? I don't know what you want to say, and I don't want to know, but I can only tell you one thing, our breakup has nothing to do with Ye Chen. Ning Rongrong sighed deeply, her eyes flickered, as if she was trying to hold back tears, and about Xiao Wu, we were all there that day, how Xiao Wu died, we all know it, right? Let's go, Oscar, I believe you will find someone better after you leave me. This was said. The emotional experience between Ning Rongrong and Oscar for many years came to an end on this day. Oscar was not willing, but seeing that Ning Rongrong was angry at the moment, he couldn't force it. Then, Oscar also sighed deeply, turned his head, and said with some reluctance and guilt, I'm sorry, Rongrong, it's all my fault, but I really hope you can give me another chance. I will stay in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for a while. If you regret it, no, if you figure it out, I'll be here anytime. After that, he stopped every 3 steps and looked back every 5 steps and went down the mountain. On the other side, the fusion of the soul of Amaterasu and the light feather flowing veil was completed. With a beam of green light rising into the sky, Ye Chen held the soul of Amaterasu in his hand and began to test the speed of drawing the sword. At present, his speed of drawing the sword is about 150 times per second. With the addition of the light feather flowing veil, it reaches 165 times per second. Swish 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 every time the soul of Amaterasu is drawn out, it will carry a faint green light mist, which is undoubtedly more mysterious than before. The most important thing is that the problem that has been bothering Ye Chen in the past has been solved. Now he can finally draw the sword without affecting the surrounding air is burning. It won't even affect the surrounding trees too much. In the short 1 month of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, this small forest has been destroyed by Ye Chen. Now, there is nothing to worry about. Moreover, as a low-level martial arts world, the space of Douluo continent is very unstable. Now Ye Chen draws the sword and nothing happens. Who knows what will happen in the future? For example, draw the sword hundreds of millions of times a second and forcibly split the Douluo continent? Good guy. With the King Yulai Usha, these hidden problems will no longer be a problem. Under the amplification of King Yulai Usha, Ye Chen can feel that every time he draws the sword, a refreshing soul power will flow into his right wrist. That soul power does not belong to him, but it helps him all the time. Originally, the speed of drawing the sword should be developing towards a slower and slower trend, but now it is getting faster and faster. In the first second, the number of times the sword is drawn is 166. In the second second, the number of times the sword is drawn is 168. In the third second, the number of times the sword is drawn is 171. Draw the sword and go down. On average, he would draw the sword 2 to 3 times more per second than before. With this light feather gauze, it is really as easy to draw the sword as drinking water. No, it is easier than drinking water. Ye Chen smiled slightly. At this time, he was about to continue practicing, but found that Oscar had already left, leaving only Ning Rongrong alone. What are you still doing here? Why don't you leave? Ye Chen looked at Ning Rongrong helplessly. In fact, he had just heard a little bit of the conversation between Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The content was too bloody, so I won't introduce it again. He also knew that Oscar would wait for Ning Rongrong at the foot of the mountain, trying to save this relationship. As long as Ning Rongrong was soft-hearted, she could go down the mountain and reconcile with Oscar at any time. Is this little girl really disappointed with Oscar? Yes, lovers can't stand quarrels the most. Small quarrels are okay, but once things get out of hand, all the previous small conflicts will be infinitely magnified at this moment, as if they had committed a crime, which makes people feel unforgivable. Ye Chen thought so in his heart. Ning Rongrong had not yet recovered from her sad mood. She stared at Ye Chen silently for a long time before she said, "This is the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. I am in my own home. What's wrong? Okay. Just pretend I didn't ask." Anyway, I have already gained the deterrence from Ning Rongrong. Let her do whatever she wants. As long as she does not affect my practice, I can do whatever she wants. Ye Chen nodded thoughtfully, turned around and left, and returned to the door of the cabin to practice again. There were dark clouds in the sky, and there were faint thunder sounds. It seemed that a storm would come soon. I must draw the sword 1,000,000 times before the storm comes. The speed of drawing the sword is getting faster and faster. Ye Chen kept breaking through the limit. At the fastest time, he could draw the sword more than 200 times in 1 second. On average, he can draw the sword 200 times in 1 second now. It is a sharp contrast with himself when he just started practicing. I don't know when, the boy who draws the sword 13 times in 1 second has suddenly become drawing the sword 200 times in 1 second. Finally, more than an hour passed. Ye Chen drew his sword 1,000,000 times more, and the sky was no longer peaceful at this time, with big raindrops pouring down. As if it was agreed, everything came so coincidentally. Seeing that it was already gloomy outside and there was a storm, Ye Chen stopped practicing and went straight into the cabin. But just when he decided to take a break, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, it was Ning Rongrong who was so excited just now. She should have rushed over after the storm came. None of her clothes were normal, all of them were wet by the rain. Faintly, the pink lining could reveal light. She must be a lady from a wealthy family, and the lining was also inlaid with gems? What? Do you want to say that this cabin is also yours? Ye Chen said unhappily, I warn you, this is your father's house for me, hey? What's that expression on your face? Don't act here. Ye Chen was halfway through his words when he saw Ning Rongrong crying again. The tears in the corners of her eyes mixed with the rain and quickly fell to the ground. Different from the tone just now, Ning Rongrong almost pleaded with Ye Chen, I don't want to go down the mountain, I don't want to see him, can I stay on the mountain for 2 more days? Or after the rain stops, I will leave here. Ning Rongrong only has a soul power of more than 40 levels. She can't use soul power to avoid rain for a long time in a storm. But if she wants to find a shelter, either go down the mountain and return to the sect, or only Ye Chen's place. After thinking for a long time in the rain, Ning Rongrong really didn't want to see Oscar in her heart, and Ye Chen was the second. So her final choice was to come to Ye Chen. At most, she would spend 1 night here with Ye Chen. Tomorrow, when the rain stops, she will leave. Kong Nigwa? Are there any brothers watching? Any comments? Any votes? Oh. Chapter 65 A single man and a single woman, making a deal. You are quite brave. Ye Chen hesitated. But after thinking it over again and again, he felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong. And the rain outside was really a bit heavy. Just think of it as taking in a stray cat. Immediately, Ning Rongrong was allowed into the house. But Ning Rongrong's clothes were indeed soaked. Within a few minutes, she began to sneeze. As a soul master, her body was so weak. It can only be said that auxiliary soul masters are not even dogs. At first, Ning Rongrong just sneezed, and Ye Chen did not care too much. But later, her face turned pale, and she curled up in the corner and shivered. I guess she caught a cold. Ye Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Then he lit a fire in the house, asked Ning Rongrong to sit by the fire, and pretended to be calm while lying on the bed. He didn't dare to look at Ning Rongrong now, her clothes were soaked, and the more he looked at her, the more he got upset. Hello. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong sat by the fire, and the bonfire made her face look less pale, but her voice was a little weak. You have clean clothes? Can you lend me one? After saying this, Ning Rongrong's face suddenly turned red. Like a ripe apple. Hey! Ye Chen was startled when he heard Ning Rongrong's sudden words, and his face also turned red after hearing Ning Rongrong's request, don't you have clothes yourself? Why lend me mine? What do you think? Ning Rongrong asked unhappily. If it were normal, she would not have such an attitude towards Ye Chen. After all, her attitude is related to the attitude of the 7 treasures glazed sect. But now her clothes are soaked, and she must change into new clothes. And she didn't bring any, so of course she needed to ask Ye Chen for help. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen was like a fool and didn't react. Oh! Ye Chen's brain suddenly reacted. He was only 15 years old. And he had never been alone with the opposite sex. Especially in such an environment. The tension in his heart made him forget that Ning Rongrong's clothes were soaked and he really needed to change into new clothes. Fortunately, he finally understood what Ning Rongrong meant, and hurriedly took out a set of clean women's robes from the Junexu jade pendant and threw it to Ning Rongrong. What the hell? It's better to let me go out and kill a few 100,000-year soul beasts. Ye Chen thought to himself. Who would have thought that a genius boy from Douluo continent would lose his sense of proportion in front of a woman? Then came Ning Rongrong's surprise. She stared at Ye Chen with strange eyes. She seemed to be questioning where Ye Chen got the lady's robe from. However, Ye Chen had not even told Hu Lina about the system, so he would not tell Ning Rongrong. Seeing Ye Chen silent, Ning Rongrong did not ask any more questions, so she asked Ye Chen to turn his head away, and she had to change clothes quickly, otherwise she would really catch a cold. The enchanting figure wandered under the lights, and even every inch of skin and every mysterious place were reflected in detail by the lights. Although Ye Chen did it, he could see it clearly through the shadow. Of course, he only discovered it now. After all, he used to live here alone, and he didn't know that the shadow under the lights was so clear, and it could be projected to the bed. In this short process of changing clothes, Ning Rongrong gently raised her two legs one by one, and echoed with her two arms during the period. Who can know how Ye Chen feels now? He is undoubtedly sticking to the bottom line in temptation. Alas, Ye Chen sighed and closed his eyes. He seemed to understand why Oscar would rather be a licker than chase Ning Rongrong. After all, Ning Rongrong is not only the daughter of the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, she is also very attractive. After changing her clothes, Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to Ye Chen, "Okay, you can turn around." But thinking about it carefully, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt that there was something wrong with what she said. It was like inviting her newlywed husband to witness her new clothes. Ning Rongrong blushed. But once the words were spoken, there was no room for retraction. At this time, Ye Chen turned around obediently for the first time. Ning Rongrong was somewhat surprised. However, in order to eliminate the shame in her heart, Ning Rongrong hurriedly changed the topic and asked Ye Chen, "Ye Chen, is your purpose of coming to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to complete the trial given to you by the red-haired girl in the meteoric realm? But the disciples of the sect are innocent, why do you want to intimidate them?" A month ago, Ning Rongrong was also in the meteoric realm. She vaguely remembered that Ye Chen came to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to complete the trial. And after completing the trial, the reward Ye Chen received seemed to be very generous. But what she didn't understand was that when Ye Chen first arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he behaved very low-key. Why did he suddenly attack the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect after more than 10 days? Especially today, Ye Chen also attacked her. Originally, she was very afraid of Ye Chen like the disciples of the sect. But at the moment when Ye Chen took her in just now, she also felt vaguely that Ye Chen didn't seem like a bad person. There must be some difficulties. So she asked the question she wanted to ask the most in her heart. Innocent? Then what do you think I should do if I want to complete the trial? Kill them? Ye Chen asked back indifferently, "You don't want me to give up the trial, do you?" Impossible. To complete the red-haired girl's trial, you must intimidate the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. And there are only two ways to intimidate. Either kill all these people, or intimidate them one by one. Ye Chen did not tell Ning Rongrong the detailed reason. But he felt that he was already kind enough now. So when facing Ning Rongrong's question, he refuted it almost instantly. And his expression suddenly became very cold, as if he might get angry again at any time. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong shut up tactfully. But soon, Ning Rongrong asked again, "Ye Chen, how about we make a deal? How about I help you complete the trial, and you help me improve my strength?" The next moment, Ning Rongrong's big eyes were full of sincerity. She knew that it might be useless to go up the mountain this time, and she couldn't persuade Ye Chen at all. But if she could contact Ye Chen for a long time, she would most likely know the purpose of Ye Chen's doing so. So after thinking for a while, Ning Rongrong decided to stay in the mountain for a few more days in the name of cultivation, until she knew Ye Chen's purpose and then went down the mountain. Of course, it was just right to avoid Oscar at the foot of the mountain. Although she still had feelings for Oscar in her heart. But she really didn't want to see him again during this period. Chapter 66 Which Ning Rongrong, Sect Master, Miss, she is in the same group with Ye Chen. The next day, as soon as the sky was slightly bright, Ning Rongrong left the cabin not long after the storm stopped. And Ye Chen naturally didn't know where she went. She must have gone down the mountain. Anyway, he didn't respond to the deal Ning Rongrong said yesterday. It's not a question of whether to believe it or not, but he felt it was unnecessary. With her help, the trial may be completed faster. But without her help, I can also complete it myself. So last night, Ye Chen pretended to be asleep, leaving Ning Rongrong alone sitting by the fire all night. Came to the old place to practice sword drawing. But when he just pulled out the soul of Amaterasu, he suddenly sensed that many people had appeared on the mountain one after another. At least hundreds of people. Their soul power level is generally not high, and the highest is only about level 60, but they are very fast, as if there is some treasure on the mountain. Does this girl Ning Rongrong really want to make a deal with me? There are not so many people on the mountain of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect on weekdays. Except for the transaction that Ning Rongrong mentioned last night, there should be no second situation. Ye Chen reacted immediately and disappeared on the spot. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is halfway up the mountain. Led by several soul masters of more than 60 levels, the huge team of soul masters of 40 and 50 levels as the backbone is moving quickly up the mountain. The leading soul master of more than 60 levels has a face full of flesh. He laughed while running, "Hurry up, brothers, ha ha ha, I will not show mercy when we reach the top of the mountain. The eldest lady set up this arena, and I must take the first place." And another soul master of more than 60 levels next to him reminded, "Don't be too proud too early, there is Ye Chen on the mountain, and even the sect master has to give him some points. Don't let us be wiped out by Ye Chen before we meet the eldest lady. So we have to unite and deal with Ye Chen before we meet the eldest lady. Look, we have hundreds of people. Can we not beat Ye Chen? It's hard to say." The two of them walked quickly, talking to each other. Although the others were a little scared when they heard Ye Chen's name, they were full of motivation every time they thought of what Ning Rongrong said today. What? What did Ning Rongrong say? After Ning Rongrong went down the mountain today, she wandered around the mountain and kept saying that she would set up a ring on the top of the mountain, and the first place in the ring could even get a chance to interact with herself or become the master's personal disciple. The number of people participating in the ring is limited to 600 people every day. Of course, the prerequisite for obtaining the ring qualification is to defeat Ye Chen first. The means are unlimited. Good guy. After the news spread, the disciples of the entire Kaibao Liulai sect were not calm. Martial arts selection. The first place in the ring will candidate the eldest lady. And even those who are related to Ning Rongrong can choose to become the direct disciple of Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Such a huge reward, they can't help but be tempted. So, the first batch of 600 sect disciples to challenge the arena came from here. Under the leadership of several soul masters over level 60, these 600 people wanted to give it a try. Even under the temptation of this huge reward, they actually ignored Ye Chen who had occupied the mountain for a month. No, it can't be said to be ignored. Because they are confident that they can defeat Ye Chen together. 10 minutes later. The mighty team has covered the entire mountain and the mountainside, but no one has found Ning Rongrong's trace, and there is no arena for fighting. Could it be that the eldest lady is watching us in the dark? It must be like this. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the eldest lady, doing things is still so unreliable. Hush, be careful that the eldest lady will come out to disqualify you. Don't talk about this for now, find out where Ye Chen is, and once we defeat him, everything will be stable, brothers. Everyone was talking. But Ning Rongrong was laughing secretly in the dark at this time, and it was obvious that her goal had been achieved. Then, Ye Chen also appeared in this place. And he naturally heard the conversation of everyone. What a big lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the witch Ning Rongrong, actually cheated her own sex people like this. Ye Chen was a little surprised to sense that Ning Rongrong was also nearby. But he would not feel sorry for these people. How could a lamb delivered to the door be allowed to leave intact? Swoosh! Drawing the sword in the air and slashing it down, the flying soul skill was released, and Ye Chen suddenly appeared in front of everyone holding the soul of Amaterasu. The next moment, he stood in the air with a smile on his lips, and said, "Are you looking for me?" Everyone saw a dazzling red light in the sky, and in that red light was their target today, Ye Chen. They became excited. They didn't care about anything else. Various soul skills were released, pointing directly at Ye Chen. Humph! Ye Chen snorted coldly, as if he didn't take these soul skills seriously. Darkness Invasion. A red soul ring lit up under his feet, and Ye Chen only released one soul skill. And facing this group of people, this one soul skill was enough. For a moment, all the people who rushed to the front were controlled by the dark invasion and couldn't move. Including the leaders who everyone thought had a higher soul power level. This! Before everyone could react, Ye Chen had already entered the field, first punched the two leaders away with 2 punches, and then kicked each child. In less than half an hour, the screams of the 600 disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect spread from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. Perhaps they thought that as long as they had more people, they would be able to defeat Ye Chen. But in terms of strength, it has nothing to do with mathematics. No matter how many people came, as long as their strength was not level 70, it was impossible for them to last a second in Ye Chen's hands. After all, they couldn't get rid of just one dark invasion, so how could they resist? Soon, the ring match set by Ning Rongrong on the first day ended with all 600 disciples being defeated. Then came the second day, the third day. From that day on, the screams of the disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect could be heard from the mountains from time to time. And no one could really qualify for the ring match, let alone become the first place. Finally, on the 5th day, after most of the people in the 7 treasures glazed sect were beaten by Ye Chen, everyone found something wrong. Why did Ning Rongrong set up the ring match but never showed up? And why did Ning Rongrong know Ye Chen? Could it be that they had colluded long ago? On this day, a large number of 7 treasures glazed sect disciples gathered outside the meeting hall again, crying from time to time, "Master, is the eldest lady in the same group with Ye Chen? If the eldest lady doesn't like me, please let her tell me in person, why let me be beaten like this? Woo woo woo. Please, Master, give us justice." There were constant cries outside the hall. In the hall, in addition to Ning Fengzi and the 2 elders, there was Oscar who had not left yet. Oscar's eyes were full of bloodshot at this time, and he seemed to be able to run away at any time. But he was far from being Ye Chen's opponent, so he could only suppress his anger deep in his heart. At the same time, Ning Fengzi was also worried. He had no way to deal with Ye Chen. Now it's good, not only did his daughter go up the mountain to not solve the problem, but she also got involved. Chapter 67 Million Year Soul Ring is out, Destiny Suit. For a full 5 days, almost all the disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect were killed by Ye Chen. Ye Chen's deterrence in the 7 treasures glazed sect has also reached 3,500 points. It is only 1,500 points away from the full score of 5,000 points. Such a rapid growth is still thanks to Ning Rongrong's help. But Ye Chen also knows that Ning Rongrong is approaching him with a purpose. He rarely communicates with Ning Rongrong. At most, he uses King Yulia Sha to assist her in cultivation. But King Yulia Sha will not only improve Ning Rongrong's cultivation speed, but also make Ye Chen's sword drawing speed faster. In fact, Ye Chen gets far more benefits from King Yulia Sha than Ning Rongrong. So he will not lose. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the success of dual cultivation. The percentage bonus of King Yulia Sha has reached 110%. With the bonus of King Yulia Sha, Ye Chen's number of sword drawing per second has once again broken a new high, reaching a terrifying 400 times per second. It is twice as fast as before. The task that might have taken more than 2 months to complete can be completed in about a month with the enhancement of King Yulia Sha. 1 month later. On this day, Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong were both practicing in front of the cabin on the top of the mountain. Ning Rongrong, who had been unable to break through the 48th level of soul power, finally raised her soul power level to 48th level with a cry. But she didn't wait long to be happy. Suddenly, a bright red light rushed into the sky, and in this red, Ye Chen's momentum suddenly increased. I saw that his pupils and hair had already been dyed the same red, which was a sign that appeared every time he completed a system task. This made Ning Rongrong suddenly feel that she was just so unbearable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 500 million times. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! The host can choose 3 of the following 5 rewards. Reward 1, the host can obtain 2 100,000 year soul bones. Reward 2, the age of any soul ring of the host can be increased by another 500,000 years. Reward 3, the host can obtain the martial soul skill Molten Hell Burst Slash. Reward 4, the host can obtain a random domain ability. Reward 5, the age of all soul rings of the host can be increased by another 100,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 1 billion times. Congratulations to the host for completing the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Codex for drawing the sword. Ding! The host can obtain the first soul ring of the Starfall Blade as a reward. Ding! The host can continue to complete the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Codex for deterrence, and the Starfall array will be automatically activated at that time. The voices of so many systems sounded. Ye Chen stopped drawing his sword instantly and decisively chose to exchange his soul power first. He hadn't increased his soul power for nearly half a year. It was because between level 80 and level 100, he needed to draw his sword 500 million times for each level of soul power increase. And it was these 500 million times that affected his progress. Swish swish! With 2 golden lights flashing, his soul power level finally rose to level 82. Then, it was time to redeem the reward. Like the reward he chose last time, Ye Chen chose to add another 500,000 years to the 8th soul ring of his Amaterasu soul, and chose 2 100,000-year soul bones. However, this time, he could choose more than one item for the task reward. Ye Chen then chose a random domain. First, the domain was successfully acquired. God-killing domain. In this domain, all targets will be subject to the God-killing sanction effect, all attributes will be reduced, and when the mental power is exhausted, they will fall into a violent state, and then they will be completely controlled by the host. It is a bit similar to charm. However, the God-killing domain is a domain that lasts for a long time, and the effect is much greater than charm. The two cannot be generalized. Next are 2 100,000-year soul bones. They are the left leg soul bone and the right arm soul bone. They are also Destiny series. In this way, the 6 soul bones on Ye Chen are all Destiny series soul bones. Miraculously, a set of Destiny suits was put together. Even in the attributes of this Destiny suit, there is a hidden attribute, the moment of decision. The moment of decision ignores the target's soul power level and mental power. It can trace back to the target's afterlife and change the target's fate at a critical moment, thereby affecting the target's future. The effect is unique and the number of uses is unique. Obviously, this soul skill is to change the fate of other people. But it can ignore the target's soul power level and mental power. This is something Ye Chen never expected. In other words, can he modify even the fate of the God King? At the same time, I have 4 more soul bone soul skills, so I don't have to worry about soul bones in the future. Ye Chen smiled slightly, and did not specifically check the 4 soul skills on the soul bone, but instead observed his 8th soul ring. Among the many rewards, the one that makes him most excited is the 8th soul ring. After all, it is the moment when the million-year soul ring is born. As long as he has this soul ring, with his strength, even if he fights with the peak Douluo in the world, it is not impossible. Boom! About 10 minutes later, the 8th soul ring of the Amaterasu soul seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles. The 8th soul ring, which was originally red with light gold edges, was suddenly completely covered with red gold. Red gold! This is the color of a million-year soul ring. I finally waited for it. Ye Chen couldn't help showing joy in his eyes, and then he saw that his 8th soul ring was a full million years old, not a bit more. My Amaterasu soul's 8th soul ring can no longer be upgraded after reaching a million years? The original 8th soul ring was obviously a little more than 100,000 years. After 2 upgrades of 500,000 years, it should be more than 1 million years, but now it is a full million years. Could it be that the rules of Douluo continent limit the maximum age of soul rings? Because Douluo continent is a low-level martial arts world, there are many restrictions. It's like a soul master must obtain a soul ring every time the soul power level is upgraded by 10 levels before continuing to practice. This is the restriction of Douluo continent. The host's guess is right. Under normal circumstances, only after the host becomes a god and leaves Douluo continent can he continue to improve his soul ring age. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Ye Chen's ears. So there is only this situation? Ye Chen asked. Of course not. The system replied without emotion. First, the host can upgrade the million-year soul ring to the god ring by drawing the sword more times. At that time, the host's soul ring age will no longer be restricted by the rules of Douluo continent, but it will take 50 billion times of drawing the sword. Second, the host can also upgrade the million-year soul ring to the god ring after completing the corresponding tasks issued by the system. Third, after the host obtains the God Ring, the remaining soul rings will not be restricted by the rules of Douluo continent. Ye Chen frowned when he heard this. He couldn't complete any of these three situations immediately. He decided not to think about it anymore, but to check the newly produced million-year soul ring through spiritual perception. Come on, let me see, what is so special about the so-called million-year soul ring? Chapter 68 Two Choices, The Power of the Limit. Boom! Just when Ye Chen was about to check the effect of his eighth soul ring of Amaterasu soul, another roar came. At the same time, a strong golden light emerged from his body again, rushing straight into the sky. And the golden light did not disappear for a long time. On the high mountain of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, it seemed as if a god king had descended, and almost everyone in the entire Douluo continent saw this beam of golden light. At this time, a piece of optional information appeared in Ye Chen's mind. Are there two options for the eighth soul ring's advancement? Ye Chen looked a little surprised. He read the information word for word. The eighth soul ring of the Amaterasu soul has been successfully promoted. The host can get two options. The first option is the normal option. The million-year soul ring will give the host 4 soul skills, and the strength of each soul skill will be greatly improved again. The second option is the advanced option, which strengthens the 2 soul skills on the eighth soul ring of the host Amaterasu soul. The power can be enhanced to Douluo's limit power. Douluo's limit power. Ye Chen was secretly shocked, and then he couldn't help asking the system, what does Douluo's limit power mean? Douluo's limit power, as the name suggests, is the most extreme power on Douluo star. No one on Douluo star can resist this power. The system replied calmly. The most extreme power on Douluo star? In other words, it can be comparable to the 99 level limit Douluo. Ye Chen was even more shocked when he heard it. No. The ultimate Douluo refers to the person with the highest soul power level under the god, while the ultimate power refers to the strongest power under the god. The two cannot be compared. The system corrected Ye Chen's statement and then explained it to him in detail. The power of the limit is infinitely close to the power of God. Even if you add a little more power to the power of the limit, this power of the limit can be transformed into the power of God. And the limit Douluo is just a beautiful name for the 99 level titled Douluo by ordinary people on Douluo star. It seems that they are closest to the 100 level soul power and may even become gods, but in fact their power is not as strong as the power of the limit. So, as long as I choose this advanced option, my eighth soul ring will have the power of the limit, and any soul skill can exert the power second only to God. Ye Chen asked again. The advanced option only allows the host's eighth soul ring soul skill to be more significantly improved, but because the host's current soul power level is too low, it cannot exert the full power of the limit power. Only after the host becomes a peak Douluo, it is possible to fully exert the power of the limit, and when the host becomes a limit Douluo, it can 100% exert the power of the limit. However, according to the host's current soul power level, it is possible to exert part of the limit power, and this part of the limit power will be much stronger than any soul skill of the host. The system knows everything and says everything. Is that so? Then I will choose this advanced mode, and only strengthen the 8 directions Kyang Megatama and the Sky Sword Slash. Ye Chen thought for a moment and made a choice. He already had enough soul skills. And he just got 4 new soul skills plus 2 soul skills attached to the first soul ring of the Starfall Blade Martial Soul. There were 6 soul skills in total, and he was too lazy to look at the names of the soul skills. Even if he added 2 more soul skills, he would just not have the chance to release them. But enhancing the power of soul skills can enhance his own attack ability. As long as the 8 directions Kyang Megatama and the Sky Sword Slash can obtain the ultimate power, then his attack and defense will be greatly improved again. Buzz. After Ye Chen made his choice, his Amaterasu soul's 8th soul ring advanced again. But this time the advancement was faster. It took only 2 minutes to complete the advancement. Wow! As soon as the soul ring was advanced, Ye Chen felt a powerful force sweeping over. The new soul ring soul skill information appeared in his mind. Amaterasu soul's 8th soul ring. Soul skill 1, Extreme Sword Slash in the air. With the passive soul skill, Flying, it can be used at any time, and the flying speed is increased. Actively releasing Sword Slash in the air will consume half of the soul power to carry out a devastating blow to the target, including mental power blows. This soul skill cannot be missed by mobile soul skills. Passively releasing Sword Slash in the air will consume half of the soul power to dodge all attacks, and in the next moment, 3 phantoms will be generated in the air, and together with the main body, a volley attack will be launched, with the same power as the active release. However, after passively releasing sword slash in the air, this soul skill cannot be used again within one day, and the mental power will enter a weak state. Soul Skill 2, Extreme 8-Sided Kyung Megatama. Each Kyung Megatama will inherit 50% of the host's attack and defense, and when the host faces a fatal attack and cannot dodge, the 8-Sided Kyung Megatama will automatically consume all of it to resist for the host. After the resistance is over, the 8-Sided Kyung Megatama dissipates and cannot be released again within one day. When the host's soul power level reaches level 99, the 8-Sided Kyung Megatama will automatically advance to a San Kyung Megatama. Each Kyung Megatama will actively block fatal attacks when the host is in danger. If the Kyung Megatama dissipates at this time, it will cool down for one day, and the host's attack and defense will be reduced proportionally. Isan Kyung Megatama, is it Isan? That means when I reach level 99, I will have 8 lives. No, it should be 9, including myself. Ye Chen was shocked. This soul skill is the real immortality. However, although his soul power level is not that high now, if he consumes all the Kyung Megatama, he can actually have more lives. 2 lives, Ye Chen with the system. How to fight? With these 2 enhanced soul skills, I finally don't have to be submissive anymore. Ye Chen's heart was instantly full of confidence. Although he had strong strength in the past, he only had 1 life. If he made a mistake, he might die without a burial place. Who would be willing to take risks? But it's different now. Every day, he has 1 more chance to die. Why fear? And the volley sword slash has been greatly strengthened, and there are even few people who can resist it. Even if the extreme Douluo came here, Ye Chen would have a chance to fight him. At worst, he could still slip away. Never expected it. He struggled to draw the sword for almost 10 years. This Douluo continent has finally reached his era of galloping. If you want to get a bigger improvement, after I intimidate the leader and 2 elders of the 7 treasures glazed sect, I will challenge Qiangwei. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction and said to himself. At this time, Ning Rongrong stood aside and looked at the red gold soul ring. It took a long time for her to recover. She originally thought that she had taken advantage of Ye Chen. Unexpectedly, in the end, Ye Chen actually got promoted faster through her. Wow! A million-year soul ring! This light is too dazzling. Moreover, Ye Chen's strength must have been greatly improved, right? She was unable to speak for a long time, but her eyes were extremely complicated. If the 7 treasures glazed sect is to be enemies with such an opponent in the future, it would be too terrifying. She must find a way to stop her father from attacking Ye Chen again. Immediately, Ning Rongrong quietly left here 1 step ahead of Ye Chen. Chapter 69 You have to fight, you all come together. The huge 7 treasures glazed sect square. As soon as Ye Chen came down the mountain, he saw almost everyone in the 7 treasures glazed sect standing in the center of the square. Including his target this time, Swordbone 2 Douluo and Ning Fengzi. They looked solemn, as if they had guessed what Ye Chen wanted to do. After all, in the entire 7 treasures glazed sect, only Swordbone 2 Douluo and sect master Ning Fengzi had not been beaten by Ye Chen. If the guess is correct, Ye Chen came down the mountain this time to wipe out the 7 treasures glazed sect. What a terrifying teenager! He is only 15 years old, but his soul power level is as high as level 80, and he even has 700,000-year soul rings and 1 million-year soul ring. Ning Fengzi and Jiangui Douluo couldn't help sweating on their foreheads. Of course, what they didn't know was that Ye Chen was more than what they thought. After completing all the tasks, Ye Chen's Starfall Blade Martial Soul still had a 100,000-year soul ring, many soul skills on 6 soul bones, and even a particularly powerful domain, the God-slaying domain. Ye Chen was much stronger than they thought. But even if they underestimated Ye Chen's strength, Jiangui Douluo and Ning Fengzi were not very happy. Because they really didn't know how to deal with Ye Chen. After all, if they couldn't win, the thousands of 7 treasures glazed sect disciples behind them would be disappointed with the sect, and the 7 treasures glazed sect would lose face. They couldn't afford such consequences. For a long time, Ning Fengzi had to smile awkwardly. Ye Chen, can we not fight, and make money in harmony? This was Ning Fengzi's show of weakness. He would rather lose face than be defeated by Ye Chen. If he lost miserably, it would only be more embarrassing. Yes, didn't we agree in the meteoric realm? The gate of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is always open to you, why do you have to? How about this, I will fight you, if you win, I believe the sect master and Gurong will change their views on you, how about it? Sword Douluo Chenexin and Bone Douluo Gurong also began to speak for Ning Fengzi at this time. Even Sword Douluo Chenexin was willing to bear the consequences himself in order to save Ning Fengzi's face. But Ye Chen shook his head and said, you can't not fight, you can go together. But Sect Master Ning can assist the two elders as an auxiliary spirit master, and he doesn't have to enter the field, and I won't hurt him. Ye Chen you. Sword Douluo Chenexin almost cursed. Isn't this too much? Aren't auxiliary spirit masters only auxiliary? Once Ning Fengzi takes action, it means going to war. If the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect loses at that time, the disciples will definitely be disappointed with the sect. He really couldn't understand why Ye Chen had to do this. Jian Douluo was about to persuade Ye Chen again, but Ning Fengzi nodded thoughtfully at this time and said, that's great, but how about changing the venue? I'm afraid that the battle will be too fierce and will hurt the disciples of the section. It won't be very fierce, it should be quick. Ye Chen smiled slightly and rejected Ning Fengzi's request. Ning Fengzi was stunned at this moment. He originally thought that no matter whether he won or lost, as long as the miserable state of himself and the second elder of the sect was not seen by the disciples of the sect, everything would be fine. But he didn't expect Ye Chen to say such arrogant words. Too arrogant, right? At this point, Ning Fengzi had to face the battle head-on, and then said, okay, don't blame us, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, for being merciless. He said he was afraid of Ye Chen. In fact, it was just a personal psychological fear. But in fact, when they were in the meteoric realm, Ning Fengzi cooperated with Sword and Bone Douluo to contain the red-haired girl Rose. They all knew that Ye Chen was not as strong as the red-haired girl Rose at the beginning. Now he said such a thing, isn't it too arrogant? That's great. Ye Chen smiled and released his martial soul Amaterasu. At the same time, Sword and Bone Douluo and Ning Fengzi also released their martial souls. The battle was about to start. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, use the strongest soul skills directly later, and try to defeat Ye Chen directly under my amplification. Ning Fengzi reminded softly, and then a few mantras went down, adding 7 rays of light to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo at the same time. Sword Douluo is the sharpest sword of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and Bone Douluo is the strongest shield of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. In addition, with the personal amplification of Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, even a strong existence like Rose can't do anything to them. How can you, Ye Chen, do it? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo understood what Ning Fengzi meant. Under the amplification of Ning Fengzi, they attacked from the left and right at the same time and quickly approached Ye Chen. Martial Soul True Body. 7 Kill True Body. Swish swish. The two Douluos directly released their Martial Soul True Body. Since Ning Fengzi said so, they must go all out. 9th Soul Skill, God and Demon Slash. As soon as Sword Douluo came up, he directly launched his 9th Soul Skill, which was full of momentum. God and Demon Slash emitted a huge purple sword energy and slashed in the air. The speed was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Moreover, during the flight of God and Demon Slash, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, which was weird and terrifying. As expected, he was a titled Douluo with a top-level weapon martial soul, and his attack power should not be underestimated. Ye Chen was a little surprised. At this time, he was completely covered by the God and Demon Slash soul skill, and judging from the speed of the God and Demon Slash, the fate favor that can provide invincibility has no time to release. Ye Chen, you will pay the price for your ignorance. Jian Douluo Chen Xin released the God and Demon Slash soul skill while approaching Ye Chen quickly with the 7 killing swords in hand. At this time, Ye Chen could no longer avoid the God and Demon Slash, but just in case, Jian Douluo Chen Xin personally approached and released the 6th soul skill 10,000 swords returned to the sect again, completely cutting off all of Ye Chen's retreat. Let's see how you take this move. There were God and Demon Slash in front, and 10,000 swords returned to the sect behind. There is no doubt that Jian Douluo burst out his strongest strength in an instant. He is worthy of the identity of the elder of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect present began to cheer. Especially since they had never seen a titled Douluo fire at full power, it was really a posture-along experience. Hehe, I couldn't stop him before, but I may not be able to stop him now. Ye Chen chuckled and suddenly disappeared from the spot. What the hell? He disappeared in a flash. He was chopped into pieces by the 2 slashes of gods and demons. Stupid? It's obviously Elder Jian's 9th soul skill that was dodged. Is it teleportation? Everyone watched Ye Chen disappear in front of their eyes out of thin air, and their eyes widened for a moment, and then they felt creepy. In this level of battle, everyone is as terrifying as a legend. And Ye Chen was able to dodge Jian Douluo Chenexen's 9th soul skill. Isn't this too exaggerated? But it's far from over. Then, in the sky, Ye Chen's figure floated there, and there were 3 clones floating with him. The 4 Ye Chens shouted at the same time, extreme, slashing with swords in the air. Bibi Dong? Guyuina? They are coming. Chapter 70 Complete the Divine Codex, only one move is needed. Sure enough, the passive block releases the limit sword slash in the air can block all fatal attacks. Even if a god is here, Ye Chen can resist this attack. What if I can't release the invincible soul skill? The limit sword slash in the air can still form a short period of invincibility. And during this invincible period, what can a mere 2 slashes of gods and demons do? Ye Chen easily resisted the strongest attack of Jian Douluo Chen Xin. And what is the strongest attack? It's simply unstoppable. At the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a deterrence of plus 500 in the 7 treasures glazed sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a deterrence of plus 500 in the 7 treasures glazed sect. Is it deterred? Ye Chen was surprised. Unexpectedly, just by avoiding Jian Douluo's 9th soul skill, his deterrence in the 7 treasures glazed sect increased by another 1,000. It must be from Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi. But then he seemed to have figured it out. How to measure a good sword. The sharper the better. But what if this sword can't cut anything? Is it still a good sword? To intimidate others does not necessarily mean to scare them. But it means to make others feel their terrifying strength. That's all. The strongest soul skill released by Jian Douluo, who has the strongest attack ability, was easily blocked by Ye Chen. Jian Douluo's heart has already felt Ye Chen's terrifying strength and even recognized him. Ning Fengzi needs no more words. He is a level 79 auxiliary soul master and has no right to speak. The next moment, the soul of Amaterasu in the palm of his hand suddenly lit up, and 4 blood-red sword chi fell from the sky and slashed directly at Jian Gu'er Douluo. It is worth mentioning that this soul skill cannot be missed by mobile soul skills, which means that it can hit the target 100%. If Jian Gu Douluo insists on avoiding it, then they will pay a painful price. Fortunately, Gu Rong, another elder of the Kai Bao Liulai sect, was not a fool. He knew that the sword slash could not be easily avoided. Bone Dragon's true body, Bone Dragon armor. With the blessing of the Bone Dragon's true body, the Bone Dragon left the body, and his body was shrouded in purple light, which could resist 90% of the damage. And the Bone Dragon can use the first 6 skills, with double the power and halve the consumption. And the Bone Dragon armor can increase the defense by 5 times, and the enemy's attack will be missed when the skill is released. Even if he could not grasp the measure of that moment, Gu Rong's defense has been increased by 10 times, and he can even directly offset 90% of the power of the limit and sword slash. Let me ask, can the limit and sword slash with only 10% of the power still break the Bone Dragon armor with 10 times the defense? Of course, there is also Ning Fengzi's increase. The defense of the Bone Dragon armor at this time is even higher than 10 times. Bone Douluo Gu Rong covered sword Douluo at the same time, with confidence in his eyes. So. Bang 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 bang. 4 sounds of being hit sounded. Although the extreme sword slash in the air hit the Bone Dragon armor, which means that the soul skill did not fail, it was the strongest defensive soul skill released by Bone Douluo who was good at defense. It was just as Bone Douluo thought, the remaining 10% of the power of the extreme sword slash in the air could not break the Bone Dragon armor at all. Old Gu, you are really good. Sword Douluo was full of joy, and couldn't help but praise Bone Douluo on the spot. You are worthy of being the strongest backing of our 7 treasures glazed sect. Next, it's my turn to fight back, brat. Sword Douluo said again. But at this time, he no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. Even in his heart, he thought that Ye Chen's current strength might be stronger than the red-haired girl. How many people in the whole continent can block his 9th soul skill? Aren't you going to see your companions? Ye Chen sneered. What do you mean? Sword Douluo was stunned when he heard this. Obviously, Douluo had having blocked Ye Chen's attack, why did Ye Chen still dare to be so arrogant? Unknown to him, Douluo looked at Douluo. But he found that since some time, Douluo had been standing there motionless, like a statue. Hey, Lao Gu! Douluo realized something. But it was too late. Although Douluo's bone dragon armor blocked the attack damage of the extreme flying sword slash, the soul skill also had a mental attack. The mental attack came from Ye Chen, who had vast mental power. When Douluo was unprepared, he could not resist it at all. Bang! Douluo fell to the ground instantly and was unconscious. Once known as the strongest shield of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, was it defeated by Ye Chen? Everyone opened their mouths in disbelief. But they dared not make any sound. Because Douluo had fallen, who could still resist Ye Chen's move? What kind of existence is this? He can withstand the strongest attack of Douluo and defeat the strongest defense of Douluo. Is he really only 15 years old? To defeat the three strongest people of Kai Bao Liulai sect, only one move is needed. For a moment, all the disciples of Kai Bao Liulai sect were shocked, and Douluo and Ning Fengzi lost their fighting spirit. For Douluo's sake, they even took the initiative to admit defeat and hurried to take care of Douluo. Ning Rongrong looked at Ye Chen in the air with complicated eyes. I hope we will never be enemies in the future. Oscar saw Ning Rongrong like this, and his face was full of resentment. When Xiao San comes back, I will definitely make you pay the price. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. As Ye Chen said. However, the only person injured in this battle was Douluo. The others suffered at most the loss of soul power and mental power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a deterrent of plus 500 in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. After releasing the passive limit of the sword in mid-air, Ye Chen's mental strength was very weak. After landing on the ground, he finally completed the deterrence of the last person in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a deterrent of 5,000 in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect Star Meteoric Formation. Ding! The host can freely shuttle between the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect Star Meteoric Formation and the Meteoric Realm. Accompanied by the system's final prompt, Ye Chen completely completed the content of the first chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Canon and ended his training in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. However, due to his weak mental strength, he did not go to the Meteoric Realm to participate in the trial immediately, but came to the crowd to wait for Douluo to wake up. It happened that Ning Fengzi also had something to say to Ye Chen. Several disciples took Douluo to rest, and Ning Fengzi took Ye Chen to the meeting hall alone. Both of them sat in the second seat in the hall. Ning Fengzi frowned for a long time before saying to Ye Chen, I know you are very powerful, but I hope you can understand and pay attention to what I am going to say next. How? Ye Chen nodded and said, as long as your position is not hostile to me, everything is fine. This Ning Fengzi smiled awkwardly and said, we may have been hostile in the past, but since you helped our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect out in the Meteoric Realm, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect owed you this favor. I, Ning Fengzi, am not a person who does not distinguish between good and evil, so I will not treat you the same way as before. And if you need it, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is willing to be on call for you at any time. Chapter 71 The trial is about to begin, Bibi Dong is determined. I have played with all the fun girls and heard all the nice words. But precious memories only happen once. If you force yourself to play 1,000 times and say 1,000 times, it will inevitably be boring. Ye Chen had heard Ning Fengzi fawn on him before, so when he heard Ning Fengzi fawn on him again, he couldn't help but frown. Just say it straight. Okay, this is what happened. Ning Fengzi looked sharp, not daring to drag it on, and said, there are spies from other forces in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. I'm afraid that the people from those forces on the mainland will soon know about your cultivation in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and your acquisition of a million-year soul ring. What do you mean? Ye Chen asked. It's not surprising that the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect has spies from other forces. After all, they are all born for money. As long as the other party offers a high enough price, even their own people will find it hard not to be tempted. And it's just selling some information, which is not enough to endanger the entire sect. There are spies in every force. But what if the fact that he obtained a million-year soul ring is known? Seeing Ning Fengzi's mysterious look, Ye Chen was puzzled. The vision brought by the advent of the million-year soul ring is too conspicuous. Anyone with a discerning eye will definitely think of you first. Ning Fengzi explained. Moreover, some forces will definitely be hindered by your identity, and you once killed Xiao Wu, and want to kill you as soon as possible. If my guess is correct, the one named Yu Xiaogang from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, who is Yu Yuanzhen's abandoned child, is probably now a lobbyist in the Haoshan sect, or waiting for you to participate in the trial near a certain star formation. And once they realize that you are participating in the trial, they will attack you. Ning Fengzi said a lot. First of all, he said that the Tiandu Empire and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would never let Ye Chen go. Secondly, due to Xiao Wu's death, Tang San was very sad. Before practicing in secret, he specially asked his teacher Yu Xiaogang and his father Tang Hao to go to the Haoshan sect to seek help. Once they reached a certain agreement, Ye Chen would be targeted by 3 forces at the same time. In fact, Ning Fengzi still relatively conservative. Because behind these 3 forces there are even other forces involved. For example, the Haoshan sect has actually been secretly helping the Xingluo Empire. If the Xingluo Empire is also involved, Ye Chen is equivalent to being targeted by the entire continent. So, although you have completed the trial in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, I don't recommend you to participate in the trial in the Meteoric Realm immediately. Ning Fengzi showed a look of cherishing talent. If they find your flaws by then, you will be in danger. When did I become so popular on the mainland? Haha. Ye Chen suddenly felt a little funny. According to what Ning Fengzi said, will he be submissive and unable to become a god in his life? And this Tang San is also a man of temperament. He cultivates himself, but asks others to make plans. It's really insidious. Others, Yu Xiaogang, Tang Hao, damn, which of these people looks like a good thing? I don't go to them now, but they come to me first. And they are trying to incite so many forces to target me? Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Ye Chen secretly clenched his fists. He didn't want to be too conspicuous on the mainland, but some people couldn't bear to see him become stronger. What can he do? At worst, he can just fight. Anyway, he can't give up cultivation. Hearing Ning Fengzi say so much again, Ye Chen sneered. If he hadn't saved their lives in the Meteoric Realm, I'm afraid the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is also his enemy now? Thank you for your concern, but I must continue the trial in the Meteoric Realm. Ye Chen said decisively, if those people dare to come, let them come. Can they kill me in my home court? Ye Chen left immediately. The next day, without any cover, under the gaze of everyone in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ye Chen passed through the meteoric array on time and entered the Meteoric Realm. Since you are coming, don't even think about going back safely. Your Majesty the Pope/Teacher. It is said that not long after Ye Chen entered the Meteoric Realm, the Spirit Hall also received the news. In the Pope's Hall, almost all the main figures of the Spirit Hall gathered here. Teacher, Ye Chen has entered the Meteoric Realm to prepare for the trial. Hu Lina looked at Bibi Dong and said anxiously. The spy of the Spirit Hall in the 7 Treasures Glazed sect sent news not long ago, and also hinted that other forces on the continent might attack Ye Chen during the trial. Although she knew that Ye Chen was gifted and powerful, she was still very worried that something would happen to Ye Chen in the Meteoric Realm. After all, who can compete with the forces of the entire continent? I'm afraid even the legendary extreme Douluo can't do it. Hu Lina was full of worry and said again, Teacher, if some forces take advantage of Ye Chen's killing of Xiao Wu and deliberately snatch resources to attack him, what should we do? What to do? Either just pretend nothing happened and let Ye Chen be besieged by other forces in the Meteoric Realm. Then Ye Chen is likely to die in the Meteoric Realm, and there will be one less genius on the continent. Or treat Ye Chen as the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall and a member of the Spirit Hall, which means that the Spirit Hall will officially break off relations with other forces on the Douluo continent. The first option will suppress the momentum of the Spirit Hall, but will not cause other losses to the Spirit Hall. But if the second option is to help Ye Chen, the Spirit Hall is likely to be besieged in the Meteoric Realm. After all, if it is just one force, the Spirit Hall is not afraid of anyone. But if it is against all the forces on the continent, the Spirit Hall will not be able to bear it. After Hu Lina finished speaking, everyone focused their attention on Bibi Dong. After all, Bibi Dong is the Pope, above 10,000 people, and her words can determine all the actions of the Spirit Hall. Of course. Pope Bibi Dong stood up from her seat, glanced at everyone present, and then said coldly, First, Xiao Wu's death was purely voluntary, and had no direct connection with Ye Chen. Those people's excuses are not valid at all. Second, Ye Chen is the honorary elder of our spirit hall. The spirit hall has the obligation and responsibility to unite with him. Give orders, all the elders of the elder hall will follow me to the meteorite realm to support Ye Chen. Although Bibi Dong is a woman, her status and strength are unshakable by anyone in the spirit hall. As soon as she said this, everyone present was shocked. Faced with this situation, she chose to help Ye Chen without hesitation, even though she had not dealt with Ye Chen much. Your Holiness, please be careful. The spirit hall does not have the strength to compete with the entire continent. If we do this, the soul hunting operation we have been planning for many years will be ruined. However, at this moment, an elder from the elder hall stepped forward and urgently refuted. Chapter 72 Spirit Hall Action, De Ming Er Ming. Stupid. Facing the elder from the elder hall, Bibi Dong looked at him coldly and asked, have you ever thought about why other forces care about the life and death of a 100,000-year soul beast? What does this have to do with them? This. The elder from the elder hall couldn't explain it for a while. Yes. It's obvious that the life and death of a 100,000-year soul beast has nothing to do with them. Even if it wasn't Ye Chen who killed Xiao Wu would have died in the hands of Pope Bibi Dong in the end. In the final analysis, the final ownership of this 100,000-year soul beast is definitely in the spirit hall anyway. This group of hypocritical people are using Xiao Wu's death to make trouble, which is too much of a fabrication. In other words, their original purpose was not only to attack Ye Chen, but also to take this opportunity to weaken the strength of the spirit hall. Since those so-called upright gentlemen want to suppress the spirit hall, have you ever thought about why they want to suppress the spirit hall? The soul hunting operation has never been exposed. Bibi Dong continued coldly. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, when she started the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition, she discovered the unusual movements of other forces. Obviously, Douluo continent is very cruel. The strong survive and the weak die. When the power of the continent is balanced, everything is calm. But when the power of the continent is unbalanced, there will always be one side that takes action first. It's just that this time it was the entire continent that took action first. They have been hostile to the Spirit Hall for a long time. Everyone is not stupid, and they quickly reacted to everything. Bibi Dong continued to guide everyone's thinking, saying, even if we don't care about Ye Chen this time, who will they target next time? It will be Spirit Hall now. Everyone completely understood. If the Spirit Hall chooses to sacrifice the small to protect the big this time, then other forces will definitely think that the Spirit Hall is just so-so and has a false name. By then, not only will the reputation of the Spirit Hall be damaged, but more and more soul masters will leave the Spirit Hall. It is precisely at that time, when the Spirit Hall is the weakest, that other forces will leave an opportunity to take advantage of. Therefore, those people will look for an opportunity to get rid of Ye Chen, the most talented person in the Spirit Hall, and test the reaction of the Spirit Hall. Even eventually conquer the entire Spirit Hall, making the Spirit Hall completely disappear from the Douluo continent. Since those bastards are originally targeting the Spirit Hall, do you think it will be useful to be patient for a while? Bibi Dong's beautiful face showed a bit of coldness. She said slowly, this is originally a conspiracy against the Spirit Hall, those people's target must be us, so how can we sit back and watch? Moreover, Ye Chen has grown up in the Soul Seeking Academy since he was a child. Although he is not a formal member of the Spirit Hall in the past 9 years, he has made a lot of contributions to the Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall, right? Ask yourself, which of your disciples' spirit rings did not have the help of Ye Chen? Although Bibi Dong is a woman, she can become the Pope with clear thinking. In a few words, she explained the current situation of the entire Douluo continent to everyone. In public and private, we really need to help Ye Chen overcome this difficulty, so that we can also deter other forces and make them dare not act rashly again. Ju Douluo Yu Guan added. In fact, he was willing to support Ye Chen in his heart, but because of his low position and lack of influence, he could not make the decision. Hearing His Holiness the Pope say this, he naturally agreed with both hands and feet. Then, the elder who had just opposed the elder hall was speechless. Then he said unwillingly, should we tell the chief priest about this matter first? After all, the elder hall has always been maintained by the chief priest. Oh, am I the Pope, or is he the Pope? How about letting him take the position of Pope? Bibi Dong's beautiful face showed an angry look. Qian Daoliu, the chief priest of the elder hall, is one of the legendary extreme Douluo, with the strength of level 99, which is infinitely close to God. Douluo has always been in charge of the Elder Hall. Even in the hearts of those titled Douluo in the Elder Hall, Douluo's status is the highest in the Spirit Hall. This also indirectly made Bibi Dong's power partially hollowed out. But Douluo's mind is full of the matter of the angel god position, and he doesn't care about the development of the Spirit Hall at all. Unless someone comes to the door, he will not show up. Even if he was told, what would happen? Saint Dragon Douluo, if you don't dare to go, don't go. Since you care so much about the great priest's thoughts, I advise you to go back and accompany the great priest. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan wisely helped Bibi Dong out of the siege. He was not a priest of the Elder Hall, but a subordinate of Bibi Dong, so no matter what, he was on Bibi Dong's side. Okay, let's go. Bibi Dong saw that no one objected, shouted coldly, and led everyone to the outside of the Spirit Hall. There were about 7 or 8 titled Douluo heading to the Starfall formation in the east of Spirit City. And because so many titled Douluo were dispatched, the news spread throughout the Spirit City immediately. The Spirit Hall is indeed the number 1 force on the continent, with so many titled Douluo. Looking at this situation, are they going to the Star Meteoric Formation in the east of Spirit City? The Spirit Hall has finally taken action against the Meteoric Realm. I heard that the Meteoric Realm is not peaceful today. Come on, you sound like you've been there. The Spirit Masters in Spirit City were talking about it. At the same time, other forces in the entire Douluo continent were also surging, with hidden mysteries. Roar! As a mysterious person sent a message, a hysterical roar came from the depths of the Stardo Great Forest. Then the earth trembled and countless trees fell. Sister Xiaohu, I will definitely avenge you. The news that Xiaohu was killed by Ye Chen in the Spirit Hall had already been sent to the depths of the Stardo Great Forest by a shameful person. Although they didn't know who sent it, as Xiaohu's best friends, De Ming and Ming could not sleep or eat every day after receiving the news. One was to feel sorry for Xiao Wuming, and the other was that even the depths of the Xingda Great Forest might not be a safe place. Brother, what news did you receive? The person who killed Xiao Wu showed up. For a moment, the Titan Ape of Erming patted his chest at the same time after seeing the roar of the great Ming Blue Bull Python. The excitement caused the earth to shake again. Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python are both 100,000-year-old soul beasts, and with their strength, even a titled Douluo at level 95 may not be able to do anything to them. They are more than 10 meters tall, and each of them has unique skills. At this time, Azure Bull Python faced the Titan Giant Ape's question, and it replied in a sad tone, the person who killed Sister Xiaowu will participate in the trial of the Meteorite Realm today. Roar, damn human, dare to kill Sister Xiaowu. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Brothers who are still following, please comment and vote for support. The author does not want to be a single player _ Chapter 73 Further into the depths, the Beast God Emperor Tian. Just when the Azure Bull Python was going crazy, the Titan Giant Ape Ming showed a puzzled look and asked again, Brother, what is the Meteoric Realm? Why have I never heard of it? The Azure Bull Python looked at Ming, who had a stupid IQ, and said, do you remember the fog that suddenly appeared in the core area of the forest some time ago? There is an ancient formation in that fog, called the Meteoric Array, and through the Meteoric Array, you can reach the Meteoric Realm. The core area of the forest, brother, are you serious? The Titan Giant Ape scratched his head in confusion. It seems that he doesn't know why the Azure Bull Python looks at him like that. Why, do you think I'm not serious? There are people in this Stardo Great Forest who are more serious than me, aren't they, soul beasts? The Azure Bull Python glared at the Titan Giant Ape, very arrogant. Indeed, in the depths of this Stardo Great Forest, it can almost cover the sky with one hand. After all, it is 100,000-year-old soul beast, so it should be arrogant. No, big brother, what I mean is, we can really enter the core area of the forest. There is. Titan Giant Ape paused and did not say anything more, but his expression became very terrified, as if there was something terrifying in the core area of the forest. The star meteoric array of the Stardo Great Forest is in the core area of the forest, which is deeper than where they are now. If you really want to enter the meteoric realm to seek revenge on Ye Chen, you must first enter the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. But the Titan Giant Ape hesitated to speak, and the Sky Blue Bull Python was also stunned when he heard it, and suddenly it was difficult to draw any conclusions. From the outside world, the Sky Blue Bull Python seems to be the king of the Stardo Great Forest, and is also called the king of the forest of the Star-Do Great Forest by many soul beasts and human soul masters. In fact, it is not the case. In fact, in the deeper part of the Star-Do Great Forest, there is a place more terrifying than the sky blue bull python, but it has never appeared. Beast God Emperor Tian, the azure bull python, recalled an ancient name. Ever since it could remember, it had heard that there was such an existence in the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest. That is, there was such an existence. It, the Titan giant ape, and Xiao Wu could only survive in the so-called deepest part of the Star-Do Great Forest and dared not take another step inside. It is said that the beast god Emperor Tian has more than 800,000 years of cultivation, and even his true strength is infinitely close to that of a god, a bit like the extreme Douluo among human soul masters, but stronger than the extreme Douluo. Fortunately, in the past tens of thousands of years, only the name of the beast god Emperor Tian has been heard, but his true body has never been seen. The azure bull python and the Titan giant ape were also able to dominate the place where they live now. But since there is this rumor, it must not be groundless. What if you really encounter the beast god Emperor Tian when entering the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest? You can't beat him if you fight. If you run, you have to let Emperor Tian let you go. The azure bull python paused for a long time before continuing, "We are just passing by. The beast god Emperor Tian would not attack us, right? Moreover, we are all 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Even if there is a conflict, we can communicate, right?" Faced with the Titan giant ape's question, the azure bull python was very unconfident and had no idea in his mind. But the culprit who killed Xiao Wu is about to start the trial. If he misses this opportunity, he doesn't know when the next opportunity will come. The azure bull python doesn't want to give up. It is very loyal. Then listen to the eldest brother. We will enter the meteorite realm through the Star-Do Great Forest's meteorite formation and meet up with those human friends of Sister Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape said after hearing this. At this point, there is no point in saying anything now. The Titan giant ape can't say that he is afraid of death and doesn't go to avenge Xiao Wu, right? The two 100,000-year-old soul beasts reached an agreement and began to move towards the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest. They were very fast, and soon found a strange foggy area deeper in the area. Presumably, the falling stars array was there. But just as they were about to enter the foggy area, a low roar sounded, and the bodies of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape were actually blown away by the sound wave. Bang bang! Their bodies hit the ground heavily, causing all the trees within 100 meters to be destroyed, and even a bottomless pit was smashed on the ground. What a terrifying power! They actually repelled 200,000-year soul beasts with just the sound. "What are you two little beasts doing here?" Cold and majestic voices came from all directions. However, no figure appeared. Azure bull python and the Titan giant ape didn't even know where the creatures that attacked them were. Does the beast god emperor really exist? The Titan giant ape climbed out of the deep pit and ran to help the azure bull python stand up. Asked with a shocked face. If they were just guessing before, then there is no doubt that now the guess has been answered. Who else but Tian can repel 100,000-year soul beast with only sound, and even live in the core area deep in the Star-Do Great Forest? Beast god, I'm sorry to disturb you. Ming and I have no intention of offending you. We just happened to pass by. The azure bull python stood up with the help of the Titan giant ape, his face full of respect. Hehe, since you have heard of my name, you still dare to trespass. Do you really think I am a fool? The core area of the huge Star-Do Great Forest suddenly roared again, and countless trees were uprooted and pierced into the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape like flying swords, making them unable to move. But even so, the owner of the voice still did not show up. Say, what are you doing here? Not far away. In a spacious cave illuminated by many blue-silver grasses, a man and a woman were surrounding a very weak soul beast to absorb its soul power. The source of the sound came from the man's mouth. He was Emperor Tian. He had 890,000 years of cultivation. He was the undisputed strong man and the undisputed king in the Star-Do Great Forest. He was honored as the beast god. He was even one of the strongest men in the Douluo continent. Even when facing those extreme Douluos among humans, he had the absolute strength to kill them. But Emperor Tian was in seclusion at this time, and he had to find a way to wake up his master Guyuina, so he had never shown up in the Star-Do Great Forest. As a result, more and more beasts began to run here unscrupulously. Today, 200,000-year soul beasts who didn't know how to live or die came here again. No one can disturb the master's awakening. Emperor Tian secretly clenched his fists, and suddenly a murderous intention emerged in his heart. But just when Tian was about to take action, a voice came from his mind. The voice was unusually gentle and moving. Tian, let them go. Brothers who are still chasing, please comment and vote for support. The author does not want to be alone. Chapter 74 Many Forces, a good show. Master Wu are awake. Tian stared in surprise. For tens of thousands of years, Gu Yuina's body has been sleeping, only occasionally conveying some orders to Tian through mental power. Sometimes there has been no contact for hundreds of years. Unexpectedly, today she suddenly opened her mouth. Well, remember, our target is only humans, all soul beasts are our companions, and we must not kill them indiscriminately. And ask them if they need any help, and try to help. The gentle and moving voice sounded again, but it seemed a little weak. After all, Gu Yuina's real body has not yet fully awakened, even mental power has been condensed for hundreds of years to convey a little information to Tian. After saying this, Gu Yuina fell silent again. Everything is up to you. Hearing Gu Yuina's order, Tian did not dare to neglect it. Although each soul beast has its own territorial consciousness, in front of Gu Yuina, Tian seemed to have no dignity at all. The 890,000-year-old soul beast seemed like a pug, eager for his master to say more. While absorbing the soul power of Tian Mengai's silkworm, while conveying Gu Yuina's order to the nearby subordinates with his mental power, Tian let the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python leave. However, from the mouths of the two 100,000-year-old soul beasts, Tian also learned about the existence of the meteorite realm and that a 100,000-year-old soul beast in the Douluo Great Forest had been slaughtered by humans. And that human was called Ye Chen. He privately decided to let a group of soul beasts follow the two brothers of the azure bull python. If what the two brothers said was true, see if they could help get rid of Ye Chen. After all, he hated humans very much. It is because of humans that the living environment of soul beasts is getting worse and worse. Some rare soul beasts are even on the verge of extinction. By the way, Tian is going to report this important message when Gu Yuina conveys the order again. Half an hour later, the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape officially entered the meteoric realm through the meteoric formation of the Douluo Great Forest, and behind them followed many of Tian's men, including soul beasts that are nearly 100,000 years old. Led by the two of them, the low cultivation soul beasts formed a terrifying soul beast army, and wherever they went, no grass would grow. I only heard that Tang San sent someone to notify the 200,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo Great Forest, but I didn't hear that so many soul beasts would come. Haha, isn't this better? Borrowing the soul beasts to completely destroy Ye Chen, then we will work together to fight against the Spirit Hall. No matter how powerful they are, they will be defeated by us. Seeing these 100,000-year soul beasts, aren't you tempted? As long as we kill one, we will have a 100,000-year soul ring. So what? Soul ring absorption only takes 1 hour. We are now full of soul rings. How can we absorb? Let's just watch and wait for the show to begin. If you ask me, those soul beasts are brainless things. Tang San persuaded them all to go out with just a few words. Alas, soul beasts are soul beasts after all, and their IQ can never be compared with humans. Is there a possibility that Tang San is a deep-minded kid? Who knows? Not far away. After seeing many soul beasts step into the meteorite realm, some people flew in the air, hiding their whereabouts. They all looked at the scene in front of them with expectation. Tiandu Empire, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Haoshan sect, and some relatively powerful small sects, all of them, under the lobbying of Yu Xiaogang and Tiandu Empire, had a killing spree against Ye Chen. Heart. No, it should be said that they are greedy for the rewards promised by the Tiandu Empire. As long as they can kill Ye Chen or suppress the Spirit Hall, they will get great benefits. And this benefit is the reason they cannot refuse. How boring, when will those beasts come? I have been in the meteorite realm for almost 2 hours. Ye Chen looked at the dark surroundings and yawned and muttered to himself. In the past 9 years, he has been letting other forces except the Spirit Hall develop safely. Because he thinks that the Spirit Hall is the first to take the initiative. If the Spirit Hall did not pose a threat to the continent, other sects might still be very happy. But I didn't expect that I didn't move, but the enemy did. Now, the spirit hall has not started the soul hunting operation yet, but other forces can't bear it anymore. Moreover, you can't stand it, but you have to attack me? Isn't this just looking for trouble? It really fits the saying, if you are on different paths, you will never work together. Who? At this moment, Ye Chen suddenly heard a quick breath coming from the mist in the southwest, followed by a familiar voice, Xiao Chen Chen, I finally found you. Nana. Ye Chen turned his head, and Hulina's figure appeared in his eyes. He never thought that Hulina would run to the meteorite realm now. Nana, what are you doing here? There may be a chaotic battle here soon, and it's not the place for you to come. Ye Chen looked at Hulina and scolded. If what Ning Fengzi said was true, the people who would come later would be at least level 70. With Hulina's current soul power of more than 60, she couldn't stand here at all. Oh? No. Ye Chen found that Hulina's soul power had actually increased to level 70, which means that she has become a soul saint. It seems that the soul furnace and fairy grass are indeed of great help to Hulina. Xiao Chen Chen I Hulina looked at Ye Chen and said hesitantly, after all, you have to participate in the trial today, and you have become the eyesore of so many forces. I must support you. When Hulina learned that Ye Chen was still going to participate in the trial, her heart was full of worries. In this land that did not belong to Douluo continent, she felt a strong breath of danger. It is said that women's sixth sense is very accurate, and she will never feel wrong. You support me. Ye Chen looked at Hulina's expression with a little more tenderness, but he couldn't help but remind her, Nana, no matter what happens later, don't do anything, leave everything to me. How is it possible? I am a soul saint now, and I can help you. Hulina replied unconvinced. Someone is coming. At this time, Ye Chen felt that there were suddenly many powerful auras approaching nearby. Nana, didn't I tell you to follow Elder Yuegwen? Why did you come here first? A female voice that was cold but a little gentle sounded in the ears of the two people. Teacher. After hearing this voice, Hulina showed a shy smile on her face. Swish swish. Then several wind sounds were heard, and several figures flew over in the air. They were Bibidong, Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and others. Chapter 75 The Beast Tide is coming. Since you are here, you should stay aside and watch carefully. Watching a battle of this scale will also increase your practical experience. Bibidong nodded to her student Hulina, then stepped in front of Ye Chen with a rhythmic step, and chuckled, Elder Yet, long time no see. Although she has never laughed easily, that depends on the person. Bibidong has special care for the people in her Wuhan Hall, especially the outstanding geniuses and outstanding soul masters. For example, Tang Hao's former status as an elder, and Yu Xiaogong's status as an elder. So Bibidong openly called Ye Chen Elder Yet. Ye Chen was embarrassed when he heard this, thinking that this would mess up the generations. The elder and the Pope are of the same generation, and Hulina is the Pope's student, so what are he and Hulina? Your Highness the Pope. But at this time, it didn't matter what to call him, and Ye Chen nodded politely. When Ju Douluo Yuguan saw the two of them being so polite, he laughed to ease the awkward atmosphere and said slowly, Ye Chen, when His Highness the Pope heard that you were being targeted by those forces at the same time, he brought us here without saying a word. While Ju Douluo Yuguan was talking, Ghost Douluo and others were also secretly looking at Ye Chen. They were very curious about this Ye Chen. This was the first time in so many years that Pope Bibidong took the initiative to help someone. You are thoughtful. Ye Chen replied calmly. However, Ye Chen was very touched that the spirit hall could come to support him. After all, this time he had to fight with people from countless forces. If he was not careful, he would bring the spirit hall into an irreparable situation. The spirit hall is to maximize the interests of soul masters, and you are also the honorary elder of the spirit hall. Ju Douluo Yuguan smiled generously and replied. Hulina stood beside Bibidong, staring at Ye Chen, her quirky eyes rolling non-stop. As for Ghost Douluo and others, seeing that Ye Chen was unwilling to speak, they thought he had a weird personality, so they gave up the idea of communicating with Ye Chen and stood behind Bibidong and waited quietly. Time passed, and the meteoric realm returned to its previous quietness. Here they come. Not long after. Suddenly, Ye Chen looked towards the southwest, where he felt a huge fluctuation of soul power. Although it was not concentrated on a certain person or creature, it was enough to prove that there were many people coming. His vast mental power spread quickly, and soon found the traces of many soul beasts. It seems that not only humans are eyeing us. Ye Chen reminded everyone in the spirit hall. Bibi Dong looked at the place where Ye Chen had just looked, and was shocked in her heart. Is there an enemy in that direction? Why didn't I feel it? Douluo Yu Guan and others also looked confused. Bibi Dong didn't notice it, and they couldn't notice it even more. But since Ye Chen said so, it must be true. In this comparison, Ye Chen's mental power can be said to be extremely terrifying. How come Ye Chen has become much stronger after not seeing him for a few months? I just emitted a little breath, and he caught it. Not far away, Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, who was hidden in the mist in the air, was surprised. I heard from Tang Hao that he was a soul saint at the time of the Soul Master competition. Now it seems that he is at least at the level of Soul Douluo, and his strength is not even weaker than that of ordinary titled Douluo. Tang Xiao, the leader of the Haoshan sect, nodded. Humph, no matter how powerful he is, let's wait until he solves the soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest first. Xuebeng, the prince of the Tiandu Empire, snorted coldly. Yu Xiaogang nodded on the side. They have been hiding here for a long time. Dong dong dong. Here they come. Everyone frowned. The soul beast army in the Stardo Great Forest came. There were so many that the Haoshan sect and the Tiandu Empire didn't even need to take action. The leading Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape walked in front with great arrogance. That was the arrogance that soul beasts had since birth, and it was the arrogance that only 100,000 years of cultivation could bring. In terms of personal strength alone, any of the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape would be superior to ordinary titled Douluo. And behind the two of them, there were thousands of ordinary soul beasts, most of which were 10,000 years of cultivation, and the weakest was 8,000 years of cultivation. Such a high-quality soul beast group is absolutely unheard of and unseen. Ye Chen could even feel it clearly. When the two beasts from the Stardo Great Forest appeared with the soul beast army, Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and others couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This was an army from soul beasts. The psychological pressure caused by the army including 200,000-year soul beasts could not be relieved in a short time. Roar! Ye Chen, give me back my little sister's life. Damn human, today only your blood can be used to sacrifice my little sister's spirit in heaven. Accompanied by angry roars, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape came to Ye Chen and others. And behind them, many soul beasts began to roar. These soul beasts have walking on the ground, flying in the sky, and living in other soul beasts. Each of them is very powerful. The terrifying roar of soul beasts seems to make the entire periphery of the meteorite realm boil. The people on the side of the spirit hall looked more solemn, and even Bibi Dong frowned. And Hulina, the girl, had already sweated on her forehead, but after seeing Ye Chen's calm appearance, she relaxed a little. Who called Ye Chen? Why don't you get out quickly? With the support of a large number of soul beasts behind him, the Titan Giant Ape's tone was much tougher than usual. Even when facing a strong man like Bibi Dong, it was full of confidence. But it was no wonder. The meteoric realm was not a place for ordinary creatures after all. The only people from the spirit hall who came to support Ye Chen this time were Bibi Dong, Hulina, and 7 titled Douluo. But there were a large group of soul beasts. Thousands of soul beasts against 10 people. What was there to be afraid of? What? Are you going to avenge me for Xiao Wu? Beast. Ye Chen took a step forward, revealed his identity, and replied indifferently. Bibi Dong, Ju Douluo, and others also followed him and took a step forward. The meaning was self-evident, they had Ye Chen saved. Roar! Seeing that Ye Chen was so calm and called it a beast, the Titan Giant Ape was furious. Go to hell! It roared and was about to slap it. Ming! But at this time, the Azure Bull Python stopped the Titan Ape and winked at him. Don't be impulsive. Chapter 76 Limit, 8 Directions Kyang Megatama. Humph! After all, the Azure Bull Python had a higher cultivation level and was his elder brother. The Titan Ape snorted and stopped. It asked in a low voice, Brother, the enemy is right in front of you, why don't you let me do it? Ming, you should pay attention to the titled Douluo around him, they all look very powerful. Since the Beast God has given us so many soul beasts, let these soul beasts go first. After consuming their soul power, you and I will take action. The Azure Bull Python said slowly, besides, our target is only Ye Chen, there is no need to provoke the Spirit Hall at this time. As long as they hand over Ye Chen, there is no need to go to great lengths. The deterrent power of the spirit hall is still too strong. When the azure bull python recognized that the people around Ye Chen were all from the spirit hall, its heart was beating fast. Especially when seeing the Pope Bibi Dong of the spirit hall. The murderous intent emanating from her is no weaker than Ye Chen, and even stronger. Brother, what is there to be afraid of? We and the soul beasts, wouldn't it be better if the whole army attacked together and got rid of the spirit hall and Ye Chen? The Titan Giant Ape was a little unconvinced. Facing the stubborn Titan Giant Ape, the azure bull python patiently explained, if we do this as you say, it's fine if we succeed, but if we fail, we will either die here, or after we escape, the Star Do Great Forest will be attacked by the spirit hall, and then you and I will have no way out. Today we will only kill Ye Chen, as for the others, don't do it if you can. Unless they insist on stopping us. There are some concerns that the azure bull python did not mention. It is clear that this time a mysterious person tipped off Ye Chen's whereabouts, but the mysterious person has not shown up, so it is inevitable that the forces behind him will reap the benefits. The shameful human beings actually used themselves and Ming as pawns to defeat the spirit hall and Ye Chen. This is what the azure bull python least wants to see. However, with the enemy at hand, the Titan Giant Ape has long been blinded by hatred, and the azure bull python did not intend to give it a detailed explanation. Brother, you are still thoughtful, so I will listen to you. The Titan Giant Ape nodded, then looked down at Ye Chen and said viciously, Ye Chen, everyone has their own actions. It was you who killed Sister Xiao Wu. As long as you hand over Sister Xiao Wu's soul bones and kneel down to confess to us, we will only kill you and will not involve the spirit hall. Roar! As soon as the Titan Ape said this, all the soul beasts present roared in unison and responded to it. It seems that the 100,000-year soul beast still has some brains. I'm afraid we will have to choose another method later. Yu Xiaogang, who was observing secretly, said to the leaders of several nearby sects or empires. The wish to let the soul beasts and the spirit hall fight to the death and then reap the benefits seems to be in vain. And Bibi Dong heard this and said coldly, impossible. But before she finished speaking, Ye Chen took another step forward and said impatiently, stop talking nonsense, I can agree to your request. However, you and the sky blue bull python must be able to block my attack. If you can't block it, then you too will leave your lives here. Ye Chen's words rang in the ears of every person and every soul beast within a few kilometers. And all the creatures that could understand this sentence stared at Ye Chen blankly after hearing what he said. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. You only attacked once, and let 200,000-year soul beasts resist together. If they blocked it, you agreed to their request, and if they couldn't block it, you took their lives. Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your brain? Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life of more than 100,000 years, and also the stupidest joke. Ye Chen, do you know what 100,000-year soul beast means? Just based on you want to challenge my dignity? After the initial surprise, the Titan Ape laughed in anger. Funny. It's so funny. Who do you think you are? Are you the God King or a million-year-old soul beast? Even the scary-looking spirit hall Pope Bibi Dong can't do this, right? And now Ye Chen in front of him dares to be so arrogant. I really don't know whether to say he is stupid or ignorant. Haha, such a big tone big brother, look at him. The Titan Ape laughed for a long time, and did not forget to ridicule with his good brother. But the azure bull python fell silent after hearing this. This Ye Chen. It did not think that Ye Chen would be an arrogant person who talked nonsense, but it did not think that Ye Chen could do it. Since the other party dared to say so, he might have some support, or was playing some conspiracy. Anyway, the azure bull python did not believe that Ye Chen could kill it and the Titan Ape with one blow. Ye Chen you. Bibi Dong also did not believe it. She opened her red lips slightly and looked at Ye Chen, not knowing what to say. Xiao Chen, are you serious? Both of them are 100,000-year-old soul beasts. If we fight, I will definitely believe you, but if you only use one strike, Hulina muttered as she looked at Ye Chen's back. Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo and others were at a loss whether to make a move or not. Swoosh! But Ye Chen didn't care about their thoughts. He saw an invisible soul force surging under his feet. He quickly flew to the sky. This human is really going to do it. Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python were shocked. We just think you are just bragging, why do you take it seriously? Do you really think you are a god king? Holding his breath and concentrating, Ye Chen flew to the sky and closed his eyes. Let me show you the power of the ultimate strike. Amaterasu's true body. Wow! A huge shadow more than 20 meters high appeared behind Ye Chen, holding a soul of Amaterasu in his hand. Armor-breaking strike. Phantom sword field. Gravity guardian. Dragon roar. Ye Chen immediately released 4 auxiliary soul skills. He wanted to greatly increase the offensive soul skills that followed. Humph, since you are serious, I want to see how talented a human soul Douluo of more than 80 levels can be. The Titan giant ape snorted coldly, then suddenly jumped up and flew towards Ye Chen. And the azure bull python frowned and also flew over. Extreme 8 directions Kyung Megatama. Suddenly, Ye Chen, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes, and then a violent and terrifying force was released. Bang! The entire periphery of the meteorite realm seemed to shake, and everyone couldn't help but feel shortness of breath. Hee hee! Then the shadow behind Ye Chen let out a faint laugh. At this moment, Amaterasu seemed to come alive and had her own consciousness. Shua shua shua! Then huge large black spheres appeared, no more, no less, a total of 8. They were Black Kyung Megatama magnified dozens of times. Chapter 77, Destroy the Enemy, Slash in all directions. 8 huge Kyung Megatama revolved around the shadow. They gradually grew larger, and only stopped when they caught up with the size of the Titan ape. Each Kyung Megatama was tens of meters in diameter. It was like an asteroid revolving around the sun. With the violent killing aura bursting out, the shadow behind Ye Chen became higher and clearer, as if the devil had resurrected. Not good. Stop him! The azure bull python cried out after seeing this scene. If you didn't believe in Ye Chen's ability before, then if you still can't see the danger of Ye Chen using this soul skill now, you are really stupid. How could it be? How could a mere soul Douluo have such terrible power? It's as if the devil has descended. The patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Yuanzhen, who was observing secretly, trembled in his voice. Are you sure he is really just a soul Douluo? Haoshan sect leader Tang Xiao was also shocked. How about we retreat first? I am not even soul Douluo. As soon as the prince of Tiandu Empire Xuebeng finished speaking, he began to run away. Your Highness, I will protect you. Yu Xiaogang was shocked and hurried to catch up with Xuebeng. He was even worse, and his soul power level was the lowest among those who came. If Ye Chen's soul skills would affect this place, then he would definitely be the first to die. Little bastard, why are you running? You called all the people here, get back here. Yu Yuanzhen cursed and chased after him. Tang Xiao. This little guy has only been gone for half a year, has his strength become stronger again? Bibi Dong's cold and beautiful face showed some surprise, but at the same time with some expectations. And he has become stronger by more than a little bit. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan replied hesitantly. As for the others, they stood there in a daze. Roar! Ming, stop him quickly, or we will all die. The azure bull python also realized the seriousness of the situation and wanted to rush to Ye Chen to stop him from releasing this terrifying soul skill. But in vain. Ye Chen showed a sarcastic look on his face, looking at the Titan giant ape and azure bull python who were almost approaching his year ago, darkness invasion. Boom! Within 100 meters around him, the azure bull python and Titan giant ape suddenly stagnated and fixed in mid-air. Limit sword slash in the air. Then Ye Chen released another limit soul skill. Shua! In an instant, Ye Chen's pupils were stained with red, and the shadow behind him began to change. Ling! Air! Sword slash! As if silently chanting a spell, the shadow's whisper rang in everyone's ears. The shadow behind Ye Chen raised the enlarged version of the Amaterasu soul, and then fiercely slashed at the soul beasts. At the same time, the 8 huge Kyung Megatama of the 8 directions Kyung Megatama followed the sword energy. The scene was magnificent, with a sense of déjà vu of a comet hitting the earth. And there was more than one. Extreme fusion skills, volley 8 directions slash. In front, under the feet. The soul beasts in a large area were covered, and the azure bull python, Titan giant ape and the soul beasts in front of the team had no escape at all. No. Amid their terrified beast roars, the 2 extreme soul skills merged into one move and fell. Boom! Bang! Boom! Within a radius of several kilometers, the fog dissipated, the earth shattered, and the sound of collapse was deafening. The huge amplification of the volley sword slashing was as powerful as a rainbow, invincible. The 8 directions Kyang Megatama smashed to the ground along with the sword force. Although the power was only 50% of Ye Chen's attack, it was not something that those 10,000-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts could resist. A large number of soul beasts were directly killed by Kyang Guyu, and their brains gushed out. Even Kyang Guyu smashed deep into the ground, and the magma under the surface erupted, forming a fire. And all the soul beasts were like moths in the flame, evaporating and dying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, who wanted to resist with their soul skills, were directly annihilated and completely dissipated in the air under the fusion of these two extreme soul skills. Divine power? This is divine power. Xuebeng, who was running for his life, looked back and saw this doomsday-like meteorite realm, and his legs were frightened and he immediately fell to the ground. This attack was too terrifying, and it was definitely not something that an ordinary soul master like him could resist. Even if he spent 10 lifetimes practicing, the result would not change at all. My intuition tells me that even if we take this attack head-on, the result will not be much better. Yu Yuanzhen said with a pale face. Tang Xiao looked at Ye Chen floating in the air and muttered to himself, how did Xiao San offend him? Will my doing this really benefit the future development of Haoshan sect? All these questions surged in his mind, making it difficult for him to let go for a long time. Only Yu Xiaogang said shamelessly, now you have seen Ye Chen's strength, right? Just based on the power of his attack, it is not something that everyone here can resist alone. If we can't join forces to get rid of him, we will definitely bow down to the Wuhan Hall in the future. In the face of absolute strength, all talents, power, and calculations are meaningless. Ye Chen's Ling Kong Bei Fang Zhan has made them begin to doubt their lives. How to join forces? Little bastard! Yu Yuanzhen was extremely angry. You were responsible for winning over each force at the beginning. If Kai Bao Liulai, if the sect is still here, we still have a chance to fight, but where are the people from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect? How did you tell Ning Fengzi? Yes, why didn't the National Master come? Xuebeng nodded thoughtfully, if the National Master brought the auxiliary soul masters of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, we can indeed fight him. This sect master Ning said that he would not participate in any actions related to Ye Chen. Yu Xiaogang replied awkwardly. But don't worry, there is actually a hope to kill Ye Chen. It is rumored that in the depths of the Xingda Great Forest, the beast god Emperor Tian and his men all live there. I originally had doubts about this, but when I saw so many 10,000-year soul beasts coming to the meteorite realm today, I suddenly felt that this might be true. If we can find the beast god Emperor Tian and tell him about Ye Chen killing so many soul beasts, maybe he can help us. Yu Xiaogang explained his next plan to everyone present. However, some of the originally weak forces that were dragged to the meteorite realm by Yu Xiaogang had different ideas after hearing what Yu Xiaogang said. The strength of a soul Douluo in the spirit hall is so terrifying that it makes so many title Douluos dumbfounded. Instead of following Yu Xiaogang to destroy the spirit hall, it is better to have a good relationship with the spirit hall in the future. Chapter 78, A Higher and More Special Identity. Yu Xiaogang was captured. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying Ling Kong Bei Fang slash lasted for 10 minutes. The leading Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python had long been evaporated by the soul skills, and there were still some low-level soul beasts left. In the end, they were solved by the people of the Wuhan Hall. Ye Chen floated in the air, watching everything indifferently. It is hard to believe that this is still the same him as before. Willing to give everyone a chance, willing to admonish Tang San, and even willing to help Huo Wu after this battle, such a Ye Chen may have completely disappeared. If others do not offend me, I will not offend others. But if someone offends me, I will return it 100-fold. Of course, at this time, Ye Chen also released after releasing the Ling Kong Bei Fang Zhan, the soul power and mental power in his body have been completely exhausted, and he cannot release them again in a short time. He has fallen into a weak state now. Even the most ordinary titled Douluo like Yu Yuanzhen may not be defeated by Ye Chen at this moment. However, after releasing this huge soul skill, no one dared to attack Ye Chen anymore, and everyone was afraid to avoid him. I thought I could help him this time, but I didn't expect that he would take it all by himself in the end, Hulina muttered to herself as she looked at Ye Chen's back. Bibi Dong said calmly, being here can show our position. If Ye Chen is not stupid, he will understand your heart. Your Highness, what the Pope said is very true. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwan and other titled Douluos of Spirit Hall nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Sure enough, following Pope Bibi Dong's choice to come here was the right choice. With Ye Chen in charge of Spirit Hall will be as stable as Mount Tai. Your Holiness, since we helped Ye Chen this time, Ye Chen will definitely not become our enemy. But if we want to keep him, is the identity of Honorary Elder too extracurricular? Or, how about giving him a higher and more special identity in your name? At this time, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuegwen suggested. What do you mean? In the name of Your Holiness the Pope? Do you have to sacrifice the future happiness of Your Holiness the Pope and marry Ye Chen? Ghost Douluo asked puzzled. Everyone was speechless. It seems that Ghost Douluo has some misunderstanding about the word name. But after hearing Ghost Douluo's doubts, Hulina subconsciously objected, no. She has been with Ye Chen for almost 10 years, and finally made some progress with him. So, how can he marry his teacher? Of course. Hulina is not afraid that Ye Chen has many beauties. After all, as a strong man, isn't it normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in such a world? And she likes Ye Chen, and Ye Chen likes her, which is enough. The main thing is that the generations are messed up. If Bibi Dong and Ye Chen really get married, then what should I do? Should I call Bibi Dong teacher or sister? However, after Hulina said this, she immediately realized her mistake. She hurriedly explained, the teacher's status is noble. How can I let the teacher make sacrifices when I don't know Ye Chen well? At least it takes a period of adjustment. Nana you. Are you willing to make concessions? After all, there is no relationship between Ye Chen and Bibi Dong, so she didn't take Ghost Douluo's words to heart. But her student Hulina's words shocked her. I didn't expect Hulina to not reject Ye Chen's multiple beauties and was willing to accept Ye Chen's 3 wives and 4 concubines. My silly Nana Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel distressed. But the next moment, she suddenly couldn't help but imagine for a moment what it would be like if this really happened. My own student chased after me and asked me to call him sister? Isn't it too scary? Bibi Dong suppressed the strangeness on her face, and she nodded lightly. It is indeed necessary to give him a higher and more special identity in my name, but there is no rush for this moment. And, Ghost Douluo, did you use your pig brain to think of such a thing as getting married? It's so outrageous. Bibi Dong glared at Ghost Douluo after she finished speaking. It's all your fault, you idiot. You made me think of such a dirty thing. Hee. Ghost Douluo scratched his head awkwardly and said, Your Holiness, I mainly misunderstood, right? And it suddenly occurred to me that you have been single for so many years, it's time to. Enough. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Bibi Dong scolded coldly. And Ghost Douluo shut up completely for a while when he saw Pope Bibi Dong getting angry. But Hulina looked at the subtle strangeness on her teacher's face, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. As Ghost Douluo said, her teacher has indeed been single for many years, and it's time to find a suitable lover. But if this lover is Ye Chen, this girl chased him for 9 years before she got him. It can't be that just because you are a teacher, you can just give an order, right? Forget it. Girls can't say dirty words. Mother, it is the mother's fault. Swish swish swish. At this moment, the bodies of all the dead soul beasts were accompanied by flashes of light. 2 red 100,000 year soul rings, as well as countless 10,000 year soul rings and 1,000 year soul rings floated out. Then 2 100,000 year soul bones and more than a dozen 10,000 year soul bones all floated out from the ground. After these soul beasts were killed by Ye Chen, their soul rings and soul bones were naturally exposed. Fortunately, Nana is here today. If you use the soul furnace, the 2 100,000 year soul rings will not be wasted like before. Looking at the floating 100,000 year soul ring, Ye Chen's eyes were full of surprise that could not be concealed. He didn't want to rely on soul beasts to obtain soul rings. But if there is a soul ring that comes to the door, if you don't want it, it's a crime. But just when he wanted to call Hulina over, a bright rose red suddenly floated in the air, and the red-haired girl Rose instantly appeared in front of Ye Chen. The speed was so fast that even Ye Chen was secretly shocked. During the battle just now, Ye Chen was still curious about where Jiangwei went. He didn't expect that she was watching the show in the dark. I won't participate in the trial today. I will participate the next day. Ye Chen thought that the red-haired girl wanted him to participate in the trial, and said calmly. However, Jiangwei did not pay attention to Ye Chen directly. Instead, she came to the corpse of the Titan giant ape closest to her, picked up the 100,000 year soul bone with a red glow, and said to herself, "Oh, 100,000 year soul bone, it's really amazing." Ignored Ye Chen and picked up the spoils that Ye Chen had obtained. "You don't want to rob this 100,000 year soul bone, do you? With your strength, can you still take a fancy to this thing?" Ye Chen's face suddenly changed and asked in a cold voice. "I can give you food to eat and a bed to sleep on, but I can't give you soul bones." Fortunately, Qiang Gui just smiled at Ye Chen and returned the 100,000 year soul bone to him. "Look at you, you are so petty. You are very good at killing soul beasts, but you are so indecisive when killing people. How can you inherit the residence of the immortal God King in the future?" After saying that, she suddenly raised her right hand lightly, her eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a figure suddenly flew here quickly in the sky. No, it should be said that it was forcibly pulled here by Qiang Gui's soul skills. The figure looked very familiar. And it was very disgusting. The figure turned out to be Yu Xiaogang's figure. Chapter 79 Explosively throwing Yu Xiaogang. There are two kinds of people in the world that are most impressive. One is a very excellent person, and the other is a very disgusting person. Obviously, Yu Xiaogang belongs to the second type. "Yes, I risked my life to bring you a gift from that group of titled Douluo. I wonder if you like it." Qiang Gui treated Yu Xiaogang like a beast and threw him to the ground. Then she looked at Ye Chen with a smile, as if she was a little girl waiting for praise. But Ye Chen looked up and down, left and right, no matter how he looked, Rose was no different from usual. How could she be abused? At most, her proud breasts seemed to become a little bigger because of her mood swings. "How did you catch him?" Ye Chen was a little shocked. When he was fighting with the soul beast just now, he clearly used his spiritual perception, but he didn't find anyone else except the soul beast. And from what Rose said, it seems that there are many people besides Yu Xiaogang. There are so many people, but he didn't sense any of them. Could it be that his brain is crazy? Tisk. These guys wanted to hide in a blue cover to escape my pursuit, but what they didn't expect was that as long as they were outside the meteoric star realm, I could sense everything, but I couldn't get into their cover. Look, a fool suddenly wanted to run out of the so-called vast sea universe cover, and I caught him right away. Rose said proudly, and her proud chest was raised again. The vast sea universe cover of the royal family of the Tiandu Empire. Ye Chen understood. If it is the vast sea universe cover, it can indeed allow people to hide their whereabouts in places with a lot of water. Even Ye Chen couldn't sense it through his mental power. Although there is no water outside the meteoric star realm, there is a lot of fog in the meteoric star realm. These fogs are all composed of dense black water molecules, which is equivalent to being in the water. So the vast sea universe cover can only play a role in the meteoric star realm. What about the others? Ye Chen glanced at Yu Xiaogang coldly. He would not forget what Ning Fengzi said to him. Since Yu Xiaogang tried every means to kill me, I will definitely not let him go. The others probably left, Qiang Gui said with a little regret. If you go with me, maybe we can stop them. Now, it's too late. What do you mean? They are all people who want to kill you. Do you still plan to let this group of people go like you let the Seven Treasures Glazed sect go? Qiang Gui continued to ask. After all, Ye Chen's character was too kind before, so it was not unreasonable for her to ask this question. But Ye Chen shook his head this time and said, Yu Xiaogang is different from the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It can be said that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in the past had the intention of thieves but not the courage of thieves, and now I can use them. As long as they listen to me, let them go. But Yu Xiaogang and that group of people probably really want to kill me. They have been planning for so long, and they almost took action today. If I let them go again, at most they will think that I am easy to bully, and thus become more aggressive. After speaking, Ye Chen's eyes revealed a murderous intent, and the meaning was self-evident. Oh? Your personality has changed a lot. Qiang Gui was a little surprised. She really liked what Ye Chen said. The heir of the immortal God King. You should always show a kind of kingly aura. No. The aura of a king. If you always show mercy, then what is the point of inheriting the residence of the immortal God King? Just build a memorial archway and become a saint. She became a little interested and turned her head to look at Yu Xiaogang. At this time, Yu Xiaogang stood up and even prepared to sneak away. Rongwei raised her finger and threw Yu Xiaogang to the ground without saying a word. She didn't even touch Yu Xiaogang, and Yu Xiaogong's body was like a ball. It hit the ground and bounced back. "Be quiet, or I'll kill you." Also showing some murderous intent, but Qiang Gui always had a smile on her face, a little bit of a fake smile. It made people feel even more terrified. Yu Xiaogang couldn't stand such a torment, and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. His legs were so weak from fear that he couldn't even stand up. He originally just wanted to find a place where no one was to relieve himself, and then follow the large group to leave the meteorite realm. But he didn't expect that he would be captured by this red-haired girl just after leaving the protection of the Hanhai Kyunkan cover. Don't you think this is a coincidence? What's more coincidental is that the person he had always wanted to kill has now become the one who controls his own destiny. What a good fortune! Facing the impending danger, Yu Xiaogang hurriedly argued, "This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I never thought about it." But before he finished speaking, Qiang Gui raised her right hand again, and Yu Xiaogang was lifted up and smashed to the ground again. Bang! A higher height than last time, and a more exciting sound than last time. Ah! Yu Xiaogang was played with so hard that he couldn't help but scream. He only has a soul power of level 29, and he can't stand such torture. If it happens a few more times, he might be thrown to death. "Do you think I'm deaf?" Qiang Gui's eyes became fierce, and her momentum burst out instantly. "I heard clearly those shameful plans you talked about in the meteoric realm." What? Could it be that since entering the meteoric realm, this red-haired girl has been eavesdropping on his conversations with the leaders of other forces? Yu Xiaogang was shocked. This time, he really had no way to defend himself. At the same time, he became more and more terrified. Was he really going to die here today? "Are you and Ye Chen in the same group?" Yu Xiaogang asked an obvious question in a panic. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between Qiang Gui and Ye Chen is not ordinary. But his brain has stopped thinking about various things and is only thinking about how to escape from here. I'm just a waste with a soul power level of only level 29. How could I possibly think of attacking Ye Chen? Those forces forced me to do it. Let me go. How could a big shot like you be afraid of a waste of level 29? Are you right, Ye Chen? Seeing that Rose ignored him, Yu Xiaogang set his sights on Ye Chen again, trying to find a breakthrough from Ye Chen's mouth. "Just like you once let the 7 treasures glazed sect go, now let me go too. I promise, I will never think of anything bad to you again, and I can always be at your service, Ye Chen." Ye Chen. Ah! Bang 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 bang. At this time, Ye Chen hadn't spoken yet, but Yu Xiaogang was thrown down by Rose 3 times again. He fell directly to the ground, blood spurted out of his mouth from time to time, and even his body was twitching wildly on the ground. It seems that he is not far from death. A look of disgust shot out of Rose's eyes. "I'm sorry, what this guy said is too fake and disgusting, I really can't help it." Good fellow. Who would have thought that such a beautiful woman was actually a torture maniac? After such torture, Yu Xiaogang probably felt that death was more comfortable than life. However, Ye Chen did not sympathize with Yu Xiaogang. He smacked his lips immediately. Fortunately, Rose and he were not enemies. "You did the right thing. I also feel disgusted." Suddenly, Bibi Dong and others who were talking not far away also heard the strange sound here. When they rushed over quickly, Bibi Dong recognized who was lying in the pool of blood. "Yu Xiaogang! How come you are here?" Chapter 80 Judgment of Yu Xiaogang. When old acquaintances met, they were inevitably surprised for a moment. However, Yu Xiaogang had no strength to speak at this time. He was lying on the ground half dead, which really made people feel happy. Bibi Dong tried to restrain her inner restlessness. She seemed to realize something and asked Yu Xiaogang angrily, "Did you plan all this? Killing Ye Chen, including suppressing the spirit hall and other evil deeds?" "I think so. The Tiandu Empire and other forces have always been angry at the spirit hall but dare not speak out. Now they are targeting the spirit hall openly and secretly. There must be someone with ulterior motive secretly making trouble." But she didn't expect that the person making trouble secretly would be Yu Xiaogang. "If it is really him, Your Holiness, he should be executed according to the law." Douluo Yu Guan, who was standing behind Bibi Dong, reminded. "The spirit hall has an iron rule, that is, no one in the spirit hall shall violate the will of the spirit hall. And Yu Xiaogang is also an honorary elder of the spirit hall and should abide by the iron rule of the spirit hall. If it is really Yu Xiaogang who did it, then he has violated this iron rule and no one can save him, not even Bibi Dong. After all, Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and this identity not only gives her supreme power, but also requires her to fulfill the obligations of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Any person or thing that is not good for the Spirit Hall must be resolved under the premise of ensuring the greatest interests of the Spirit Hall. You don't have to say this. Bibi Dong was stunned and scolded Yu Guan. She thought that she had no relationship with Yu Xiaogang for a long time. Even if there is still a little attachment, it is just the memory and reluctance of the feelings when she was young and frivolous. But this is not enough to make her feel pity for Yu Xiaogang. Because Yu Xiaogang hurt her too deeply at the beginning. When she needed help the most, Yu Xiaogang betrayed her and even left the Spirit Hall to find a new love. No matter what happened, Bibi Dong remembered it clearly. She also spent countless late nights thinking about how to retaliate against Yu Xiaogang and those who hurt her. Unexpectedly, she finally waited for such a day. Oh! Qiang Gui looked at Bibi Dong and showed an intriguing smile. Are you really willing to kill him? Then why don't you do it? What? Bibi Dong was shocked. What do you mean? Nothing, I just think you didn't listen to your heart, didn't you? Qiang Gui smiled and responded directly. After all, she has existed for tens of thousands of years and has seen many humans in all shapes and sizes. She is very good at observing human micro-expressions. Just by observing Bibi Dong for a short while, she found that the relationship between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang was not ordinary. Even from the loneliness that flashed quickly in Bibi Dong's eyes, Qiang Gui felt that although Bibi Dong hated Yu Xiaogang and wanted to retaliate against Yu Xiaogang, she never wanted to kill him. Of course, there is also a judgment of strength. Bibi Dong is a level 98 titled Douluo, while Yu Xiaogang is a level 29 waist. If Bibi Dong really hated Yu Xiaogang and wanted to kill him, how could Yu Xiaogang live for so many years? Bibi Dong was definitely disguising herself, completely burying the broken emotions deep in her heart, as if they had disappeared. Humph, don't be so self-righteous. Bibi Dong seemed to have been poked by Rose in the softest part of her heart, and her expression suddenly became unnatural. And there were so many people here, if she continued like this, her inner secrets might be exposed completely. In order to prevent others from knowing too much about herself, Bibi Dong deliberately sent away Zhu Douluo, Yu Guan and Hulina and others. In a short while, only she, Rose, Ye Chen and the seriously injured Yu Xiaogang were left on the nearby field. What if I killed him with my own hands? As long as he pleads guilty, I will never let him go. After everyone left, Bibi Dong said coldly. Plead guilty, that's fine. Rose nodded, then raised her left hand slightly, and a green light enveloped Yu Xiaogang. And Yu Xiaogang's injuries were healing quickly. Not long after, Yu Xiaogang was able to speak a little. Dong, your holiness. Yu Xiaogang rarely saw Bibi Dong at the most important moment in his life, and for a moment he almost forgot his sense of propriety. But Bibi Dong at this time was different from the Dong he liked before. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But how could he feel sorry for such a vicious person? Ye Chen, you come to judge him. Rose arranged everything in an orderly manner, and didn't even give anyone a chance to refute. Facing the most powerful woman and the most outstanding genius in Douluo continent, she was like a god, with absolute right to speak. Maybe because the outer periphery of the meteoric realm was her home court, even Bibi Dong couldn't do anything to her. Of course, she did this probably because she thought Bibi Dong was more guilty. Ye Chen knew what Rose was thinking, and just nodded lightly. Anyway, no matter what the result is, he will never let Yu Xiaogang go. It is most appropriate for him to make the judgment. Yu Xiaogang. Ye Chen suddenly exuded a murderous aura, and 8 soul rings floated at his feet. Red, 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 red gold. It can be said that this is the highest soul ring configuration that is currently unique in Douluo continent. Very gorgeous. Especially the rich red gold color of the 8th soul ring, even Qiang Gui and Bibi Dong envy it. Now let me judge you. Every word you say must be true, and if you dare to tell a lie, the trial will stop immediately, and your life will be directly ended. Ye Chen was as cold as a killing god. Yu Xiaogang just forgot to look into Ye Chen's eyes. At that moment, his heart was like falling into an iceberg, frozen by the ice, and it was almost difficult to breathe. He wanted to stand up tremblingly and accept the trial decently, but Qiang Gui beat him up again, forcing him to kneel in front of everyone. How can a guilty beast stand shoulder to shoulder with others? Yes. No matter what the result is today, I am afraid that I can't escape it, right? Yu Xiaogang burst into tears. He wanted to ask Bibi Dong for help, but when facing Bibi Dong looked elsewhere. I know, I will answer truthfully, knowing that his life was coming to an end. Yu Xiaogang finally did the only right thing. Humph, you know what's good for you. Ye Chen smiled coldly and began the trial. The first crime is the crime of betrayal. You betrayed the person you love, Bibi Dong, and even tried to put her in an unjust situation for decades. Do you admit your guilt? Chapter 81 Yu Xiaogang's 3 Crimes. Yu Xiaogang looked at Ye Chen, who seemed like a killing god, and was a little speechless for a while. After a long while, he said timidly, betrayal. Put her in an unjust situation. I don't understand it very well. For a long while, Yu Xiaogang's body hunched up. The middle-aged man in his 50s was now shaking like a white-haired old man. The first crime Ye Chen charged him was not about what he had planned, but about Bibi Dong, which made him unable to react for a while. Ye Chen stared at Yu Xiaogang indifferently. He walked nearby and said in a cold voice. Yu Xiaogang, you were with Bibi Dong at the age of 18 and deceived her feelings. You abandoned Bibi Dong at the age of 19. She had always protected you, but you left her alone in the spirit hall and even hated her. You found your new cousin Lu Erlong at the age of 20. Although it seems that there is nothing between you two, I am afraid that you have forgotten Bibi Dong in your heart. After the age of 20, you have always been prejudiced against the spirit hall and Bibi Dong, and even constantly taught your disciples to stay away from the spirit hall, which put an unjust hat on the spirit hall. But you have always been an honorary elder of the spirit hall, eating the salary of the spirit hall, but secretly slandering the Pope. Isn't this making her unkind and unjust? After hearing Ye Chen's words, Yu Xiaogang, who was originally puzzled, showed surprise and fear in his eyes again. I didn't expect that Ye Chen knew all of my past. At the same time, Bibi Dong was also full of surprise, and she didn't expect it either. How do you know? The two asked at the same time. After hearing a cold snort, Ye Chen did not speak, and Qiang Gui sneered first. What he knows is much more than you think. What's so surprising? Ignorance. Yu Xiaogang, haha, I didn't expect that you have been slandering me secretly for so many years. Bibi Dong suppressed her emotions, but couldn't help but moisten her eyes. It seems that she only knows that Yu Xiaogang betrayed her, and she doesn't know Yu Xiaogang's prejudice against her for so many years. After hearing this, Yu Xiaogang realized that his despicable past could no longer be concealed, and 2 lines of lowly tears fell. I plead guilty. Okay. The trial is still going on. The second sin is the sin of immorality. As a teacher, you have not only failed to recruit excellent spirit masters for the spirit hall over the years, but have used some so-called theories to confuse those students. Under your confusion, countless young spirit masters gave up their spirit master training because you said they were worthless. You have been teaching for decades, and you only have one disciple, Tang San, but Tang San has also been taught by you in a weird way. Do you want to plead guilty? Ye Chen did not give Yu Xiaogang time to recall the past. After finishing the first charge, he said Yu Xiaogang's second charge. The most important responsibility of a teacher is to teach and educate people, and the most important thing in educating people is to educate their hearts. It is obvious that from Tang San's current heart, he is not a good person, just like Yu Xiaogang. As Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaogang needs to take certain responsibilities. It was me I used to think I was noble and humiliated those ordinary soul masters, but Xiao San he is my only disciple, how is he so out of place? Faced with the second charge, Yu Xiaogang still did not plead guilty at the first time, but asked Ye Chen with heavy breathing. But he thought he was in the wrong, and his attitude was very humble, as if he was afraid that Ye Chen would kill him directly in anger. How is it out of place? Humph! As soon as the voice fell, Ye Chen released the soul of Amaterasu, and with a light throw, the soul of Amaterasu was inserted into Yu Xiaogang's side. At this time, the blade of the sword was only a few centimeters away from his throat. Frightened, he trembled all over, and couldn't help rolling back a few times. Sure enough, facing Yu Xiaogang's humble sophistry, Ye Chen still got angry. With your character, you didn't lead him to the right path. Before the Soul Master competition, you kept telling him how abominable the Spirit Hall was. Even after Xiao Wu died, you put the blame on the Spirit Hall. Let me ask you, every Soul Master needs to hunt spirit rings to upgrade, why can Tang San fall in love with a soul beast, so he can stop others from hunting? As if the whole world is wrong, and only he is right? Is he worthy? Also, do you remember who you met before the Soul Master competition? Who did you want to know the secret of the twin martial spirits from? One moment you were talking bad about the spirit hall in front of your disciples, and the next moment you went to the spirit hall again. You are really something, Yu Xiaogang. You too, master and disciple, have done many evil things and don't care about the world. Do you still want to quibble? The secret of the twin martial spirits? Yu Xiaogang was shocked. He still clearly remembered, before the Soul Master competition, he had secretly asked Bibi Dong for the secret of the twin martial spirits for Tang San. But almost no one knew about this. Even Tang San didn't know. Why did Ye Chen know it again? So terrifying. Yu Xiaogang didn't know that Ye Chen was very familiar with the history of Douluo continent. He thought that Ye Chen had the ability to read minds. After hearing that Ye Chen could tell everything in such detail, he finally knelt on the ground in regret and cried, I admit. Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong couldn't help but get angry when she saw Yu Xiaogang's appearance. She really didn't expect that Yu Xiaogang was not only heartless, but also ungrateful. For a while, Ye Chen's trial hadn't ended yet, and she wanted to kill this beast. Fortunately, she finally decided to hold back and listen to Ye Chen announce Yu Xiaogang's third sin. The third sin is the sin of unforgiveness. He has won over other forces and wanted to attack me, and even had the intention to kill me. This intention is punishable. Yu Xiaogang, do you admit this third sin? Ye Chen asked coldly. In fact, the first two of Yu Xiaogang's three sins were not enough to cause him to kill, but this third sin is absolutely unforgivable. It is also the most important. I admit it, I admit it, I admit it. Different from the previous two times, when Yu Xiaogang heard the content of the third sin, he did not hesitate and gave a direct answer, and then burst into tears. Because he knew that no matter how he argued, Ye Chen was sure to refute his lies. It's me, I'm too selfish and too ruthless. I admit my guilt, The piercing cry filled the periphery of the entire meteoric realm, and even Hulina, Yu Guan, and others not far away could hear it clearly. But facing such a beast, no one felt pity for him. Yu Xiaogang cried bitterly. Among all the charges, he knew that he could not leave this meteorite realm alive. Chapter 82 Soul Skills, Decisive Moment. The trial is over, it's time to accept the punishment. What do you think, the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Rose looked at Bibi Dong with interest. It was Ye Chen who had been judging Yu Xiaogang, but she always wanted Bibi Dong to put an end to this matter. For some reason, Ye Chen always felt a little reluctant when looking at Bibi Dong's delicate face. Although the facts were clear, and the evidence was irrefutable. Did she really hide her true thoughts as Rose said? Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall who used to act decisively, was reluctant to take action when she saw her first love? You don't need to remind me. Bibi Dong shouted coldly, frowning. If it weren't for Ye Chen's participation in the trial of the meteoric realm, how could she allow Jiang Wei to be so arrogant here? But everything should have a limit. When Jiang Wei touched her dignity again, she instantly released her first martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. A very good soul ring configuration. A killing intent emanated from her body, and at the same time, the killing god domain suddenly appeared, covering all the people present. It was an extremely pure killing intent, which made people feel creepy. Even felt very depressed, and the restlessness in the body became more and more intense. After just a moment, Jiang Wei couldn't stand this feeling and shut up obediently. Hate, I'm asking you this, why are you still angry? If you don't want to, then let Ye Chen do it. The teasing words disappeared, and Jiang Wei pretended to be aggrieved. It seems that she may not be Bibi Dong's opponent. It makes sense. Bibi Dong is a twin spirit after all, and she is also the youngest titled Douluo on Douluo continent since ancient times, and the successor of the god of Rakshasa. She is the most talented human spirit master on Douluo continent except Ye Chen and Tang San. Her strength should be much higher than that of the guardian of the meteoric realm. Humph! Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and when she saw that Jiang Wei did not say anything out of line, she withdrew the killing god domain, and then set her sights on Yu Xiaogang. After a long time, she looked up to the sky and sighed, and made a decision. It's my fault that I was blind before, and I had such an unbearable past with you. Today, it's time to put an end to everything. Go to hell, Yu Xiaogang. Swish. Bibi Dong lifted Ye Chen's Amaterasu spirit through the air with her spirit power, closed her eyes, and raised her hand slightly, and Yu Xiaogang's head and body were completely separated. Very decisive. Before his death, Yu Xiaogang's eyes were bloodshot, as if he couldn't believe that he died at the hands of his first love. Dong dong. Before he died. The words he didn't finish. Dong-er? Ha! He didn't deserve to be called that. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong finally planned to kill Yu Xiaogang with her own hands to put an end to her unbearable relationship. After Yu Xiaogang died, Bibi Dong returned the soul of Amaterasu to Ye Chen, but her cold eyes were more vicissitudes and loneliness. It seems that this incident has a great impact on her. But Ye Chen can understand it. After all, if you have experienced a deep-rooted relationship, it is impossible to completely forget it from the bottom of your heart, even if you no longer love that beast. What's more, the scar in Bibi Dong's heart has existed since she broke up with Yu Xiaogang, and it will never heal. Unless there is a kind of looking back, the two people can break off contact at the beginning, so as to resolve her inner pain and scars. But who can go back to the past? Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the hidden task and saving the fallen girl Bibi Dong. Ding! Because the host has a soul skill that can travel through Douluo time and space, and completes the necessary conditions of the hidden task killing Yu Xiaogang. The task of saving the fallen girl Bibi Dong is automatically activated. If the host completes the subsequent tasks, he will receive a huge reward. Of course, the host can also give up the hidden task. At that time, the reward for the task of killing Yu Xiaogang will be issued, and the age of any soul ring will be increased by 500,000 years. Please choose by yourself. At this time, the voice of the system came into Ye Chen's mind. In the past, hidden tasks will only be notified after completion. Will the hidden task be announced in advance this time? Ye Chen thought secretly in his heart. At this time, he also remembered that he did have a soul skill that could travel through time and space, called the Decisive Moment, which was a hidden soul skill of his soul bone destiny set. However, because the soul skill can only be released once, he doesn't know the specific effect. After waiting for a long time, he actually forgot a little. I accept the hidden task. Looking at Bibi Dong's slightly vicissitudes of life, Ye Chen replied to the system without hesitation. It's not all because of sympathy and reward. After all, Bibi Dong brought the spirit hall to support him today. Although she didn't help much, she still had to repay her kindness. So after hearing the system's prompt, he immediately agreed to accept the hidden task. Ding! The host has accepted a high-level hidden task. Please complete it as soon as possible. Ding! Since the host has accepted a high-level hidden task, the reward for killing Yu Xiaogang will be invalid, and if the host fails to complete the task, he will be trapped in the past time and space forever, and there will be huge consequences. So please try not to change the original time and space history. Good guy. Can't I come back if I don't complete the task? Will it also affect the past time and space? This is something Ye Chen never expected. However, he had made up his mind. Since he had accepted this so-called high-level hidden mission, there was no way back. Okay, it's over. Since you are not going to participate in the trial today, I will go back. After Yu Xiaogang died, Qiang Gui felt a little disgusted when she saw the body lying on the ground. She simply burned it into ashes and said to Ye Chen with satisfaction. After that, she left. Bibi Dong walked to Ye Chen with a worried look and asked lightly, "What are your plans for the future? Are you willing to return to the spirit hall to help me?" The voice was very low and lonely. When did the Pope of the spirit hall, who dominated the continent, appear so listless? Yu Xiaogang is really damned. Such a good woman, he actually treated her like this. Even if she died, she would have to suffer for the rest of her life. Ye Chen couldn't help cursing Yu Xiaogang in his heart when he heard Bibi Dong say this. However, since he had already accepted the task of saving Bibi Dong, whether to return to the spirit hall or not was a matter for the future. The most important thing now is to change Bibi Dong's fate. He shook his head decisively. Before that, I may need to take you to a place. Oh? Where? Bibi Dong was surprised, and her calm eyes suddenly lit up, as if she felt that the world was suddenly full of colors, but soon it became dim again. This was the first time she heard someone say that they would take her to a place. If it were someone else, Bibi Dong would have been angry. But if it was Ye Chen? I always think this little guy is very interesting, like a treasure from the sky. A place that can change you. Ye Chen smiled. Immediately, he held the soul of Amaterasu in his left hand, and a blood-red soul power emerged from his right hand. With the sky as yang and the earth as yin, yin and yang are born, and chaos begins. Soul skills, decisive moment. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The next moment, Ye Chen's whole body was covered by blood-red light, and a blood-red magic circle appeared under his feet. In just a blink of an eye, he and Bibi Dong disappeared from the spot. Chapter 83 Shock. I became Bibi Dong. During this time and space retracing process, Ye Chen felt that his mind was blank and he couldn't think of anything. And he had a severe headache, as if countless ants were gnawing at his brain, and he was in agony. Fortunately, this process did not last long. Hey! When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. He was no longer in the meteoric realm, but came to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall decades ago. And from the surrounding decorations and furnishings. A huge soft bed, a few slightly luxurious tables and chairs, a clean and fragrant environment. He found himself in a bedroom, and this bedroom was obviously not his own bedroom. Suddenly, an inexplicable pressure came from his chest, making him a little uncomfortable. Ye Chen looked down and saw that something seemed to be stuffed in his chest. White and cute, pleasing to the eye. And a little heavy. But this made him very confused. With a curious attitude, he touched it lightly. It was indescribably soft. What is this? Ye Chen was surprised. While touching it, he tried to take it out of his arms. But no matter how he tried, he failed. When he exerted force, he felt pain. It was like it was originally a part of his body. Isn't this amazing? At this time, a maid from the Spirit Hall knocked on the door and said, "Saint, it's breakfast time. His Holiness asked me to help you get up." "Hey? Saint, what are you doing?" The maid was shocked. She just opened the door and found such an absurd scene. She didn't know why the saint was playing with Hera. Although the saint's was very big and unique in the entire Spirit Hall, it was not so bad that she would just get up in the morning. She looked at Ye Chen in shock, blushed immediately, and closed the door and ran away without waiting for Ye Chen to speak. Leaving Ye Chen alone in a daze. "Hey? Saint? What do you mean? Aren't I here to save Bibi Dong? Why am I called a saint? Is this maid blind? Wait. My voice. How can my voice be a female voice? Fuck, no way." Ye Chen talked to himself, but he became more and more frightened the more he listened, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. In order to get a clearer answer, he even took off his pajamas and stood in front of the mirror to look at himself. But after looking at this, his last hope was completely shattered. He is now completely a girl. Exquisite face, curvy figure, slender waist, proud and upright double peaks. This I won't be a crossover to Bibi Dong, right? Looking at his appearance in the mirror, he is indeed somewhat similar to Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong in the mirror looks younger and more energetic, and her sparkling big eyes are also full of innocence and liveliness. After watching for nearly 10 minutes, Ye Chen finally came to a conclusion. Ye Chen. I really crossed over to become Bibi Dong. And it's Bibi Dong who is only 18 years old. So terrifying. I came here to save Bibi Dong, but I didn't expect that I would become Bibi Dong after crossing over. What kind of thing is this? System, can you come out and tell me what's going on? Ask the system for everything, as long as the system is still there. Ding! Congratulations to the host for releasing the soul skill The Decisive Moment. The host can currently use the target Bibi Dong's body until the hidden mission is completed. Ding! The host's current body is used by the 18-year-old Bibi Dong, also near the Wuhan Hall. To complete the hidden mission, the host must find his own body and use his original power. What if it is not completed? Ding! If the host does not complete the hidden mission, he will remain in his current state and will repeat Bibi Dong's mistakes. Back. You mean, if my mission is not successful, not only will I not be able to save Bibi Dong, but I will also have to take a few shots from Kyungsunji in the future. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's terrifying to think about it. Yes, host. The system froze for the first time and trembled. And this tremble directly shook Ye Chen. But fortunately, the system is still there, which also made him feel a lot more relaxed. If you were here, you wouldn't watch me get fired at, right? System. Ding. This system will do its best to protect the host. Of course, the host should not force himself, please face all the results calmly. At most, you will be a hero again in 20 years. I will really thank you. After hearing the system's answer, Ye Chen shook his head helplessly. When did the system learn to joke? He didn't think he couldn't complete the task this time. After all, as long as he could find his original body, he was confident that he could fight Kyungsunji with his strength. As for the current body, at most, it's just a change of body. Play with it for 2 more days and you'll get used to it. Oh no! It's just 2 more days of adaptation and you'll get used to it. After a simple wash, Ye Chen had to wear a white and red women's long skirt and went out shyly in order to complete the task as soon as possible. I heard from the maid just now that the current pope of the spirit hall, Kyungsunji, was going to call him to have breakfast. Although he didn't really want to see that hypocrite, he had to get involved with that hypocrite in order to complete the task. So he went straight to the side hall where the pope of the spirit hall had his meals, wanting to meet the so-called Kyungsunji. When he arrived at this side hall, Kyungsunji had been waiting for a long time, staring at Ye Chen with a pair of lecherous eyes, making Ye Chen uncomfortable. Can you imagine it? You become a girl, and then a man looks at you with lecherous eyes, how would you feel? Ah! Kill me! Ye Chen roared in his heart. But he still had to pretend to be indifferent and sat directly on the chair next to Kyungsunji. It seemed that he felt too close, and the next moment he moved the chair to the side. What's wrong, Donger? Kyungsunji showed a kind, lecherous, smile and asked Ye Chen, don't you greet me when you see me. Fuck you Kyungsunji. Don't let me find a chance, I will definitely kill you. Ye Chen gritted his teeth, but bowed helplessly, old teacher, good morning. He almost called him immortal. But he can't do that now. Because he found that his martial soul and soul power are now from the 18-year-old Bibi Dong, not his own. If he wants to kill Kyungsunji with his strength, he must find the Bibi Dong who entered his body. Chapter 84 Toad Yu Xiao Gang. After dinner, Ye Chen really didn't have he wanted to continue chatting with Kyungsunji. Especially when he saw Kyungsunji's wretched eyes, his heart was broken and he couldn't help himself. He was afraid that there would be a moment when he felt that he was a pervert. According to the clues given by the system, the real Bibi Dong should be near the spirit hall at this time, and Ye Chen was ready to go out to find her. However, when he just walked out of the gate of the spirit hall, he saw another wretched person on tiptoe observing the spirit hall. He looked older than Bibi Dong, wearing a black robe, simple accessories, and his hair was long and messy and spread behind his head. It was really a bit sloppy. The moment he saw this man, Ye Chen recognized his identity. Isn't this the 25-year-old Yu Xiao Gang? Because of the malignant mutation of his spirit, not only did he not inherit his father's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus spirit, but he also created a dog spirit. At a young age, he was driven out of the family by his biological father. In order to make a living, he had to come to the Spirit City to find a job. It was a coincidence. During the time in Wuhan City, he was so lucky that he met Bibi Dong and made Bibi Dong fall in love with him. A typical story of a rich lady falling in love with a poor boy. When he saw Ye Chen, Bibi Dong, coming out, Yu Xiaogong's eyes lit up and he ran over with an innocent smile on his face. Ye Chen was scared and got goosebumps. It couldn't be that Bibi Dong had already known Yu Xiaogang when he traveled here, right? Donger, are you angry with me? Why haven't you come to see me these days? Yu Xiaogang asked Ye Chen with a smile. When he first met Bibi Dong valued his talent very much and would go to see him almost every day. But he was a sultry person after all, always pretending to be cool, which often made Bibi Dong unhappy. 3 days passed, and Bibi Dong didn't come to him. He thought that Bibi Dong was angry. So after thinking for a long time, he put aside his pride for the first time and came to Bibi Dong. Did you call me Donger? Call me Saint from now on. Ye Chen looked up, staring at Yu Xiaogang, and said with a little playfulness. It seems that the two have indeed known each other. Fortunately, there has been no further development. In other words, they have not become boyfriend and girlfriend. He wanted to see how Yu Xiaogang could be a toad eating swan meat. Now that he is Bibi Dong, he must crush Yu Xiaogong's self-esteem if he has the chance. Of course, the most important thing is to complete the task of saving Bibi Dong. And to complete the task, the relationship between Bibi Dong and the two scumbags must be completely eliminated. However, King Sunji is too strong, and he is not his opponent now. It is better to deal with this toad Yu Xiaogang first. Yu Xiaogang was shocked when he heard Ye Chen's tone, and always had an ominous premonition. Why is Bibi Dong's tone so strange today? And it has a little dialect? Can anger change a person's language system? Ahem, it seems that you are still angry. Can I apologize to you? I will never ignore you in the future. I will do whatever you do. How about it? I am a bit stupid and not very good at speaking. Donger, I hope you can be more considerate of me in the future. Yu Xiaogang lowered his head and looked at Ye Chen, apologizing without sincerity, as if he was sure that Bibi Dong would forgive him. But whether the real Bibi Dong would forgive him or not is not the point. Anyway, Ye Chen will definitely not forgive him. If it is not possible to change Bibi Dong's history, Ye Chen even wants to kill Yu Xiaogang here. Who are you talking to? Is there any need for the other party to understand after apologizing? What? Are you deaf? I am the saint of the spirit hall, and you are just a commoner. Pay attention to your own identity. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Ye Chen frowned and said to Yu Xiaogang with some disgust. To be honest, Yu Xiaogang's words were very greasy and selfish. As a bystander, he couldn't accept it. If the two could truly love each other, there would be no worries about so many changes in Douluo continent. This Dong Saint Yu, didn't you say I was a master before? Didn't you say I was worthy of the name? Why is it now? Yu Xiaogang looked at Ye Chen, who suddenly turned hostile, full of confusion. Master? Are you qualified? How many excellent spirit masters can you teach with your theory? When Ye Chen heard the word master, he couldn't help but sneer. You said there are no useless spirits, only useless spirit masters. So what kind are you now? A useless spirit master dares to call himself a master. A person who seeks fame and reputation. Okay, go away, Yu Xiaogang, don't bother me again in the future, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you. Ye Chen paused, looking aggressive, as if he might attack at any time. You have changed from now on, you and I will never have anything to do with each other, don't regret it. Yu Xiaogang was shocked and angry, but he thought he couldn't beat Bibi Dong and couldn't afford to provoke the spirit hall, so he left in a daze. He kept muttering that he was a useless spirit master. Get lost. Looking at Yu Xiaogang's back as he left, Ye Chen felt more and more uncomfortable, and immediately kicked Yu Xiaogang on the butt, kicking him more than 10 meters away. Can't kill Yu Xiaogang, can't you torture him? Anyway, they will be enemies in the future. I won't show mercy. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that he slowly got up from the ground and directly released his martial soul Luo Sanbao, and even wanted to resist Ye Chen. But the next moment, Ye Chen kicked him again, kicking both the dog and the man. Luo Sanbao's earth-shattering fart soul skill not only did not interfere with Ye Chen, he also fired a shot at his master Yu Xiaogang. He fainted on the spot. There was no way. His lifelong cultivation was only level 29. What could such a waste do? And after such an incident, I believe it is enough to kill Yu Xiaogang's reason to find Bibi Dong again. Unless he is shameless. But with Yu Xiaogang's sultry energy, it should be impossible. Passers-by and the guards of the spirit hall were stunned. They had never seen the saint of the spirit hall like this. So, there was a rumor in the spirit city from then on. The poor and useless soul master Yu Xiaogang pursued the saint of the spirit hall Bibi Dong for decades, and was humiliated on the spot. The importance of strength and talent. But that was all later. Ye Chen later learned about it from Bibi Dong. At this time. Hey! Ye Chen suddenly realized that there was a pair of eyes staring at him nearby, and the feeling was very strange, as if he was being stared at by himself. Is it Bibi Dong? Ye Chen looked around. In a corner not far from the gate of Wuhan City, he found the figure who seemed to have been eyeing him for a long time. Chapter 85. What could be more tragic than this? Seeing Bibi Dong appear, Ye Chen immediately chased after her. But Bibi Dong did not want to escape, she was waiting for Ye Chen here. As for why she did not enter the Wuhan Hall to look for Ye Chen, you may not believe it. Bibi Dong had told the guards of the Wuhan Hall countless times that she was a saint, but those guards looked at her like an idiot. Even cursed. After all, she was entering Ye Chen's body now. You say a man said he was a saint, who would believe it? It was almost a fight. But she was not used to Ye Chen's martial soul and soul skills, so she had to swallow her anger in the end. When Ye Chen came over, Bibi Dong was not in a good mood. She patted her chest and asked angrily, "Who are you? What do you want to do with this saint's body?" But it didn't matter if she didn't pat it. Once she patted it, it was empty. The proud double peaks, the figure that once made her extremely proud, are now not on her body. Woo woo woo. Bibi Dong was still full of energy when she was young, and she immediately lowered her eyes in grievance. P.S. This is Bibi Dong at the age of 18. As for Bibi Dong in the original world, I will talk about it in the next chapter. But after all, it is Ye Chen's body, and a 1.8 meter tall boy puts on a pitiful look. No matter how handsome he is, he can't stand the baptism of greasiness and disgust. Ye Chen was almost disgusted by himself like this. Can you calm down? I'm here to change your life this time. Ye Chen held back the strangeness in his heart, and patted his chest to explain, "Believe me, I will never hurt you." Bibi Dong didn't respond. "You believe me so quickly?" Ye Chen was surprised. Bibi Dong still didn't respond. "Okay, then I'll explain to you what's going on first. Hey, what are you doing?" Ye Chen thought Bibi Dong believed him, so he didn't answer. But the next moment, Bibi Dong slapped her face and said coquettishly, "Rogue, don't touch my body." She saw Ye Chen patting her chest with her own eyes, which made her almost angry and hit her. But that body was originally her own, and it was equivalent to slapping herself after the action. It would be better to slap Ye Chen's body. But after the fight, Bibi Dong regretted it again. Because she had to bear the pain. What kind of magic did you use? Change your body back quickly, otherwise my teacher will not let you go. Bibi Dong cried aggrievedly. Of course, it was the 1.8 meter tall big man crying. Change back the body. Ye Chen was somewhat embarrassed when he heard this. He was not a system, and even he himself did not know how to change back the body. The only way he could think of at present was to wait until Bibi Dong's tragic fate was truly changed and then change back the body through the system. Listen to me, if you want to change back the body, you must trust me. Ye Chen said, if you don't trust me, not only will you not be able to change back the body, but your future fate will be very miserable. Not only will you die alone, but you will also experience things that ordinary people have never experienced. You curse me. Bibi Dong was angry when she heard this, but she could only look at Ye Chen helplessly, not daring to do anything to her body. Is there anything more tragic than my current fate? You shameless guy, have you done anything to my body? Woo woo woo. Hey! Ye Chen clenched his fists, not expecting Bibi Dong to care about this. No, I am a good person, how could it be possible? Except for standing in front of the mirror for a while in the morning, and having to do that when going to the toilet, etc. He really didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Why are you so nervous? And you're sweating. Tell me, are you feeling guilty? The two looked at each other for a long time. Bibi Dong looked at Ye Chen's nervous expression, her face turned green with anger, but she could do nothing about it. In the end, she could only sigh and asked Ye Chen, you just said that my future fate will be very miserable, how miserable is it? After all, looking at Ye Chen's appearance, he really didn't seem to be able to control the body swap. Instead of complaining all the time, it would be better to listen to whether what Ye Chen said was true. Do you know Yu Xiao Gang? Ye Chen replied asked. Bibi Dong nodded in surprise. Of course, his soul master education theory is a very good theory, and he has also done some research on the acquisition of soul rings and soul bones of soul beasts. He is a very good master. But I just met him not long ago, what happened to him? Oh, right. He came to you just now. No, why did he come to me? Why did you kick him away? Oh? Has Bibi Dong been watching from the side since then? But she didn't stop herself. Could it be that she really hasn't had a complicated relationship with Yu Xiaogang yet? That's good. Ye Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and explained, let's not talk about Yu Xiaogang's theory for now. But he is a selfish villain. You will be with him for a while, but in the end he will abandon you and find a new love. For this, you are full of anger and even vent your hatred to the entire Douluo continent. And your teacher, he is not a gentleman either. It may not be long before he has improper thoughts about you and takes you to the secret room. Ye Chen explained everything to Bibi Dong. He told Bibi Dong everything he knew. It took 2 hours, but he only finished the main points. In the end, there were too many stories about Bibi Dong. And in order to increase credibility, Ye Chen also told many other people's stories. For example, Hu Lina, Yu Guan, Jian Rongxiu, Jian Daoliu, and others. The 18-year-old Bibi Dong didn't know about the things between Hu Lina and Jian Rongxiu, but she knew something about the things between Yu Guan and Jian Daoliu. She didn't expect Ye Chen to be able to tell such details, even more than she knew. Could it be that what this guy said was true? But he didn't know Yu Xiaogong's character yet, but his teacher Qian Sunji's character, was it really as bad as Ye Chen said? After hearing the end, Bibi Dong asked half-believingly, if it's really as you said, then what should I do? If that's the case, then how can her future fate be summed up by the word miserable? It's simply painful. Simple. Ye Chen smiled slightly, I came here for you this time. Whether you believe me or not, the fact is that you can go back to the spirit hall with me, and wait for the development of things to make everything clear. Come for me. Bibi Dong's cheeks suddenly rose with a touch of bright red, and for a moment she looked at Ye Chen with some new eyes. Okay, then I will go back to the spirit hall with you. Isn't that right? I am from the spirit hall, right? You are an outsider, and you will go back to the spirit hall with me. Chapter 86. Kyung Sunji is suspicious. With her current status as a saint, she brought Bibi Dong into the spirit hall, basically without arousing too many people's suspicion. Except for the two people who had stopped Bibi Dong at the entrance of the spirit hall. However, Ye Chen also expelled the two people from the spirit hall as soon as possible. The method of expulsion is very simple. Those who dare to stop this saint from entering the hall, you will go to receive your salary now, and you don't have to come again. This behavior of Ye Chen also made Bibi Dong very excited. After all, it was indirectly a relief for her. And since Bibi Dong was his own body after all, after Ye Chen brought her into the spirit hall, he asked Bibi Dong to keep her aura hidden, so as not to attract the attention of the people in the spirit hall. But even so, when the two returned to Bibi Dong's boudoir, there was an extra person at the door, and it was the current pope of the spirit hall, Qian Sunji. They had just finished breakfast together, and it had not been a whole morning, but Qian Sunji came to Bibi Dong again. It was really lustful, and there was no limit to his lower head. Or was he suspicious of Ye Chen? Bibi Dong was surprised. Because since she heard about her tragic fate from Ye Chen, although she was half believing and half doubting, she couldn't help but observe her teacher more. From Qian Sunji's behavior and expression, you can really feel a strong taste of eroticism. This was the first time she noticed it. Could it be true, as Ye Chen said, that his teacher had improper thoughts about him? Or did he subconsciously believe Ye Chen? No. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that his teacher was not serious. Bibi Dong couldn't help but be more alert. Teacher. Ye Chen saw Qian Sunji, and he couldn't help but smile coldly in his heart, and shouted expressionlessly. And Bibi Dong almost blurted out the word teacher, but fortunately she finally realized that she was now in Ye Chen's body, and after holding it in for a long time, she said, Old Big Son. Your Holiness, you have worked hard. This. Seeing Bibi Dong coming back, Qian Sunji was very happy and walked over slowly, but when he heard the words of Bibi Dong who turned into Ye Chen, his face suddenly turned black. Where is this? Could a titled Douluo be afraid of the sun? And why is this kid so rude? Instead of greeting each other, they talked about everything. Where is the Pope's authority? Kyung Sunji could not help but feel a little angry. But in order to maintain the image of the Pope and the good impression of his beloved disciple, Kyung Sunji's mouth twitched wildly, suppressing his inner anger and smiling awkwardly. Donger, your guard's words are quite interesting. After all, he is someone close to his beloved disciple Bibi Dong. Kyung Sunji can only swallow this breath secretly. But when he observed Ye Chen's body, he found that he, a great Feng, the strength of the number one Douluo, could not even detect the strength of this boy. And this boy looked like he was only in his teens, even a few years younger than his student Bibi Dong. At such a young age, he had such a unique physique. It's a bit unusual. But why would such a person suddenly appear in the spirit hall, and suddenly appear next to Bibi Dong? Could it be that there was some inappropriate feeling between these two people? A hint of coldness flashed in Kyung Sunji's eyes. Ye Chen naturally noticed the look Kyung Sunji put on his body. Sure enough, the old ginger is still spicy. Kyung Sunji did not underestimate Bibi Dong, who deliberately concealed her aura, but became cautious instead. In order to divert Kyung Sunji's attention back, Ye Chen immediately asked Kyung Sunji, I wonder if the teacher wants to see me for something. Oh, looking back at Ye Chen, Kyungsunji continued to smile, it's nothing big. I just want to see how your cultivation is going. You must not delay your cultivation because of trivial matters of love. After that, Kyungsunji looked at Ye Chen's original body, Bibi Dong, again, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. The meaning is self-evident. Want to attack my beloved disciple? You are simply overestimating yourself. But what he didn't know was that the person he provoked was his beloved disciple Bibi Dong herself. At that moment, Bibi Dong believed Ye Chen a little more in her heart, and at the same time increased her suspicion of her teacher Kyungsunji. How could it be? I have been practicing according to the teacher's instructions. I believe I can break through soon. Ye Chen pretended not to see anything and said happily. That's good. 2 months later, the Spirit Hall will conduct a cleanup of the Stardo Great Forest. You can also come and participate to see the existence of the 100,000-year soul beast. Kyungsunji was inevitably relieved when he heard Ye Chen's words, and he decided not to continue to put pressure on the people around him. After all, his beloved disciple said so. That means she still has her teacher in her heart. Hee. Then he will take advantage of this to capture the 100,000-year soul beast to hunt for the 100,000-year soul ring for Bibi Dong and take her down in one fell swoop. 100,000-year soul beast? Are you referring to the blue-silver Emperor Yin? At this time, Ye Chen hadn't spoken yet, but Bibi Dong asked in shock. Just now outside the Spirit Hall, Ye Chen told her that Kyungsunji would attack a blue-silver Emperor soul beast named Yin soon. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen was half right. And if he knew that the name of this soul beast was indeed Yin, it meant that Ye Chen did not lie to him. Then, Bibi Dong was shocked and couldn't help but want to ask Kyungsunji for the answer. But what she didn't know was that Kyungsunji was stunned when she asked this question. Ye Chen also secretly cried out in his heart. It was agreed that after entering the Spirit Hall, he should be careful in what he said and did. After all, Bibi Dong's current body is his body, and no one can recognize her true identity. Especially when facing a scumbag like Kyungsunji, it would be easy for Kyungsunji to find out the flaws. Where did you know it from? Sure enough, the next moment, Kyungsunji's face suddenly changed, staring at Bibi Dong in surprise and anger. This kind of secret, not many people know, even Donger, I just told it today. Tell me quickly, where did you get the news from? Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Suddenly, Kyungsunji exuded a cold murderous intent. I. Bibi Dong hesitated and didn't know how to answer for a while. Fortunately, Ye Chen came out to rescue him in time and said, Teacher, don't be angry first. Elder Yuegwen told me about this earlier, and Ye Chen is my guard. I told him so that he could learn more. If I did something wrong, please punish me, teacher. Chapter 87 Secret Chamber Douluo Kyungsunji. Yuegwen. Kyungsunji looked at Ye Chen suspiciously after hearing this. He did tell Yuegwen about this. If it was Yuegwen who told Bibi Dong, then it was really possible. After all, Yuegwen's mouth was always loose. This was already known to everyone in the Spirit Hall. But even so, he still didn't quite believe this reason. Especially since he was suspicious of this man named Ye Chen, he couldn't help but be more suspicious now. And there was the hidden aura on Ye Chen. I don't know why. He had a bad feeling, and always felt that Ye Chen would ruin his big plan. It seems that the action needs to be changed. Kyungsunji thought to himself, and this Ye Chen, we must find a way to get rid of him, at least on that night, he must not follow Donger. It doesn't matter, since you said it, how can the teacher blame you? Kyungsunji said to Ye Chen immediately, then you should have a good rest these days, and strive to break through on the day of hunting the 100,000-year soul beast. After saying that, he left. After Kyungsunji left, Ye Chen and Bibi Dong both frowned. Bibi Dong also realized that she might be too anxious, which made Kyungsunji suspicious. She asked Ye Chen nervously, what should we do now? I don't think the teacher will follow the original plan. It is possible that the time for hunting soul beasts will be advanced. Ye Chen understood and nodded, don't worry too much. With my strength, it is not a problem to deal with your teacher, but you have to stay by my side at all times to avoid any accidents. But I am not used to your martial soul and soul skills if then my fate. Bibi Dong is still worried. Ye Chen's original strength is strong, but if he wants to exert the full strength of his original body but not everyone can do it. especially since her own soul power level is not high and she has no experience at all. Then you have to learn to adapt. Ye Chen sighed helplessly, if you fail, not to mention your fate, my fate will be ruined. So we can only succeed, not fail. What a joke. He is now in control of Bibi Dong's body. Even if Kyung Sunji has ideas about Bibi Dong, it will be his own fault. Being bombarded in vain? What kind of experience is that? He doesn't want to feel it. That night, Ye Chen and Bibi Dong stayed up all night, thinking about every possible unexpected situation and how to deal with it. But unexpectedly, they finally overestimated Kyung Sunji's patience. In the evening of the 5th day, Bibi Dong had only been out for less than 2 minutes, and Kyung Sunji sent someone to visit again and invited Ye Chen to the secret room to discuss important matters. Moreover, the soul power level of the scent guards was actually above level 80, which was not something Ye Chen could contend with at the moment. It was obvious that Kyung Sunji was going to make a move today. Helplessly, Ye Chen could only delay as much as possible. After 10 minutes, Bibi Dong did not come over. Kyung Sunji must have planned it in advance, and it was impossible for Bibi Dong to come back for a while. He could only follow the guards to the secret room of the side hall of the Pope's palace. Fortunately, the two had guessed that such a situation would happen earlier. So even though he could not change his body back, Ye Chen's martial soul Amaterasu had been accompanying Ye Chen in the form of a sword. And there was a martial soul secret on this sword. Falling Cherry Blossom Slash. As long as he could release Falling Cherry Blossom Slash, it would be enough for Kyung Sunji to eat a pot. 2 minutes later, he came to the so-called secret room of the secret room Douluo. As expected, in this somewhat dim secret room, it was not an environment where they could discuss any major matters. Moreover, under a dim lamp, the secret room Douluo Kyung Sunji was emitting an obscene smile, staring at Ye Chen who was holding Bibi Dong's body without blinking. Donger, you are here hee. Kyung Sunji laughed wantonly. Even under the light, he was too lazy to disguise himself, and looked like a beast. Look at your sad face, do you need the teacher to help you solve your problems? Kyung Sunji said as he approached Ye Chen. Don't wait for that little guy Ye Chen, he should be in the elder hall now to spar with the elders. If he can come back alive from the hands of the elders, maybe you will have a chance to see him for the last time. But I issued a killing order against Ye Chen based on the gimmick that Ye Chen is a traitor from other forces. Obviously, this assumption will not hold true. Kyung Sunji was extremely arrogant and confident. Tonight, in this dim secret room, he vowed to take down Bibi Dong. For a moment, the secret room was filled with an intriguing smell. Ugh! Ye Chen almost vomited. MMP hidden mission. Everything is normal. But why did he have to swap bodies with Bibi Dong? How can he deal with Kyung Sunji's hummingbird? But he was not going to sit and wait for death. There are only two types of people who will sit and wait for death. One is to give up struggling, and the other is to enjoy it. Obviously, Ye Chen is not one of these two. Humph! Kyung Sunji. At this point, Ye Chen could no longer pretend, looking at Kyung Sunji and sneering, do you really think I am Bibi Dong? While speaking, Ye Chen took out the soul of Amaterasu from the June Snow Jade pendant. The blood-red light enveloped the surroundings, directly illuminating the entire secret room. Donger! Where did you get this sword? Kyung Sunji was shocked when he saw the soul of Amaterasu, but he was shocked again when he heard what Ye Chen said, what do you mean? Aren't you Donger? Kyung Sunji looked up and down, left and right, and what he saw was indeed Bibi Dong's appearance. No. Although the appearance was Bibi Dong's, but Kyung Sunji suddenly realized something. In the past few days, he has been very curious about why Bibi Dong's words and deeds are a little different from before, but after all, the matter has little impact, so he didn't go into it too much. Or, appearance is more important, so he subconsciously ignores those details? But when asked by Ye Chen at this time, he had to recall those things again. If you are not Donger, who else could it be? Kyung Sunji was shocked. Did you use the disguise technique to pretend to be Donger? No, the soul power on you is indeed Donger's. How is this possible? Using mental power to sense Ye Chen's soul power, Kyung Sunji was puzzled. But taking advantage of Kyung Sunji's doubts, Ye Chen took action. He is definitely not Kyung Sunji's opponent now. If he keeps talking, the situation will only become more and more unfavorable to him. It is better to take advantage of Kyung Sunji's days and kill him with one blow. Boom! With the soul of Amaterasu in hand, Ye Chen slashed at Kyungsunji fiercely. But what kind of person is Kyungsunji? Title Douluo. The Pope of the Spirit Hall. Just a slight turn, he avoided Ye Chen's attack. The next moment, 9 soul rings appeared under his feet, and in just a moment, he began to counterattack. Chapter 88 Killing Kyungsunji. Bang! Kyungsunji didn't use any soul skills at all, and he punched Ye Chen far away. As expected, as a titled Douluo, his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Fortunately, he didn't seem to have the intention to kill, otherwise Ye Chen might note it's so easy to stop flying. If you are not Donger, who else could it be? Kyungsunji stepped on the void, floated and rushed over, and then attacked Ye Chen again. Could it be that you are the little beast next to Donger? While launching the attack, he sneered coldly. Kyungsunji actually suspected his true body at the first time. He is indeed worthy of being the Pope of the Spirit Hall. His IQ is really amazing. But now, even if he knows, what does it matter? Anyway, we have to fight, so let's fight to the end. Swish! With the help of Amaterasu's soul, Ye Chen leaned back and barely avoided Kyungsunji's attack. Then, he slid under his feet and fainted. But he did not touch Kyungsunji's body. Kyungsunji smiled coldly, you are quite agile, but unfortunately your soul power level is too low, you can't do anything to me. No matter who you are today, you must obey me. Kyungsunji seemed to think that Ye Chen was joking, and the purpose was to let him go, and he continued to laugh. But Ye Chen was shocked in his heart, and his anus suddenly tightened. What a fierce word! I have already guessed that I am not Bibi Dong, but I still want to do that? But he is not afraid. Even if he is facing Kyungsunji at his peak, he will never let Bibi Dong be destroyed in Kyungsunji's hands. Even if it means death. Humph! If you have the guts, come and touch her. Third soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding. Borrowing Bibi Dong's martial soul and soul skills, the next moment, Ye Chen launched an attack. Kyungsunji laughed loudly, do you think you can do anything to me with your soul power? Don't be stupid. But he didn't laugh for long, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Because he thought that Ye Chen's Death Spider Web Binding soul skill would attack from the front, but he didn't expect that the soul skill would attack from behind him. Kyungsunji's body suddenly stagnated and was trapped in place. Could it be that you have already released the soul skill while sliding just now? You have some strength, you are worthy of being my student. But even so, what can you do? Continuing to sneer, Kyungsunji's eyes flashed with shock, and soon he broke free from the restraints with his powerful strength. Then he punched Ye Chen again. But Ye Chen didn't dodge this time, but smiled faintly, hee, what do you think I can do? He knew that Kyungsunji didn't take his strength seriously, so it's better to turn disadvantages into advantages. Taking advantage of Kyungsunji's negligence, he let his soul skills hit him more. Then he activated the Falling Cherry Blossom Slash. The Death Spider Web Binding soul skill that hit Kyungsunji just now has increased the activation by 10%. So as long as he can release 9 more soul skills, I think he will succeed. Ye Chen calculated carefully and did not dodge Kyungsunji's next attack. And Kyungsunji also left room for each attack, as if he couldn't bear to hurt Bibi Dong's body. At this point, Kyungsunji still wanted to attack a few more times. It can be seen how likable Bibi Dong was when she was young. Bang! Bang! Kyungsunji's attacks came one after another, and Ye Chen's body gradually couldn't bear it. But fortunately, every time Kyungsunji got close, he could use soul skills to increase the activation of the Falling Cherry Blossom Slash. In the next 8 attacks, finally, the activation of the Falling Cherry Blossom Slash reached 90%. Next came Kyungsunji's 10th attack. This time he decided to attack Bibi Dong's body directly. Hee, what's wrong with following me? As long as you obey me tonight, this huge Wuhan Hall will be yours. Don't be ungrateful. Swish! Kyungsunji was determined to get it. But just when he thought he was about to hold the proud twins, Ye Chen showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. You want to touch? Then let you touch it. Whoosh! The soul of Amaterasu blocked him in front of him. Then he jumped up and shouted, the 4th soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. In just a moment, his whole body was covered with thorns made of spider silk. And when Kyungsunji thought he could touch the coveted twins by bypassing the soul of Amaterasu, his 2 hands were stabbed by the protruding thorns. You're looking for death. Kyungsunji pulled his hands back in an instant, and then his face suddenly changed, shouting angrily, "Don't force me to be serious." After that, he stood in the air, and a huge killing intent burst out. At this moment, Kyungsunji was going to be serious. But at this moment, the activation of the falling cherry blossom slash had reached 100%. Ye Chen smiled coldly, "You should have been serious, right? If you are serious now, you will only die." Falling cherry blossom slash. This time, Ye Chen took the lead in launching the attack. The pink mark on the soul of Amaterasu suddenly lit up at this moment. A huge cherry tree appeared out of thin air and appeared at Kyungsunji's feet. And it controlled Kyungsunji's body, 100% preventing any teleportation-type soul skills. Kyungsunji's face suddenly turned black. He never knew that Bibi Dong had such a soul skill. Could it be that the person in front of him was really not his beloved disciple Bibi Dong? It was not until this moment that he was sure from the bottom of his heart that the Bibi Dong in front of him was not Bibi Dong herself. The last trace of desire in his heart to take Bibi Dong's body disappeared. The cherry tree that appeared under his feet also made him ready for battle. Damn! I can't move my body. Who is the person hiding in Donger's body? How could he have such a terrifying soul skill? Kyungsunji gnashed his teeth, wishing he could kill the person in front of him immediately. But the falling cherry blossom slash is not only for control, the most important thing is that it also has 50 attacks. And these 50 attacks are not ordinary 50 attacks, but martial soul skill attacks independent of the soul power level. When Kyungsunji realized the seriousness of the matter, he had already been hit by the 50 attacks. Shua! 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 Like a meat grinder, every attack of the falling cherry blossom slash will cause a wound on Kyungsunji's body. After a full 49 attacks, he was already covered with scars, and a lot of blood flowed out of the wounds, splashing all over the secret room. It was not until the 50th attack that he was able to release his soul skill, and this soul skill was his strongest defensive soul skill. Angel Light. Angel Light is Kyungsunji's 8th soul skill, which has a great defensive effect and is infinitely close to invincibility. But it is not invincible. However, it happens that the 50th attack of the falling cherry blossom slash has the effect of ignoring defense. As long as it is not invincible, everything can be ignored. Swish! The 50th attack came as promised, directly splitting the golden barrier created by the angel light, and drove straight in, cutting off Kyungsunji's head. Kyungsunji may not understand until his death why he, a titled Douluo, would be defeated by a wild boy with an unknown soul power level. When he was dying, his eyes always showed an unbelievable look. But what he didn't know, Ye Chen understood too well. In the final analysis, the reason why Kyungsunji was able to be killed by Bibi Dong's body alone was not because of how strong the falling cherry blossom slash was, nor because of how smart he was. It was just because Kyungsunji was blinded by lard and controlled by sperm, and he always wanted to take Bibi Dong's body by force. Chapter 89 Kyungsunji is dead, who dares to stop me? And after Kyungsunji died, the system prompt sounded as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Kyungsunji. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the high-level hidden task to save Bibi Dong. Ding! The task is completed, the host's body will be replaced. Ding! Cannot be replaced. Ding! Because the host's main body is currently under a strong attack, the host will be teleported to the vicinity of the main body and then forcibly replaced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward for the task of saving Bibi Dong, reward. A lot of ding-ding-ding sounds kept ringing. However, Ye Chen didn't have time to look at the task reward before his eyes suddenly went black and he disappeared from the spot. Elder Hall. At this time, Bibi Dong, who was controlling Ye Chen's body, was being besieged by several title Douluo. There were Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Dragon Subduing Douluo, etc. They were all title Douluo who had been in the Spirit Hall for decades. She originally just wanted to come here to explain to the elders why they could not spar, and then return to Ye Chen. Unexpectedly, these people used a false charge to put her to death. Of course, this false charge was all made up by Qian Sunji alone. These title Douluo were also unaware. They were just running dogs of the Spirit Hall, just following orders. Ye Chen, you can't fly away, why don't you surrender quickly? Ye Chen, as long as you surrender obediently, I will plead for you in front of His Holiness the Pope. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood in front of Bibi Dong, looking down on her. To be honest, they didn't want to kill Ye Chen. After all, from the brief battle just now, they were surprised to find that Ye Chen actually had 700,000-year soul rings and 1 million-year soul ring. With such an excellent soul ring configuration, plus the cultivation of soul Douluo, he can be regarded as one of the best geniuses since the birth of Douluo continent. If the Spirit Hall can win over this genius, it will definitely greatly enhance the status of the Spirit Hall in the entire Douluo continent. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that Ye Chen in front of them seemed to be unskilled in controlling soul power and soul skills, how could all of them be Ye Chen's opponent? If they could accept Ye Chen as their disciple and give him guidance, their reputation on the continent in this life might also spread thousands of miles. Therefore, the Douluos who could have killed Ye Chen early left a little room. Bibi Dong was seriously injured on the ground at this time, and there was even blood at the corner of her mouth. Faced with such a situation, she smiled bitterly, I am not Ye Chen, can't I exert all his strength? But if I surrender, what about him? He is using my body to fight a title Douluo. If I can't save him and let me live alone, how can I bear it? What's more, he came for me, how can I not fight for him? After saying that, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and she slowly stood up from the ground. With her previous soul power level, she could not adapt to the soul skills of Ye Chen's soul Douluo, let alone release them. So she was not the opponent of the title Douluo in the Elder Hall, and she was defeated quickly. But like Ye Chen, she absolutely did not want to admit defeat. Even if she was covered in wounds, even if she was facing death, she had to fight for Ye Chen and herself, and carve out a way out of the hands of many title Douluo. He suddenly urged the soul power in his body, and a blood-red shadow appeared behind Bibi Dong. That was Ye Chen's 7th soul skill, Amaterasu's true body. However, unlike Ye Chen's release, this Amaterasu's true body did not hold the soul of Amaterasu in his hand. After all, the soul of Amaterasu is now in Ye Chen's hand, not in her hand. This is also one of the reasons why she cannot exert Ye Chen's full strength. Get out of the way! Bibi Dong took the lead and shouted angrily at the many title Douluos who blocked her, and her killing intent suddenly increased to the extreme. However, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were the first to bear the brunt, were not panicked at all. No matter how strong the soul skills Bibi Dong could release, they were sure to block it. Because they have extremely powerful winning magic weapons. Bipolar static field. Almost at the same time, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo released their martial arts and chanted in unison. Next, an invisible energy enveloped Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong's body was actually still in midair on the spot. Like a frame of a camera, it was motionless and completely still. Well, send someone to arrest him. We will make a decision after His Holiness the Pope has tried him. Seeing that Bibi Dong had been completely fooled, Ju Douluo Yuguan sighed. Zhonglong Douluo frowned, but His Holiness the Pope asked us to execute Ye Chen on the spot, and he did not mean to try him. Do you want to disobey His Holiness the Pope's order? What do you mean? Ju Douluo was stunned when he heard it, isn't it for the sake of the Spirit Hall? If a talent like Ye Chen joins the Spirit Hall, wouldn't the Spirit Hall be even more powerful? Humph! Who knows what you think? But I don't intend to disobey His Holiness the Pope's order. Since His Holiness the Pope wants him to die, he must not live. Zhonglong Douluo looked fierce, and rushed towards Bibi Dong with a sword in hand, regardless of Ju Douluo's obstruction. But just as Ju Guier Douluo secretly cried out in despair, Zhonglong Douluo felt that he was about to hit Bibi Dong. A blood-red light came, and in this light there was a blood-red translucent lightsaber. It was the soul of Amaterasu. Before Zhonglong Douluo could even react, the soul of Amaterasu pierced his body. Kyungsunji is dead, who dares to stop me? At the same time, an extremely familiar cry came. At some point, Ye Chen, who was controlling Bibi Dong's body, appeared in the bipolar static field, and was not controlled by the field at all. In the moment he appeared, he killed Zhonglong Douluo in seconds. Of course, the reason why he was able to kill Zhonglong Douluo in seconds was thanks to the system's teleportation. The original endpoint of the system's teleportation was Bibi Dong's side, and it just so happened that Zhonglong Douluo's mobile endpoint was also Bibi Dong's side. What a coincidence, isn't it? Ye Chen fell from the sky and took Bibi Dong into his arms. It was at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting his body back. It took a full 6 days for Ye Chen to finally get his body back. However, when he found that the bipolar static field that Bibi Dong, who was originally controlling his body, had released was still controlling him. His eyes suddenly turned cold and he shouted coldly, the first soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Sky Dome, break. The Sky Dome soul skill can clear one's own negative state. Unlike Bibidong, Ye Chen, who understands the characteristics of his soul skills, can deal with the soul skills of these Spirit Hall elders after getting his body back. Even the spirit fusion skills are no exception. Is this Saint? No, how could the Saint break our bipolar static field? Her soul power level is only. It's Ye Chen, it was Ye Chen who broke the bipolar static field. The elders of the Elder Hall were surprised and talked about it. When they saw Ye Chen and Bibidong coming out of the bipolar static field, they even forgot about the dragon Douluo who died tragically at the hands of Ye Chen. But at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the Elder Hall, who dares to kill my son? Then, a golden figure rushed out of the Elder Hall. King Sunji's father, the legendary 99th level extreme Douluo Jiandaoliu appeared. Chapter 90 The Baptism of Light containing the Angel God's Breath. As the legendary extreme Douluo, Jiandaoliu's aura is very powerful. As soon as he appeared, he shocked everyone present. And when he saw Ye Chen, in addition to anger, there was also a bit of surprise in his eyes. Is it such a young boy that made so many titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall helpless? Jiandaoliu knew that his son had ordered the execution of Ye Chen before. But he has never been interested in the affairs of the Spirit Hall, but focused on waiting for the appearance of the successor to the Angel God's throne. It has been like this for decades. So he just knew it, and didn't care too much about his son's decision, and even let King Sunji mobilize the elders of the Elder Hall. Until he heard someone suddenly shouting in front of the Elder Hall to kill his son, he finally showed up. Are you serious? Did you kill him? Jiandaoliu stared at Ye Chen coldly. Although the voice that said this just now was Bibidong's voice, he did not think it was Bibidong who did it. After all, he could spy on Bibidong's strength. With her strength, it was obviously impossible for her to kill her son. Only this Ye Chen. I couldn't spy on anything, and even Ye Chen could compete with so many titled Douluo in the Elder Hall. He was the most suspicious. You are so bold. You want to be arrogant in the Spirit Hall. You are simply courting death. Jiandaoliu was furious and released his spirit while speaking. Like Jian Sunji, his spirit is also the six-winged angel spirit, the top god level spirit. But his spirit looks more majestic and cold. Just facing the upper when they saw the eyes of the six-winged angel, everyone felt extremely frightened. Great priest. When the elders of the Elder Hall saw Jiandaoliu, they couldn't help but bow at the same time. Speaking of the most powerful person in the Spirit Hall, it is naturally Jiandaoliu. And although Jian Sunji is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the most powerful person in the Spirit Hall is actually Jiandaoliu. Although Jiandaoliu doesn't care about the trivial matters of the Spirit Hall, his status is so noble after all. So everyone was in awe and performed the most honorable etiquette. Great priest. Bibidong looked at Jiandaoliu in shock, and stopped in front of Ye Chen without saying a word, as if she was afraid that Jiandaoliu would attack Ye Chen. It was me who killed your son, it has nothing to do with Ye Chen. After all, Jiandaoliu is a limit Douluo. No matter how strong Ye Chen is, she doesn't think that the current Ye Chen is Jiandaoliu's opponent. Moreover, Ye Chen killed Jian Sunji for her, and she should be the one who stood up. You. Humph. Jiandaoliu snorted coldly, with your strength, can you hurt Sunji? But you have a close relationship with Ye Chen, and Sunji's death must be related to you. Come on. Why don't you take these two people down? The titled Douluo of the Elder Hall could only attack Ye Chen and Bibidong again after hearing the order from the great elder Jiandaoliu. But Bibidong wanted to explain something, but was pulled behind by Ye Chen. Donger, if you want him to understand what happened, you must first calm him down. He may not be able to listen to what you say to him now. But Bibidong hesitated. Because at this time Ye Chen had already rushed out and fought with the elders of the Elder Hall. Darkness invasion. Baptism of light. It may be a little difficult to deal with Jiandaoliu, but it is easy for Ye Chen to take advantage of these titled Douluo. With the soul of Amaterasu in hand, he returned to his body and returned to the level of soul Douluo at level 82, with a 100,000-year soul ring, a million-year soul ring, a set of fate soul bones, and many soul skills. Now he is the real him, and he is invincible. After briefly controlling the two closest to him, Zhu and Gui Douluo, Ye Chen released the baptism of light to make his attack have light attributes, and chopped directly at the two. An extremely warm soul power covered the whole field, but it made people feel scared and wanted to avoid it. However, if there was only one titled Douluo on the scene, he might only be able to passively take the beating. There are more than one titled Douluo in the Elder Hall. Seeing this, the other titled Douluos behind Zhu and Gui Douluo also released their martial spirits to help the two resolve Ye Chen's attack. Everyone cooperated and fell into a tense battle with Ye Chen in a short time. But they were also quite shocked. Ye Chen, who was at a disadvantage just now, why did he become the active party now, not only able to compete with them, but also able to gain a little advantage? It was as if he had changed a person. The battle lasted about 5 minutes. Ye Chen's advantage was getting bigger and bigger. When he was about to press many elders of the Elder Hall to the ground, Qian Daoliu, who had been observing Ye Chen secretly, suddenly flashed a look of surprise. When he saw Ye Chen show his strength, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, 700,000-year soul rings, and 1,000,000-year soul ring, such an excellent genius, is he really a spy from other forces? What a pity, it's such a pity. But the surprises were far more than that. When he saw Ye Chen release the amplification soul skill Bright Baptism, he became even more surprised. What? Why does his soul power attribute have the attribute of light? It is so compatible with my soul power attribute. Is this breath the breath of the angel god? Did he also get the protection of the angel god? As the guardian of the angel god's residence, Qian Daoliu instantly recognized the breath of the angel god's divine power in Ye Chen's light baptism soul skill. It should be correct. This kid's soul skill does contain the angel god's divine power. But why is it like this? Qian Daoliu didn't dare to think about it any further. He didn't want to and couldn't believe that the person who killed his son would have something to do with the angel god. What? What's the connection? As for Ye Chen's attack of light attribute, Qian Daoliu dared to guarantee that it could only be released by the soul master who was recognized by the angel god or whose martial soul was the six-winged angel martial soul. And Ye Chen's martial soul was obviously not the six-winged angel martial soul, so there was only one possibility left, that Ye Chen was recognized by the angel god. The person who killed his son was recognized by the angel god? What a joke! Would the angel god not care about his son's life or death? After all, King Sunji is also a six-winged angel spirit. But he had to keep thinking. Because his potential identity is the guardian of the angel god's residence, responsible for leading the way for the new angel god, and even sacrificing his life to the new angel god. If Ye Chen really got the approval of the angel god, no matter what Ye Chen did, he couldn't attack Ye Chen. Even. Enough. Stop it. Qian Daoliu had to stop the fight. You all go down first. I have something to ask this Ye Chen alone. Chapter 91. At this point Qian Daoliu's realization. Hey! What a chicken feather! Just now, I was full of anger and wanted to catch Ye Chen, let us do it now. You suddenly chase us away? If Qian Daoliu wasn't too strong and was their superior, the elders of the Elder Hall really wanted to say a few words to Qiaqui. But since Qian Daoliu had said so, they dared not disobey and quickly withdrew from the Elder Hall. Anyway, they couldn't beat Ye Chen. At this time, only Ye Chen and Bibi Dong were left in the Elder Hall to confront Qian Daoliu. Grand Worshipper, although I call you a Grand Worshipper, it doesn't mean that your son can do whatever he wants in the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong said to Qian Daoliu very calmly, Qian Sunji was my teacher, he should be a role model, but do you think he did the right thing? She thought Qian Daoliu was going to attack Ye Chen personally, and she couldn't help but get nervous, and questioned Qian Daoliu again. Qian Daoliu was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean? Do you mean that Sunji didn't act as a role model? He actually knew a little about his son's virtue. But if he didn't act as a role model, he wouldn't be killed, right? Qian Daoliu suppressed his anger and decided to listen to what Bibi Dong would say before asking Ye Chen. Bibi Dong immediately began to tell Qian Daoliu everything Ye Chen had told her. Qian Daoliu was stunned again after hearing this. You said Sunji wants to do it to you. Do you have any evidence? Are you kidding? Qian Sunji is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Even if he is hungry and thirsty, if he wants a woman, which woman in the world is not for him to choose? How could he have the desire to take Bibi Dong's body? Although Bibi Dong is indeed exquisite and full of energy, she is the best choice in the minds of uncles like Qian Sunji. But she is not so reckless. Evidence. Bibi Dong paused. She thought for a moment, but she really couldn't think of any evidence that could directly go straight to Jian Sunji. Without evidence, who would believe what she said? For a moment, she didn't know how to explain to Jian Daoliu. After seeing Bibi Dong's slightly panicked eyes, Ye Chen smiled and said, "You want evidence? I can give it to you." Oh! Jian Sunji looked at Ye Chen again. Facing this brat who suddenly appeared in the spirit hall, and who might even be recognized by the angel god, Jian Sunji asked doubtfully, "Then tell me, what evidence do you have?" Bibi Dong also looked at Ye Chen, but her eyes were full of gratitude. Thinking that during the days when Ye Chen came to the spirit hall, it seemed that he always helped her out. It was inevitable that she would have a good impression of Ye Chen. "Call the guards who forcibly took Bibi Dong to the secret room and ask them." Ye Chen said, "Just to take the saint to discuss important matters, why send guards whose soul power level is all above level 80? And what important matter would be carried out in the secret room, and only the saint was called?" Ye Chen argued confidently, not afraid of Jian Daoliu's anger at all. After all, that was the fact. If there was something like a mobile phone at this time, he could even take a video of Kyung Sunji's bestiality. He still remembers the appearance of Kyung Sunji, who insisted on taking action regardless of gender. Is it really like this? Jian Daoliu couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Okay, I'll ask. If you two dare to lie to me, no one will leave the spirit hall alive." Jian Daoliu immediately told the guards who escorted Ye Chen to the secret room in the evenings. The guards were hesitant at first, and their words were confusing, but they couldn't get to the point. But when they knew that Kyung Sunji was dead, they suddenly told the truth. Kyung Sunji must have threatened them before. From the guards, Jian Daoliu really heard the truth as vulnerable as Ye Chen said. He never expected that his son Kyung Sunji would really do such an unbearable thing. His face suddenly turned black, and he didn't know how to face Ye Chen and Bibi Dong. "Sunji, Sunji, you are almost throwing my old face into the water. Even if you die, can't you die with a clear conscience? How can your father take revenge on you for doing such a thing?" Jian Daoliu thought to himself, in great pain. He was over 100 years old, and his eyes were full of pain and unbearable. The wrinkles on his face were like ravines, twisted together. After more than half an hour, when the sky really darkened, the elder hall was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Jian Daoliu's haggard face was now only visible in his eyes, but it was blood red. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he stayed in the truth of Jian Sunji's death for a long time, and he couldn't speak for a long time. After all, as a father, the most unbearable thing is that the old man sends the young man away. Even the dignified extreme Douluo Jian Daoliu is like this. "Sunji is sorry for you, Bibi Dong." It was not until late at night, when the sound of the night watchman of the spirit hall was heard outside, that Jian Daoliu woke up from his dream. He sighed deeply and said to Bibi Dong, "I am not an unreasonable person. Since things have come to this, I will not hate you too much. But I still hope that you can help me keep this secret and don't let other people in the spirit hall know. Such a shameful thing. If it spreads in the spirit hall, it will greatly damage the image of the Pope of the spirit hall. How can the Pope of the spirit hall convince the public in the future? As Jian Sunji's father, how can he establish prestige in the spirit hall? Of course. The most feared thing is that once this kind of thing spreads to the entire Douluo continent, the situation of the spirit hall will become even more embarrassing. At that time, they might be accused of harassing female spirit masters. It will be difficult for the spirit hall to recruit spirit masters in the future." Jian Daoliu knew that the situation could not be changed, and he almost spoke to Ye Chen and Bibi Dong in a pleading tone. Ye Chen and Bibi Dong nodded. After all, they were not big mouths. Since Jian Sunji got the retribution he deserved, it was enough. And it would have a great impact on Bibi Dong if it spread out. Why bother? But just when the two nodded in agreement and were about to leave, Jian Daoliu suddenly said, "Wait. What do you mean? Regret?" Ye Chen thought Jian Daoliu regretted it. He frowned, immediately protected Bibi Dong, and asked Jian Daoliu angrily, "Hat! If I regretted it, how could you two still stand here and talk to me now?" Jian Daoliu laughed bitterly. As long as he was fully capable, he was confident that he could easily kill Ye Chen and Bibi Dong. The reason he called the two of them was not because of regret, but because he had always been concerned about the familiar aura in the soul skill that Ye Chen had just released. The soul skill you just released has the aura of Lord Angel God. Have you ever been recognized by Lord Angel God? Or is your soul ring related to Lord Angel God? When Qiandaoliu mentioned the Angel God, his eyes were full of piety. If you don't mind, please release your soul ring for me to see. Chapter 92 Angel God's Godly Position. Are you talking about the baptism of light? Ye Chen smiled puzzledly after learning of Qiandaoliu's intention. That's just one of my soul skills, how could it be related to the Angel God? He still remembered that the baptism of light was a soul skill on his creation dragon soul ring. One is a dragon and the other is a god, what connection can there be? However, after seeing Qiandaoliu's eyes that were still expectant after losing his son, he still released his fifth soul ring. The fifth soul ring is the creation dragon soul ring, which has two soul skills, one is the sky dome, and the other is the baptism of light. Ye Chen used both of these soul skills today. He had used them before, and he didn't find anything special. But Qiandaoliu couldn't help but widen his eyes after seeing Ye Chen's fifth soul ring. You actually have a soul ring from the ancient times, which really opened my eyes. Bibi Dong looked at Ye Chen, then at Qiandaoliu, and couldn't help but ask curiously, what is a soul ring from the ancient times? Qiandaoliu stroked his beard and explained, speaking of soul rings from the ancient times, we have to mention the ancient times. It is recorded in ancient books that after the birth of Douluo continent, before our human soul masters ruled the continent, another advanced civilization was born, and the era between these two time periods is called the ancient times of Douluo continent. In the ancient times, there were humans, and all soul beasts ruled the world. The continent at that time had another name, called the Soul Beast Continent. The soul beasts living on the Soul Beast Continent are called ancient soul beasts, and they are different from the soul beasts of today. They have a minimum of 10,000 years of cultivation, which means they are born as 10,000-year-old soul beasts. If I am not mistaken, Ye Chen's fifth soul ring came from a soul beast on the Soul Beast Continent billions of years ago. But I didn't expect it to be from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. But how did you judge that this soul ring was from the ancient times? What if it was from a 100,000-year-old soul beast that originally existed on the Douluo continent? Bibi Dong blinked, full of confusion. Her curiosity became more and more serious, and she even stopped using honorifics to Qiandaoliu, using you instead of you. Qiandaoliu was not angry either. After all, he had such a terrible son who did such a vulgar thing to Bibi Dong, and he was embarrassed to let others respect him again. As long as he doesn't insult. Alas! In the final analysis, it was because of his own poor teaching that Kyung Sunji was allowed to grow wildly over the years. Qiandaoliu continued to explain, although they are all soul rings produced by soul beasts, there are subtle differences between the soul rings of ancient times and the soul rings of modern times. Since there were only soul beasts in ancient times, the competition between them was very fierce. The strong survive and the weak die. Therefore, those soul beasts are more ferocious and pay more attention to cultivation than the soul beasts of today, with the purpose of surviving in such an environment. This also leads to the soul rings left behind after their death, which are not pure colors like the soul rings of soul beasts we see on the continent now, but are mixed with a little bit of higher level colors. The 10,000-year soul ring is black with a hint of red, and the 100,000-year soul ring is red with a little bit of gold. Look carefully at Ye Chen's fifth soul ring, is there a little bit of gold hidden in it? Bibi Dong looked at it after hearing the words, and sure enough, there was a touch of gold in Ye Chen's fifth soul ring that was not easy to detect. But after looking at it for a long time, she felt that the gold was so conspicuous. Why didn't she notice it before? Bibi Dong was puzzled. Can you tell me how you got the soul ring from the soul beast of ancient times? Qiandaoliu asked Ye Chen suddenly with a fiery look in his eyes. This kid has too many secrets. If I can get some useful information from him, maybe I can make another breakthrough. Even if I can't inherit the position of angel god, I can become the first person in Douluo continent when there are no gods on the continent. Qiandaoliu thought so. But Ye Chen shook his head and said, no comment. And even if I tell you, you can't get the same soul ring as me. What? A joke? Ye Chen saw through Qiandaoliu's little tricks at a glance. If one glance doesn't work, then two glances will do. In short, it's too obvious. But as he said, even if he told Qiandaoliu that he got these spirit rings because of the existence of the system, what could Qiandaoliu do? First, he can't take away his system, and second, he can't create a system, right? It's useless to say it. It's better to let the system be a secret in his heart. This Jian Daoliu looked embarrassed, but knowing that Ye Chen didn't want to say more, he could only give up and continued, then you might as well put your hand on the statue of the angel god in the temple and try it. I have a hunch that your spirit ring has a certain connection with the angel god. Of course, it is the angel god from a long time ago, or even the first generation of the angel god. After saying this, he waved his hand, and all the lights in the elder hall were lit up, and even a milky white light shone everywhere. The elder hall suddenly seemed to have entered the daytime, and it was dazzling. This is the light soul power given by the angel god. The guardians and successors of each generation of the angel god's residence will have this soul power. The main function is to heal and relax the target and oneself, and the secondary function is lighting. Everyone saw the statue of the angel god in the center of the elder hall at a glance. It was a woman with 6 wings behind her, and she looked very noble. The statue was golden in color, and its extremely golden figure stood in the air, as if the angel god had really descended. Generally, Ye Chen bathed in such light, and his body and mind could not help but feel much more comfortable. Hearing what Jian Daoliu said, he hesitated slightly, but finally decided to do it. Anyway, he would not lose anything, and maybe he could understand his soul ring better, so why not? Slowly walking to the center of the elder hall, under the gaze of Jian Daoliu and Bibi Dong, Ye Chen placed his right hand on the shoulder of the angel god statue. Suddenly, the angel god statue emitted a strong golden light, completely covering him. At the same time, the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the hidden task and obtaining the qualification to inherit the angel god's throne. Ding! Since the host already has the qualification to inherit the supreme god of the undead god king, if he accepts the qualification to inherit the angel god's throne, he will automatically lose the qualification to inherit the supreme god of the undead god king. Ding! However, the host can make a choice, whether to give up the angel god's throne and activate the birth of the angel god's incarnation. The host can get a generous reward at that time. Chapter 93. Let's call her Qian Rongxiu. Ah! It's true. Qian Daoliu looked at Ye Chen, who was wrapped in the light of the angel god, in shock. He couldn't hide his excitement in his eyes. It's him. He is indeed recognized by the angel god. He is qualified for the angel god's 9 tests. Ye Chen received a system prompt, and Qian Daoliu also received a message from the angel god from the lower world. The new angel god's successor is about to be born. As the guardian of the angel god's residence, Qian Daoliu's biggest task in this life is to wait for the birth of the new angel god. Although the new angel god may be the one who killed his son. But so what? The actions of the gods are always above everything else. As long as Ye Chen can inherit the throne of the angel god, everything he does is reasonable and appropriate. As a loyal believer of the angel god, I will only support him and will never do anything that goes against the will of the angel god. Bibi Dong was surprised when she heard this. Great priest, are you saying that Ye Chen has become the successor to the throne of the angel god? Qian Daoliu shook his head, but his eyes were still fiery. You can say that, but you can't say it so absolutely. Only when he completes the 9 tests of the angel god, he will be the worthy successor to the angel god's throne, and he will become the angel god in the near future. But wait. Qian Daoliu seemed to have received another message from the angel god. His eyes were full of disbelief, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. Ye Chen, this kid, he refused the 9 tests of the angel god. What on earth is he thinking? Does he know what the throne means to a soul master? Such a rare opportunity, he actually gave it up. Qian Daoliu didn't know that Ye Chen was qualified to inherit the throne of the immortal god king. When he received the message from the angel god, he was dumbfounded and couldn't help but complain. He had done everything he could back then, but he only completed the 8th test of the angel god and became the guardian of the angel god's residence. Ye Chen had the opportunity to take the 9th test of the angel god, which he didn't even dare to think about at the beginning. So when he heard that Ye Chen refused the 9th test of the angel god, he couldn't understand it at all. He refused. Bibi Dong also covered her mouth in surprise. As a human being, you can only cultivate to the 99th level at most in your lifetime. If you want to break through again, the only way is to inherit the throne. But Ye Chen refused. However, unlike Qian Daoliu, Bibi Dong didn't complain. The next moment, she looked at Ye Chen firmly and smiled lightly. Maybe he has a better choice. Is there a better choice in this world than the throne of the angel god? Qian Daoliu didn't understand why, but now that things had come to this, he could only wait for Ye Chen to come out of the angel's divine light. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed by. Ye Chen stayed in the angel's divine light for half a minute. Hours. Finally, after a loud reminder, the light of the angel god became more intense, and a hazy shadow of the angel god appeared in front of him. Just like the appearance of the angel god statue, the whole is golden, but the shadow in front of him seems more lifelike and meticulously crafted. Looking closely, it should be a real god, but it is a translucent existence. She has 6 wings, a delicate face, eyes closed, long golden hair scattered behind her, and an extremely cold majesty filled the entire area covered by the light of the angel god. Even Ye Chen at the moment couldn't help but feel some pressure. After all, he is not a god, and when facing a real god, he still lacks a little momentum and strength. Ding! Since the host chooses to give up the inheritance of the angel god's position, the angel god's incarnation is automatically activated to descend, and the angel god's incarnation is about to be born. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task and disdaining the angel god's position. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, which can directly increase the age of any soul ring by 500,000 years. Ding! The angel god's incarnation is born, please check it yourself. The angel god's incarnation is born? What is that? Ye Chen was puzzled. And as if to give him an answer. After the system prompt sound ended, the angel god's virtual image in front of him suddenly began to change. The virtual image became smaller and smaller. Not only the body, but also the age. In a moment, the angel god's virtual image turned into a crying little girl, and gradually materialized, still crying non-stop. Damn! Could this be the incarnation of the angel god? Ye Chen seemed to understand something, and rushed forward and held the child in his arms. At the same time, the light of the angel god dissipated, and Ye Chen's vision was restored. He saw Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong staring at him in surprise not far away. No, it is also possible that they were not staring at him, but at the child in his hands. You! Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong said in unison. They seemed to be shocked why Ye Chen appeared again with a child in his arms, and the child looked like he was just born. It couldn't be Ye Chen's child, right? What do you mean by me? This is not my child. Ye Chen couldn't bear such a look, and he was instantly angry and took the lead in explaining the reason for the birth of this child. This child should be the incarnation of the angel god, the only child who can inherit the angel god's throne in the future, and will definitely be the angel god in the future. Angel god? Qian Daoliu was shocked. You saying that you gave up the angel god's throne, and this child will replace you as the new angel god? He still clearly remembered that the original message from the angel god was that Ye Chen would become the successor to the angel god's throne, not the child in Ye Chen's arms. No. Ye Chen shook his head, smiled slightly, and said, she is the incarnation of the angel god, and I was just given a qualification by the angel god. In fact, she gave up the angel god position first and gave me the opportunity to choose. Now, it can only be said that the angel god position has returned to its original owner. Just kidding. The incarnation of the angel god is naturally the incarnation of the angel god himself. In the final analysis, she is still the angel god. It's just a rebirth. She chose to come to this world in another way. If so, can you let me take care of this child? Of course, I can completely let Bibi Donglei take charge of the Wuhan Hall. I will use my enthusiasm on this child and will definitely train her into a real angel god. Qian Daoliu's eyes were full of passion again. Being able to train a real angel god is worthy of his title as the guardian of the angel god's residence. The most important thing is that his current strength is beyond mentioning, and his son Kyungsunji was killed by Ye Chen. He must find the meaning of his continued survival. And cultivating the future angel god is what he thinks is the meaning of continuing to live. Of course, you are also a descendant of the angel god, so it is most appropriate for you to take care of her. Ye Chen nodded, and Bibi Dong had no objection. Do you have a suitable name for her? Seeing that it was a girl, and that Ye Chen brought her back, Qian Daoliu thought hard for a long time and asked carefully, how about letting this child take your surname, and calling her Ye Yun? Listen to me, thank you. Ye Chen almost fainted when he heard what Qian Daoliu said. He quickly shook his head and said, since you are the one who wants to take care of her, she should take your surname, Qian. As for the specific name, why not call her Qian Rongxiu? Qian Rongxiu. Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu repeated in unison, good name. Okay, then call her Qian Rongxiu. Qian Daoliu took the newly born Qian Rongxiu from Ye Chen's hands, and rarely showed a kind face. At the same time, he was full of expectations, eagerly hoping that Qian Rongxiu could grow up early until one day, she could inherit the throne of the angel god. Chapter 94 Bibi Dong, a conversation spanning more than 20 years. From today on, Shuer, you will be my Qian Daoliu's granddaughter. I will definitely make you the most eye-catching, supreme and most worshipped god in the world. Bibi Dong, if you inherit the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, I also hope that you can regard Shuer as your closest person. Of course, to the outside world, you can say that Shuer is your biological granddaughter. How about having a daughter? Then no one will dare to question your succession to the position of the Spirit Hall Pope. Qian Daoliu held Qian Rongxiu in his arms, feeling extremely excited. He seemed to have seen the moment when Qian Rongxiu became the angel god. In Douluo continent, all creatures kneel at the feet of the angel god. But I don't want to be the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was surprised to hear this. She thought Qian Daoliu was just talking, but she didn't expect that he took it seriously. What's so good about being the Pope of the Spirit Hall? It's better to travel around the world with the people you care about and make the world your home. After saying that, she looked at Ye Chen. Although the two of them didn't spend much time together, Ye Chen actually risked his life to come for her. Although she didn't like Ye Chen in her heart, she was full of good feelings for him. If there is a long time in the future, she is willing to spend the rest of her life to understand Ye Chen, or even to accompany him. It may be a reward, but it may also be that she just wants to see him every day. Sun Ji is dead, and the Spirit Hall cannot be without a master for a day. I will give all my time to Shuer in the future, and you, as the saint of the Spirit Hall, should have inherited the position of Pope. In addition, you are Shuer's biological mother, so no one dares to talk about you. Qian Daoliu said, just think of it as saving the life of the Spirit Hall, okay? If necessary, the elders of the Elder Hall are at your disposal. You will get the same treatment as Sun Ji, no, even better than him. But Bibi Dong was in a dilemma. She was just an 18-year-old girl who had just come of age. It was a good thing to inherit the position of Pope. It was a bit unreasonable to become Qian Rongxiu's mother for no reason, although it was just a cover-up reason. At this moment, a cold but familiar voice suddenly came from Bibi Dong's mind. Bibi Dong, promise him that you will be the most successful woman in Douluo continent and the most unique Pope. It was cold because the voice was emotionless. Bibi Dong was shocked the moment she heard it, as if her mental strength was impacted. And it was familiar because why was the voice so similar to her own? It was like the other side of her, but the personality was exactly the opposite of hers. Bibi Dong looked around in shock. There was no one else except Ye Chen and Qian Daoliu. And Ye Chen and Qian Daoliu were not at all different. It was obvious that only she could hear the voice in her mind. Who are you? Bibi Dong calmed down and asked the voice in her mind with a little anger, if you have the ability, show up and talk to me face to face. Why hide in the corner and be timid? Aren't you afraid that the people in the Spirit Hall will find you and kill you? The cold voice paused after hearing the words, and laughed for a long time, but it was still full of coldness, which made people get goosebumps all over their bodies. Do you want to kill me with these people in the Spirit Hall? Ha 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 ha, ridiculous. Bibi Dong, after hearing my voice, don't you understand? I am you, you are me, but I am the darkest side of your heart. Promise Qian Daoliu, inherit the throne of the Pope, and let go of the entire continent. Isn't this what you want to do most? Come on, don't hesitate, obey your heart, obey me, and write a legend that belongs to Bibi Dong on this Douluo continent. The voice in her mind became more and more arrogant, and even talked nonsense, saying things that shocked Bibi Dong. What is the darkest side of her heart? What does she want to do most? What is the enemy of the entire Douluo continent? She asked herself. She had never thought about these things. Don't talk nonsense. Bibi Dong scolded the voice in her mind, whether it's the Spirit Hall or me, even if I inherit the position of Pope, I will only let the Spirit Hall's grace spread throughout the Douluo continent, so that more and more ordinary people can awaken their spirits, and more soul masters can be trained, that's all. How can we talk about being enemies with the continent? During the rebuttal, Bibi Dong observed Ye Chen beside her with her peripheral vision, and found that Ye Chen was also looking at her from time to time when he was talking to Qian Daoliu. She felt an indescribable satisfaction in her heart. I don't know why, every time she saw Ye Chen's eyes, she was full of security, and with Ye Chen around, she always felt very warm. This warmth is difficult to describe in words, but it does exist. Humph, spread the grace of the spirit hall throughout the Douluo continent. The voice in her mind suddenly stopped laughing and snorted, you must know, if it weren't for Ye Chen, what kind of ending would you face? Being possessed by Kyungsunji, abandoned by the person you trust the most, hated by the entire Douluo continent, can you accept such a fate? The world is full of evil, your kindness and cowardice will only make you farther and farther away from the path of becoming a god, and finally become a waste abandoned by the continent. How do you know this? Bibi Dong was shocked. The voice in her mind said almost the same thing as what Ye Chen had said to her before, but the tone was more angry, making people feel more immersive. It was as if those things really happened. I said, I am you, you are me. To be more precise, I am you more than 20 years later. I have witnessed these things happen, seen the ugly faces of the world, and seen Ye Chen come for Meiyu. You actually know that Ye Chen came for me? Are you really me more than 20 years later? Bibi Dong was surprised and couldn't help covering her mouth trying not to let herself shout out. But after learning the truth, her heart was already turbulent and she couldn't calm down at all. As the voice in her mind said, after hearing this strange voice, Bibi Dong had the guess that that was me, and after getting more detailed information, she finally confirmed this guess in her heart. But this is still too incredible, isn't it? Facing the fact that her own life more than 20 years later had come to her mind, Bibi Dong tried to let her heart accept and digest it in a short time. After her emotions were completely calmed down, she belatedly asked, how have you been doing these years? Chapter 95 Bibi Dong finally became the Pope, above all others. Me. He. What I told you is what I have been through. How can I say it is good? It is just a bleak and unbearable life. I live only for revenge. For revenge alone, there is no more emotion. Every day I live very boringly and uninterestingly. Because I don't know what else I can live in this world for except revenge. The voice in her mind seemed a little lonely. Bibi Dong and her, who were the same person but from different eras, seemed to have a tacit understanding at this moment and fell into a lonely atmosphere. She could even imagine her own tragic fate in the future, and her eyes could not help but turn red. After a long while, Bibi Dong said to the voice in her mind, but now at least Ye Chen is here. Your life no, our lives have changed. Let's just treat everything that happened in the past as a nightmare. With the help of Ye Chen, Yu Xiaogang didn't have much interaction with Bibi Dong at all, and Qian Sunji was already dead. As Bibi Dong said, the two scumbags who could affect her future blackening had disappeared from her life. Ye Chen, the voice in her mind paused, yes, it is indeed because of him that our lives have changed. Although the Bibi Dong in Bibi Dong's mind was Bibi Dong more than 20 years later, and she had already experienced that unbearable life, if Ye Chen had changed her life when she was young here, she believed that she would definitely not be like this more than 20 years later. In the final analysis, she was also sincerely grateful to Ye Chen. Although it is very likely that she can no longer go back to the future era. After all, her current consciousness is the consciousness of Bibi Dong after more than 20 years of ups and downs. If history changes, then this consciousness will completely disappear, and the consciousness of Bibi Dong after more than 20 years will be regenerated by the consciousness of Bibi Dong at the age of 18. P.S. It's a bit confusing, but the principle is this. It means that if you change the past, your current consciousness will disappear, but it is still your consciousness, but it is your consciousness after you choose another choice. Yes. Bibi Dong smiled and tried to comfort herself in her mind, with him, our future life will definitely not be too bad, so we don't need to become the so-called Pope of the Spirit Hall at all. After all, with Ye Chen, her life will always be a happy life. No. But when the voice in her mind heard Bibi Dong say this, it suddenly turned its face and said coldly, if it is because of him, then even if you don't consider yourself, you consider Ye Chen, you must inherit the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall. Why? Bibi Dong was surprised. It was just a warning. Why do you have to get up now? Ye Chen does not belong to this era, I believe you can see it, right? The voice in the mind explained, he will be born into this world in a few years, and more than 20 years later, he will become a talented and well-known genius soul master. But at the same time, he will be targeted and assassinated by certain forces on the continent. Let me ask, even if the soul master is the most talented, who can be the enemy of the entire continent. If you want to thank him for changing your life, you must learn to repay the favor and inherit the position of the Pope of the Wuhan Hall, so as to give him a strong backing and let him grow up. This is Bibi Dong's character and way of doing things, isn't it? He really does not belong to this era. Bibi Dong frowned slightly when she heard this. When she heard that Ye Chen would be targeted by the entire continent in the future, she couldn't help but panic in her heart, and she was no longer as carefree as before. Even if it's him, will he be rejected by this world? If it's for herself, Bibi Dong has no interest in inheriting the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. But if it's for Ye Chen, it's different. After all, it was Ye Chen who saved her life. But she couldn't figure out why someone like Ye Chen would be rejected by Douluo continent. Is it really as the voice in her mind said? It's not the individual who is wrong, but the whole world? Okay, I've said almost everything. My consciousness will dissipate soon. As for how you make choices in the future, it's all up to you. After the voice in her mind replied lightly, it never responded to Bibi Dong again. Even Bibi Dong hasn't said goodbye to herself 20 years later. Or maybe the voice in her mind wants to give Bibi Dong a chance to choose for herself, so she chooses to keep silent for the time being. At this time, Ye Chen noticed that Bibi Dong was different, and couldn't help but ask with some worry, "Are you okay?" "Ah." Bibi Dong suddenly came to her senses. After finding out that it was Ye Chen, she pretended to be calm and shook her head and smiled. "What's wrong with me? Isn't it you who always solves these troubles? I want to ask you, are you okay?" She wanted to finish everything with a smile, but her eyes became more and more sore, so she turned her head away quickly, not daring to look directly at Ye Chen. Although the voice in her mind disappeared, Bibi Dong felt uncomfortable when she thought that Ye Chen would leave soon. Is it because of the position of Pope? Ye Chen didn't know that the Bibi Dong who traveled with him had talked to the current Bibi Dong. He thought that the Bibi Dong of this era didn't want to inherit the position of Pope. If you are really not interested in the position of Pope, then don't inherit it. At Mista, there is no at most. Ye Chen said halfway and suddenly realized that he shouldn't say too much. At most, it will change the history of the entire Douluo continent. Although the system does not recommend doing so, it does not say that it must be done. As long as I am still alive, there will be no problem in this world that can stump me. No, I want to be the Pope. Bibi Dong still did not dare to look at Ye Chen, but turned to Douluo and said, "I promise you that I will be the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but all matters of the Spirit Hall must be decided by me, and no one can disobey my orders." This. Ye Chen and Douluo were both stunned. Just now, they were still so hesitant, and the two chatted for a while. Bibi Dong agreed so quickly. Douluo got what he wanted, and naturally did not pursue it too much. He nodded and smiled, "Okay. Okay. As long as you are willing, this Spirit Hall is yours. Anyway, he will raise Rongxiu in the future. After Bibi Dong inherits the Pope, as long as he does not demolish the Elder Hall, he can do whatever he wants." Only Ye Chen felt that something was not right, but he saw Bibi Dong's eyes full of determination, as if she had already made up her mind, so he didn't say anything. 3 days later. The Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong, wearing the Pope's uniform, officially succeeded to the throne. At the succession ceremony. Inside the palace were many elders and ordinary deacons of the Spirit Hall. Outside the palace were thousands of Spirit Hall guards and soul masters. On this day, the Spirit Hall was unprecedentedly lively. They all congratulated the birth of the new Pope and knelt at Bibi Dong's feet. Although there were still some doubts in the palace, under the absolute suppression of Ye Chen's strength, no one dared to question. Under the light sleeves of the uniform, Bibi Dong waved her hand, and she was noble above thousands of people. With thin eyebrows and light makeup, she looked natural, and revealed an innate coldness in her bones, which matched the temperament of the Pope very well. Perhaps, Bibi Dong should have such a life, so that she is worthy of her life in this world. From this moment on, it seems that history has returned to the original timeline, but it seems that everything is different from the original. Ye Chen stood beside Bibi Dong, also enjoying the admiration of thousands of people, but his eyes could not help looking at the sky outside the palace. It's time for me to go back. Chapter 96. Get another million-year soul ring. I don't know when the system stipulates the time to leave, but Ye Chen always feels that the stipulated time is approaching. His body gradually became transparent, and sometimes he could even see through his right arm, like water, blowing with the wind, and it would also set off waves of ripples. Even releasing soul skills would feel physical discomfort. After all, Bibi Dong's tragic fate has been changed, and Qian Rongxiu came to this world in another way. His mission is basically over. As for the matter of Blue Silver Emperor Ayin, Qian Daoliu said he would do it himself. Of course, he would do it as Qian Sunji. Acting, who can't act? As long as Ye Chen dared to speak, Qian Daoliu dared to cooperate with Ye Chen's performance. He didn't even ask the reason. From this point of view, Qian Daoliu is much stronger than his son Qian Sunji. On the first day of Bibi Dong's appointment, there were many official business that needed to be checked with the group of people in the spirit hall. She was busy in the Pope's hall all day. Ye Chen was embarrassed to disturb her, so he found a remote place in the spirit hall and checked the rewards he had received in the past few days. Rejecting the position of the angel god was to obtain a spirit ring age of 500,000 years. He hadn't seen the reward for completing the task of saving Bibi Dong. It was just right to check all the rewards before returning to his own era. Improve his own cultivation by the way. I have only been focusing on completing the tasks these days, and I don't know what the rewards will be this time. Ye Chen muttered to himself while opening the system panel. At the bottom of the panel, it was the reward he had not yet received after completing the hidden task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the hidden task reward. The host will receive the following rewards. Reward 1, the host can increase the age of any soul ring by 500,000 years. Reward 2, increase the age of all the host's soul bones by 200,000 years. It's a pretty good reward. Especially this time, there are rewards to increase the age of a single soul ring. Adding the previous 500,000 years, you can get another million-year soul ring. And this time, each soul bone will be increased by another 200,000 years. If the fusion is successful, all the soul bones on Ye Chen will be soul bones of about 300,000 years. In addition to looking good, the power will definitely be greatly improved. Then let's start the fusion. Ye Chen thought. After all, fusing the age of so many soul bones and soul rings will be a time-consuming process even with the help of the system. Hualala. The next moment, Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and began to fuse. First, the age of the 6 soul bones merged, and each soul bone would be increased by another 200,000 years. Under the guidance of the system, this process lasted for 2 hours before Ye Chen successfully upgraded all 6 of his soul bones. Hey! After suddenly increasing the age of his soul bones so much, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and then stood up from the ground. It's been so long, after this upgrade, the age of all my soul bones has been increased to about 300,000 years, let's see how the effect is. Ye Chen felt it silently. In addition to soul skills, the soul bones of the arms also enhance soul power. At 100,000 years, each soul bone has a 50% bonus. After reaching 300,000 years, the effect of soul power bonus has increased to 150%. It has doubled. In addition to soul skills, the head soul bone improves mental power. It originally increased by 50%, and now it has increased by 150%. It has also increased by 2 times. The same is true for the leg soul bones. However, the leg soul bones improve speed. Double speed increase. In other words, after this increase, Ye Chen's speed, soul power and mental power have all increased by 2 times. It seems that my overall strength has at least increased by 2 times compared to before. In my current state, I feel that I can compete with at least 2 peak Douluo without releasing the limit power. Ye Chen judged himself. Under normal circumstances, he can compete with 2 peak Douluo, and he is only a soul Douluo at level 82. After this increase, he is fully confident that he can fight with the sword bone Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and Ning Fengzi again, and he will win easily. After all, the last time the battle came to an abrupt end because of the injury of the bone Douluo. If the fight continues, Ye Chen will release the limit of the volley sword slash, and his body will fall into a weak state after the release, and he may not win in the end. But now it is a different result. Even if he does not release the limit of the volley sword slash, he can still fight with it. In addition, the 2 soul skills of the limit force can only be used once in a short period of time, and can only be used as a means of bottom-up, and cannot be used frequently. Now, even if he does not use the limit force, he has the strength that 2 peak Douluo can have together. The soul bone has been upgraded, and now there is also the upgrade of the soul ring. Ye Chen thought. His mind moved. Start to make a choice from the many soul rings of his 2 martial souls. Originally, The 8th soul ring of the first martial soul was a million-year soul ring, and the star meteor blade martial soul only had a pitiful 100,000-year soul ring as the first soul ring. It is better to upgrade the first soul ring of the star meteor blade to a million years. After all, the star meteor blade is a god-level martial soul, which is still much stronger than the Amaterasu soul, and the increase in soul rings and soul skills is also better than the Amaterasu soul. The next moment, Ye Chen released the star meteor blade martial soul. This is a short blade that looks much shorter than the Amaterasu soul. It is 20 centimeters long and crescent-shaped, but the appearance is extremely beautiful. The stars in the sky gathered on the surface of the meteorite blade. One side of the blade is a peaceful universe, while the other side is the succession of black holes and comets. One side is calm, while the other side is riotous. If you can look at both sides at the same time, it is as if you are looking at the evolution of the entire universe. At the same time, the spirit ring of the meteorite blade appeared at Ye Chen's feet. Well, there is indeed only 100,000 years. Improve it. Ye Chen controlled the system's reward and began to increase the age of the first spirit ring of the meteorite blade. Buzz. Under the guidance of the system, the age of the first spirit ring of the meteorite blade began to increase slowly. 300,000 years. 400,000 years. 700,000 years. The age of the first spirit ring of the meteorite blade rose steadily, gradually approaching a million years. 20 minutes later. Whoosh! Accompanied by a violent fluctuation, the first spirit ring of the meteorite blade directly transformed into blue gold. The second million-year spirit ring is done. The blue-gold million-year spirit ring surrounded Ye Chen's feet. But it doesn't look like a million-year soul ring at all, but more like a galaxy, gathering a sea of stars, and clearly visible in the soul ring are many star-like particles. It looks amazing. Ding! Just at this time, the system prompt sounded. Chapter 97 New Extreme Power, Starfall Head Binding Combo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a million-year soul ring. Ding! The host will have two choices. Choice 1, add 2 soul skills to the new million-year soul ring. Choice 2, add extreme power to the 2 soul skills of the first soul ring of the Starfall blade. Reminder, this extreme power will affect the host's physical state after release to a certain extent before the host becomes an extreme Douluo, but it will not overlap with other million-year soul rings. If the host has at least 2 million-year soul rings, the host will have the ability to release all souls in a short period of time. The ability of the million-year soul ring soul skill. The current time limit is 1 hour. After 1 hour, the host will enter a weak state. In addition, if the host's martial soul's limit power is all released in a short period of time, the host's martial soul will immediately enter an unusable state. This limit will be weakened as the host's soul power level increases. The current limit cooldown time is 1 day. It can increase the limit power again. Ye Chen's eyes flickered, and then he said to the system, increase the limit power for the first soul ring of the falling star blade. With his current soul power level, if you want to use the limit force by force, you will inevitably pay a huge price. Just like the 8th soul ring of the Amaterasu soul martial soul before, once the limit force is used, his body will immediately enter a weak state, and his combat power will be greatly reduced. However, now with the limit force of 2 soul rings, the weak state after releasing the limit force can be postponed for 1 hour. That is, in this hour, he can continue to exert his full strength, but he can no longer release the limit force that has been released. Of course, there are still some things that need to be paid attention to in this hour, that is, you can't easily use up all the limit force soul skills, otherwise the martial soul will enter a state that can no longer be used. For example, if the 2 limit soul skills on the 8th soul ring of the Amaterasu soul are all used within an hour, then the Amaterasu soul martial soul will immediately become unusable and cannot be used again within a day. The same is true for the falling star blade. This is an additional rule after obtaining the new million-year soul ring this time, which is slightly different from before. But even if both martial souls can no longer be used, what can we do? Ye Chen has 6 pieces of 300,000-year soul bones, each of which comes with 12 soul skills. Not to mention that he also has the God-slaying domain and his own soul skill, the falling cherry blossom slash. So even if 2 of his souls cannot be used, Ye Chen still has a good strength in the next hour. At least facing a poison Douluo is not a problem. Therefore, now that there is an extra million-year soul ring, Ye Chen's overall strength in this hour has been greatly increased. As for the rules, it is completely acceptable. Only being able to release the limit power once in a short period of time and being able to release all the limit power within an hour are completely different effects. Ding! After receiving Ye Chen's order, the system began to transform the first soul ring of the meteoric blade. After 10 minutes, the transformation was completed, and the million-year soul ring endowed with the limit power returned to Ye Chen's meteoric blade martial soul. Effect. Then Ye Chen couldn't wait to check the effect of this new million-year soul ring. The first soul ring of the meteoric blade martial soul, 1 million years. Soul Skill 1, Extreme, Meteoric Head Binding Combo. Under the amplification of the extreme power, this soul skill will automatically find the target's weaknesses after it is released and break them one by one. Currently, there are 4 target weaknesses that can be found. If all the target's weaknesses are broken, it will cause 4 stages of killing damage to the target, and the host's movement speed and attack ability will be strengthened in a short period of time. While finding the target's weaknesses and breaking them, the target will be affected by the debuff, and the effect will last until the meteoric head binding combo ends. It's a bit like the Wushuan sword girl who has sprint shoes and is immune to control, uses a big move, and cuts wherever she goes. Soul Skill 2, Extreme Meteoric Teleportation Array. With the increase of the extreme power, this soul skill will enable the host to teleport after it is released. The teleportation area is the size of the entire 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, and the area will increase as the host unlocks more meteoric arrays. Debuff: if both extreme soul skills are released within an hour, the meteoric blade martial soul will become unusable within a day. After reading the new million-year soul ring ability, Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. The first soul skill can be said to be a vicious soul skill. Even if the enemy has the ability to resist the meteoric head binding combo, he will also be persecuted by the star meteoric head binding combo until all his weaknesses are exposed. It is really domineering. The second soul skill is a teleportation soul skill, and the teleportation area is not small. If I can activate all the star meteoric arrays on the continent, can I reach the other end of the continent in an instant? Even travel around the continent in an instant? P.S. For example, you and your friend are competing to see who runs faster. At the beginning, you turn around the continent and return to the starting point, while your friend is still in a daze. In this way, Ye Chen's combat power upper limit can almost reach the level of extreme Douluo, and the lower limit is the level of 2 poison Douluo. However, the upper limit has a time requirement, and there is only 1 hour of highlight moment a day. Next, I should improve my soul power level and let the limit power reduce the restriction on me. At that moment, Ye Chen happily put away the star meteoric blade martial soul, and then released the Amaterasu soul. Although the star meteoric blade can also be used to draw a sword, who has ever seen a dagger being used to draw a sword? It's really strange. It is still easier to use the Amaterasu spirit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ye Chen began to draw his sword, and his speed of drawing his sword has been greatly improved. Before, he could draw his sword at a speed of about 200 times, but now he can draw his sword at least 300 times per second, and the minimum is 300 times, and the maximum is even about 350 times. If it were not for the protection of Qingyu Liusha, he would really be afraid that one sword could split a big black hole in the space of Douluo continent. Of course, if someone practiced dual cultivation with him, or even practiced multiple cultivations, his speed of drawing his sword would be even faster. Originally, he wanted to take Bibi Dong to practice dual cultivation. But Bibi Dong is already the Pope and does not have much free time. Alas! What a sin! People are just like this, forgetting their principles when they see power. P.S. Ye Chen is joking, don't argue, if you argue, you are right. Occasionally, low-level soul masters or guards from the spirit hall would pass by where Ye Chen was practicing, but they had never seen anyone with such a fast sword drawing speed, and their eyes were full of admiration. And it is said that Ye Chen is still a big hit with the Pope, and no one can afford to offend him, so they can only flatter him. So from time to time, someone would salute Ye Chen and call him senior, which made Ye Chen laugh and cry. Those people are obviously several generations older than me, and I don't know who I am embarrassing by calling them seniors. During this period, Ye Chen even saw the old man Qin from more than 20 years ago. That's right, it was the old man Qin, the original foreman of the Soul-Seeking Institute. He is only about 40 or 50 years old now, and is at an age full of energy. Originally, Ye Chen wanted to stop practicing and say hello to the old man Qin, but he didn't expect that the old man Qin was flattered when he saw Ye Chen. Later, Ye Chen had to give up and simply nodded to the old man Qin and let him go. so as not to affect the history of Douluo continent. Until the evening of this day. Ye Chen was about to stop practicing and go home, but he heard a familiar voice. I heard from the guards that you were practicing here, so I rushed over. Am I late? Have you finished your practice today? The voice was a bit teasing, but also a bit hoarse. Ye Chen looked back and saw that the person was none other than Bibi Dong, who was wearing the elegant Pope's uniform. However, her eyes were full of fatigue at this moment, as if she had just finished the affairs of the spirit hall. Her eyes, which were originally sparkling, dimmed a lot. Please urge for more updates, and give me a recommendation ticket. The author can update for another 100,000 years. Chapter 98 Bibi Dong's Confession. I have finished practicing today, but it will be the same tomorrow. Ye Chen smiled and said, why is it too late? He put away the Amaterasu soul and walked slowly towards Bibi Dong. It is hard to imagine that the cold and noble spirit hall Pope Bibi Dong, who I had seen before, is now so cute and full of tenderness. Like a girl next door. You are tired too, rest early. Ye Chen looked at Bibi Dong and continued. After all, looking at Bibi Dong, she was already very sleepy. She had been busy all day, and she might have to continue to be busy the next day. She should have a good rest. After saying that, he brushed shoulders with Bibi Dong and was about to leave. But at this moment, Bibi Dong suddenly grabbed Ye Chen's sleeve, and her tone became urgent. Ye Chen. Can I see you again tomorrow? What does it mean? Bibi Dong seemed to know something, which shocked Ye Chen's heart. According to the changes in his body, Ye Chen actually didn't know whether he could stay in this time and space until tomorrow. After all, he was not from this time and space, and it was impossible for him to stay in this time and space forever. The mission was completed, and we had to say goodbye. But what surprised him was that such a secret was discovered by Bibi Dong. He originally thought that he would follow the wind and leave without taking a cloud with him. In other words, he didn't want Bibi Dong to know that he was leaving, as if he had never been here. Now it is impossible. Of course, if he knew that it was Bibi Dong more than 20 years later who told Bibi Dong now, he would not be so surprised. Tomorrow it's hard to say tomorrow. You should have guessed it. I have to leave, and even if I want to stay, it's impossible. Since Bibi Dong has discovered it, Ye Chen did not hide it and confessed. Is it really like this? Bibi Dong frowned and lowered her head, and her mood fell into depression for a while. For her, Ye Chen is like a ray of light in her life, coming from the sky, changing her destiny and making her reborn from then on. Whether it is killing Kyung Sunji or becoming the Pope of the Spirit Hall, all of this has a contribution from Ye Chen. The most important thing is that the inner stirring made her have a strange feeling for Ye Chen in front of her. Ye Chen will always be the most powerful guarantee when she is at a loss, allowing her to walk out of confusion and no longer be confused. Ye Chen, thank you. Bibi Dong's eyes seemed to be hidden in the sunset in the evening with her eyes lowered. Thank me for what? Ye Chen asked curiously. Thank you for staying with me all these days. Bibi Dong lowered her head and looked at the ground under her feet. Her eyes were a little blurry and hazy, but she didn't cry after all. Ye Chen chuckled and gently hooked Bibi Dong's nose. He knew what Bibi Dong wanted to express, this is your destiny. Even without me, you should have become a person above thousands of people step by step. I am just a passerby in your life. At most, I will make your life a little more exciting. What is there to thank? Bibi Dong showed a bitter smile on her face, maybe. But if I didn't have you, what would it matter even if I became the Pope of the Spirit Hall? There has always been a voice in my heart telling me that without you, I will be alone for the rest of my life. Abandoned by the entire continent, forever full of hatred, so unbearable, I dare not even think about it. Ye Chen shook his head, and he knew in his heart that Bibi Dong had seen her in the future. Even if that's the case, you won't be unbearable. You are still the Pope of the Spirit Hall, still above 10,000 people, and still respected by people from the entire continent, because that is still you, the unique you, and no one can replace you. Whether I come or not, you are always you, Bibi Dong. Looking at Bibi Dong's charming appearance and the rosy cheeks illuminated by the afterglow of the sunset, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile. When a person is needed by others, his existence is full of meaning. Saving Bibi Dong's fate is also to enhance the meaning of his existence in Douluo continent. What's more, Ye Chen also has strange feelings for Bibi Dong in his heart, but he may not be aware of that feeling. What is it? If that's the case, would you like me like that or me now? Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile when she heard this, but soon realized her own gaffe and immediately added, my liking refers to the liking between boyfriends and girlfriends, ah no, it's the liking between male and female friends. Bibi Dong's explanation became more and more exaggerated, and her rosy face became even redder, and she didn't dare to look directly into Ye Chen's eyes. Do you need to make a choice? How unconfident are you, Bibi Dong? No matter what, you are still you, aren't you? Ye Chen said this subconsciously, wanting to playfully hook Bibi Dong's nose again. Bibi Dong's figure flashed and dodged, standing 3 meters in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen, come with me to a place, I'll show you something. Bibi Dong's expression was very serious, as if she had already decided something. Ye Chen didn't play around anymore, and nodded to her while being puzzled. Bibi Dong took Ye Chen's hand and ran towards the periphery of the spirit hall. The shadows of the two gradually lengthened under the setting sun, like a couple running in the sunset. During this period, many spirit hall soul masters saw this scene. They did not expect that the new pope would hold the hand of a person of the opposite sex and run so unscrupulously in the spirit hall. In addition to being shocked, they were also full of envy. After all, Bibi Dong's status and appearance were what they dared not even dream of. Originally, they were full of jealousy for the person Bibi Dong was holding. But when they saw that it was Ye Chen, they were calm. People are valuable for self-knowledge. They know in their hearts that all of them combined are not as good as Ye Chen. And Bibi Dong did not care about the thoughts of other people in the spirit hall. She took Ye Chen and ran to the southeast corner of the spirit hall before stopping. Going southeast, it is the place outside the spirit hall, which is also the place closest to the Douluo Great Forest. According to the scale of the new spirit hall more than 20 years later, this is the soul-seeking academy where Ye Chen stayed for 9 years when he first came to the spirit hall. Could it be the soul-seeking academy founded by Bibi Dong? Ye Chen couldn't help but think in his heart. Standing here, Bibi Dong faced the sunset, her eyes had been dyed red by the sunset. Ye Chen, this is where I have practiced since I was a child, and it is also the place I like to stay most since I was a child. Here, I want to ask you a question very seriously, and I hope you can answer me seriously. Today is September 1st, I will give all readers a big gift package, a school gift package. You're welcome, I'm a good person. Chapter 99 Bibi Dong's Confession. Ye Chen pursed his lips, do you know that the way you talk now is very similar to those elders of the spirit hall? Bibi Dong slowly turned around and looked at Ye Chen seriously, are you willing to be with me? I'm not kidding, so you have to answer seriously. Ye Chen was about to say something, but was stopped by Bibi Dong, listen to me first. I was originally just a child from an ordinary family. If it weren't for my teacher No, Qian Sunji, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to come to the spirit hall, but you also know that person's character. He is just a beast with lust on his mind. If I had known this, I might as well not have come to the spirit hall in the first place. But since if you weren't here, not to mention the Pope of the spirit hall, even I would be defiled by Kyung Sunji. He can't be compared with you. As for Yu Xiaogang, I don't know him even better. So these two people are just passers-by in my life. But you are different. Whether you help me with your heart, or by my intuition, by my true feelings, I think you are a very good and gentle person. Even I have fallen in love with you unconsciously, so I want to be with you, and not because of repaying you, but because I really want to do so. Bibi Dong said her inner thoughts, but she spoke more and more quietly, as if she was afraid that Ye Chen would reject her. And looking at Bibi Dong's eyes that suddenly flashed with tears, Ye Chen's eyes gradually turned red. How could he have no feelings for Bibi Dong? And that feeling was so strong that he wanted to hug her and tell her, don't be afraid, I have me in this world. Bibi Dong and Hulina are different. If Hulina is the kind of sweet little girl who is sweet to the heart, she belongs to the type of little wife. Bibi Dong is full of mature and steady charm, and her mind is very delicate. She can almost know what Ye Chen is thinking in an instant. She is a good wife. Ye Chen likes both girls very much. Although he has been in contact with Bibi Dong for less than 10 days. But Ye Chen, who has read the original novel, feels that he has known Bibi Dong for 10 years, or even more. He is definitely the person who knows her best besides Bibi Dong herself. What if you can't see me tomorrow? Maybe the next time we meet will be more than 20 years later? Even so, will you be with me? Ye Chen walked forward and gently wiped the tears from Bibi Dong's eyes. Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel warm in her heart when she saw this, and tried to squeeze out a smile, will you still want me more than 20 years later? Ye Chen was silent. For him, he knew Bibi Dong more than 20 years later. Bibi Dong's lifeline is different from his. If he goes, Bibi Dong will wait for at least 20 years, while he is just a matter of a moment. Is this really fair to Bibi Dong? Bibi Dong did not speak again. The red glow of the sunset gradually faded, and the stars in the sky were already quietly emerging. Yes. After a long time, Ye Chen broke the silence between the two people with a simple word. This time he decided to be selfish. And whether it was 20 years later or now, he decided to cherish the girl in front of him and would never give up. Donger, no matter when, I, Ye Chen, will definitely keep my promise and protect you for life. Ye Chen swore. The tears that had been held back finally burst out at this moment. Bibi Dong trembled with her hands and threw herself into Ye Chen's arms. That's good, then I will wait for you for 20 years. 20 years is a long time, which may be very boring and uninteresting, but she has an extra hope in her heart, hoping that 20 years can pass early and be with Ye Chen truly. Bibi Dong looked up at the sky, facing the stars in the sky, and silently made a lifelong vow. Until today, the two of them completely confided their feelings and hugged each other. As night fell, Ye Chen and Bibi Dong sat in each other's arms, feeling the gentle breeze and looking at the stars and the moon in the sky. The quiet atmosphere and fresh air all brought a beautiful and comfortable feeling. Can I stay with you tonight? Bibi Dong looked up at Ye Chen beside him. Ye Chen was stunned. Why? Bibi Dong's face flushed. After all, I don't know if you can stay here until tomorrow. I'm afraid that I will be busy until late tomorrow and come to you, and then you will disappear. What should I do? Ye Chen smiled. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to have such a clingy side. But you have to face so many people from the spirit hall tomorrow. If you accompany me, will it be very tiring? As he spoke, Ye Chen raised his hand and let Bibi Dong's head rest on his chest. Or you can sleep here, at least you can treat me as a quilt. Bibi Dong blushed, moaned and nodded, and then leaned in Ye Chen's arms and closed her eyes. The next day, when Bibi Dong woke up again, Ye Chen had already disappeared, and she appeared in the bedroom. Using spiritual perception, she did not find Ye Chen's figure. Bibi Dong knew that Ye Chen had really disappeared in this time and space this time. Her eyes were suddenly filled with tears, and she suddenly regretted that she agreed to sleep with Ye Chen last night, and she did not even grasp the last chance to say goodbye. It was not until the maid who served her to get up knocked on the door that she stopped crying, washed up in a daze, and went to the Pope's palace. Fortunately, more than 20 years later, she can meet Ye Chen again. This is her most beautiful expectation in her heart. Supplement outside the plot. In the first year of Bibi Dong's tenure as Pope, she appointed Douluo Yuguan as a deacon and sent him to lead people to build the soul-seeking courtyard. The construction location of the soul-seeking courtyard was where she and Ye Chen showed their deep affection to each other, and it was also the place where she practiced since childhood. The first foreman of the soul-seeking courtyard was Old Man Qin, who also trained Ye Chen for several years. In the same year, Qian Daoliu pretended to be Qian Sunji and seriously injured Tang Hao, and forced the Blue-Silver Emperor to sacrifice. In the next few years, Qian Rongxiu grew up slowly. Bibi Dong was Qian Rongxiu's biological mother on the surface, but in fact Qian Rongxiu called her sister in private. The relationship between the two was very good. However, since she knew her life experience, Qian Rongxiu took the initiative to ask to go to the Tiandu Empire to lurk and help Ye Chen suppress those ill-intentioned forces. She stayed there for many years. In the 18th year of Bibi Dong's tenure as Pope, she called Su Yuntao and sent him to the Holy Soul village to awaken the children in that village, and ordered him to bring back a boy named Ye Chen no matter what. In the same year, Ye Chen entered the soul-seeking court of the Spirit Hall. Although Ye Chen did not know Bibi Dong at that time, Bibi Dong recognized him at a glance in secret and ordered no one to interfere with Ye Chen's practice. During this year, Hulina needed to rely on the Soul-Seeking Academy to find the fourth soul ring. Ye Chen killed the unicorn Dream Fox by coincidence. Originally, many soul beasts wanted to attack Ye Chen after smelling the blood, but they were all hunted by Bibi Dong. In the 27th year of Bibi Dong's inauguration as Pope, Ye Chen was 15 years old, and she appeared in front of Ye Chen for the first time. The purpose was to see if Ye Chen had remembered her. But to no avail. She also learned from Ye Chen his feelings for Hulina and left in despair. In the same year, Ye Chen's strength increased sharply, and some forces on the mainland began to attack Ye Chen openly and secretly. In the meteoric realm, Bibi Dong, regardless of any opposition, forcibly brought the elders of the Spirit Hall for reinforcement. Thank you for the comments, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and rewards. I have nothing to repay you, I will eat live. Chapter 100 Finally recognize each other, know each other and kiss. Meteoric Realm. 3 days later. Hulina, Xiaoyu, and others were very anxious after knowing that Ye Chen and Bibi Dong disappeared. Xiaoyu, Yan, and other Golden Generation rushed to the Meteoric Realm later, and they were ordered to take back the Pope. Especially the long disappearance. The two have disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights. And they have been waiting here for so long. After all, Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If the Pope can't be found, how can they return to the Spirit Hall with dignity? In addition, there is Douluo. If he knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would beat everyone up. When they thought of Douluo, they didn't know why, and suddenly there was an idea in their minds. Douluo attaches great importance to Bibi Dong. It was Bibi Dong who killed Sunji. Nana, why don't you take a rest first? When the Pope and Ye Chen come back, I will wake you up as soon as possible. Xiaoyu said to her sister, who with some heartache. Lina said. Everyone here has not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Others are fine. After all, they are men and have more physical strength. But Hulina is different. She is the only woman among the crowd. Hulina shook her head and said, my soul power level is now level 71, and my physical strength has increased a lot compared to before. I'm fine, brother. But you and Yan, can you two hold on? Hulina shook her head decisively for Xiaoyu's kind reminder. The 2 people who disappeared, one is her respected teacher, and the other is the person she loves deeply. Both of them are the most cherished existence in her life. How could she rest assured? This Yan was suddenly named, and his face turned black instantly. Half a year ago, it was clear that Hulina's soul power level was only 8 levels higher than his. Now Hulina is already a soul saint, while he is still stepping on the Soul King. It's really shameful. However, the reason why Hulina's soul power level increased so quickly is that she heard that she got a lot of fairy grass from Ye Chen. If there is a chance, he would also like to ask Ye Chen for some. Of course, he must ask sincerely. Since knowing Ye Chen's true strength, Yan no longer has hostility towards Ye Chen in his heart. As for his feelings for Hulina, I can only say, there are beautiful women everywhere in the world, why do you have to love one flower unrequitedly? If you really can't find it, it's okay to be lonely for life. We can also persist. Yan said hesitantly. Since Hulina refused to rest, then he couldn't be the first one to rest even if he was tired and sleepy. He was so determined in his heart. However, sometimes what you think in your heart is exactly the opposite of what happens in reality. Yan's upper limit is there. No matter how hard you insist, you can't escape the true fragrance law. So, 2 hours later, Yan was so tired that he fell asleep leaning against a thick bamboo nearby. And at this time, the open space not far from everyone's eyes suddenly shone with light, illuminating the surrounding fog. At the center of the intersection of the light, a blood-red magic circle appeared, followed by 2 familiar figures emerging from the magic circle. Everyone looked intently, and it was Ye Chen and Bibi Dong who had disappeared for 3 days. Your Highness! Teacher, Xiao Chen Chen! The shocked and excited voice rang out, instantly waking up Yan, who was sleeping. Everyone looked at this scene in front of them, and the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. Hulina was extremely surprised and wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by Douluo Guan, Saint, please wait a moment. What's wrong? Elder Guan. Hulina was a little puzzled, and immediately asked angrily, Teacher and Ye Chen are back, shouldn't we go to greet them? That's not what I meant. Although Douluo Guan was also very excited, when he saw Bibi Dong's complicated eyes looking at Ye Chen, please wait a little longer, Saint. I always feel that His Holiness the Pope does not want others to disturb her at this time. What does this mean? After Douluo Guan said this, not only Hulina didn't understand, but even the other golden generations of the Spirit Hall were full of doubts. If the others were others, Hulina was both Bibi Dong's student and Ye Chen's favorite person, so could she be considered someone else? But since Douluo Guan said so, they were embarrassed to confront directly, so they looked at Ye Chen and Bibi Dong from a distance of more than 20 meters. The magic circle appeared when the fateful moment was passed back. Ye Chen felt like he had just dreamed. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the meteoric realm. The days he spent with Bibi Dong when she was young were just like a moment to him. As for the actual passage of time, it was only 3 short days, not very long. But what about Bibi Dong? After more than 20 years of waiting, has she already lost confidence in herself? The first thing Ye Chen did when he opened his eyes was to look for Bibi Dong, but he found that Bibi Dong was right in front of him, and her eyes were already full of tears. What a beautiful face that was! Suddenly, he saw a beautiful face like a lotus in front of him, with flushed cheeks and starry eyes, and her eyes were excited and shy. Have you finally remembered me? Bibi Dong asked Ye Chen, holding back the tears in her eyes. Her voice was a little trembling, so distressing. It was agreed to be 20 years, but she didn't expect that she would wait for 28 years. For the past 28 years, she has lived like a year. It was not until she saw the young Ye Chen that she felt a ray of sunshine in her life. But whether it was the young Ye Chen or the Ye Chen before participating in the Soul Master competition, they could not recognize her. Over the years, the only thing she could do was to take out free time from time to time and observe Ye Chen in secret. Silently looking forward to Ye Chen remembering her again one day. Ye Chen's nose was sour when he heard this, and he rushed forward and hugged Bibi Dong forcefully in his arms, ignoring her shy struggle. You have suffered a lot over the years, Donger. Ah, this. Not far away, the people in the spirit hall saw this scene and their eyes were straight. Especially these young people in the spirit hall, they didn't know what Ye Chen and Bibi Dong had experienced, and they couldn't help but stand there. Their noble pope was actually held in the arms of a boy younger than them. WC, am I dreaming? How dare Ye Chen? Yan slapped himself suddenly, thinking that he was still in a dream. But the pain on his cheek made him feel painful and shocked. A lot of things must have happened in these 3 days. Xia Yu was also shocked. He glanced at his sister Hulina, but found that Hulina's expression was extremely complicated and her whole body was trembling. I don't know what Nana should do, alas. What do you know? Douluo Yu Guan couldn't help but smile when he heard it. He had seen Ye Chen more than 20 years ago, and he had expected this scene. Although the memory of knowing Ye Chen seemed to appear suddenly in his mind. But things that shocked everyone continued to happen. Ye Chen lowered his head and kissed Bibi Dong on the lips. Bibi Dong was originally resisting, but in the end she accepted it happily. MD. Tell me this is a dream. Yan was shocked and babbled, doubting his life. Look, is His Holiness the Pope forced? Let's go save His Holiness the Pope.